Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The USA women's team is playing in the final gold event against Canada coming up on February 19th. That's on Wednesday at 1:10. U.S. men's hockey has a game tomorrow against, it's to be determined. It's a quarterfinal match, though. That'll take place at 3:10. Also, the Miami Dolphins, it was announced over the weekend that they are releasing Pro Bowler Tyreek Hill, wide receiver of that team, formerly of the Kansas City Chiefs as well. And Pirate spring training has begun. A lot of questions, a lot of topics swirling. Connor Griffin's there. Henry Davis says he's going to hit better. He talked to several reporters this weekend and mentioned that. Brian Reynolds unexcitedly said that he's excited about the new sluggers that are on the team. A lot of storylines coming out of Pirates camp that we'll address later on in the show. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it, no trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Nicholas Harry Callis. It's the Family Morning Show at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. A lot going on. A lot of different directions to go this morning. It's been that way for actually the last month, probably, of sports talk. Ever since Mike Tomlin announced his departure from the Steelers, it's been near nonstop sports talk. Penguins are doing well, but they've been off since the beginning of the month because of the Olympics. And there are some USA hockey matches beginning. It looks like the men's teams in the quarterfinals are going to play tomorrow at 3:10 against a team that has yet to be determined. The women's team is playing in the gold medal game against Canada coming up on Wednesday. So both the men's and women's hockey teams doing well. So that's why the Penguins are on hiatus. I'm sure you knew that, though. How about Tyreek Hill? Over the weekend, it was announced that he is being released from the Miami Dolphins, and now that's got some speculation among those in Pittsburgh who root for the Steelers if he would be a worthwhile acquisition for the Steelers. The Dolphins looking like they're doing a full resurgence, a full rebuild, getting a new coaching staff in there, parting ways with Tua Tagovailoa, and now their top wide receiver Tyreek Hill they're getting rid of. So it looks like they're starting from the ground up. They're finishing, or they're refurbishing their team, and may benefit the Steelers to get Tyreek Hill. It's a question you can answer at 412-928-9370. Pirates spring training is underway now. Workouts began yesterday, and they're moving. Marcelo Ozuna got his contract officially, so he's signed. He showed up yesterday. It was great. Brian Reynolds had some words to say in only a way that he can. Our friend Kevin Gorman, Pirates Insider writer, he did an interview with him, just had a phone on him, was asking him if he was excited that there are new bats in the lineup that can support guys like Reynolds and Cruz and all the other hitters that were part of a lineup that struggled mightily last season. And Reynolds, you just have to hear it to believe it. I don't have the clip on hand, though, but if you go on X and search up Kevin Gorman PGH, you should be able to find that. But he's just like, yeah, I'm just, excited. And it looked like he was distracted. Like he was in the locker room. So he kind of just looked like he was zoning in and out, and he was just giving a generic answer. And at that point, I wonder, is Brian Reynolds too calm of a player? You can answer that at 412-928-9370, because I was thinking that. I'm like, is there a point where a professional athlete is too calm and doesn't have enough intensity? Now, I don't know how intense he is when he's not talking to media. I'm not sure that he's doing this on purpose or not, if that's just who he is. But he really doesn't give much when it comes to interviews with media. He's usually pretty flat. The only time I've ever seen him actually become emotional is whenever, that one time I remember I talked about it. When I talk about his emotions, or him not coming through in big spots. I remember that one time in St. Louis, he got out in a run-scoring spot with runners on base, and like he bit his batting glove and like tore them off angrily. That's the only real time I've seen him, frustrated. But he doesn't express that frustration in interviews with media. And I just wonder again, is he too calm of an athlete? Is he like that all the time? I feel like athletes need to have a little bit of intensity when they play the game. I think the intensity is what makes athletes great, and that's an aspect of the game that you need to have. I mean, does he have that? He might. Again, I can't prove what happens in the dugout or on the field whenever he's out there, and exactly what he says to teammates or exactly how he expresses himself when he's playing the game. But definitely during interviews, he's very mellow. Speaking of Pirates outfielders, too, Jack Suwinski, that was revealed over the weekend. Some reporters noticed that when Marcell Ozuna had arrived and when the contract was made official, that Jack Suwinski had his locker cleared out, and it was later established that he was removed from the 40-man roster. He's designated for assignment. So he's removed to make room for Marcell Ozuna. And now it's just a matter of whether they want to trade him or just outright him to the minor leagues. We'll see what happens there. But he's gone. A lot of people happy about that move as well. I'm not going to celebrate the guy's demise. I'm not going to be like, woohoo. But, for a while, I think people have wanted this, and I'm not going to say that I'm disappointed in this either. I mean, I think he's had a great enough sample size. He's had enough opportunities, I think, that you sit back and you realize, all right, well, maybe it's time to just, move on from this guy. The Pirates are acknowledging, all right, you know what, he hasn't been good enough, and we're realizing that, and based on all the other offensive weapons that are on the team, he really just doesn't provide the value anymore that he was once thought to have been able to bring, which is sad. I mean, I remember when he got traded for. I remember he came from San Diego, and I was excited, and I remember, looking up evaluations on him and trying to come up with talking points whenever he might eventually come up to the majors, and then he did shortly after. And he just never was consistent. I mean, he plays in AAA very, very well. When it comes time to being in the majors, he just didn't produce. Now, I don't know if he was a victim either of a weak lineup. Like if he was a guy that we were supposed to be relying on and maybe we shouldn't, because he was young. He's still a pretty young guy. Maybe we relied on him too much. Maybe he came up and Pittsburgh fans were under the impression that he was going to be a bat that could save the team. And maybe that was too much pressure on him and mixed with just an entire lineup that was barren of production. Maybe he was one of those players that fell to the pressure as well. But then again, I mean, if there's one player that's going to be sacrificed, he makes the most sense at this point. I mean, right now you've got an outfield that's clogged. You got a lot of players coming up in the outfield that are more exciting than he is. You got a few major leaguers that are more established than he is out there. The fact that O'Neal Cruz is now in center field adds even more of a stoppage in there in the line that's Jack Suwinski's apparently waiting his turn for. It's like, at this point he had the opportunity, not good enough. He's out. So that was a development from over the weekend. And yeah, 412-928-9370. It's 412-928-9370. I stopped for a second. I paused because I started reading the YouTube chat a little bit. Somebody on there says, Callis, did Jada receive her flowers? I did not send her flowers for Valentine's Day, just to catch everybody up. My girlfriend went to Florida this weekend to celebrate a birthday party from one of her family members that lives down there. And the suggestion was on Friday, because we weren't going to see each other on Valentine's Day, that I send flowers to her hotel. The more I thought about that, the more that I was like, all right, does she really want to carry flowers around Florida and then try to fly them back to Pittsburgh? No. I think that was a rough idea. But what I did on Sunday was she came back up to PA, and her cousin's birthday party was that afternoon on Sunday. And so we went to a roller skating rink. And roller skating is hard. By the way, might I tell you, I tried it for the first time in like 10, 11, 12 years. It's been a while, and yeah, it was a tough one. I actually had to use one of the walkers that's out there, or like the rollers. It's like a walker, but it has wheels on it, so you don't fall. Yeah, and I used that for a lap. But I gave her flowers afterwards. They were in my car, and I remember we were getting ready to go back to her place, and I just whipped them out of the trunk. I'm like, surprise! And she was very grateful. I got them in blue color because she likes the color blue. So thank you for asking, though. That's your update. I did get her flowers. I didn't send them to Florida. I didn't have them delivered to her hotel in Florida. But when she came back, I was sure to give her flowers and express my affection to her. And roller skating was fun, too. It was painful and scary at times, but it was overall fun. It was a good time. Let's see. Okay, we got another person. K2. Clemente was a pretty mellow guy. I tend to see more intensity in golf than baseball. No, not. If you're not watching the Pirates, there are plenty of teams that have guys that have like character traits and personalities. And they say things. And I mean, I don't know if you remember the guy Peter Fairbanks from the Tampa Bay Rays. A couple years ago, he became their closer, and my man blew his save, and I think he had a rough patch, a rough stretch, and he went in front of the media and said, you know what, I sucked today. There was just a level of suckitude that was that was me today. And I'm paraphrasing, and but that's pretty much what he said. He used the word suck like 3 times. And I'm like, all right. I mean, I respect a guy who can go out there and say things like that. So, I mean, or you talk about, bat flipping home runs and trotting around the bases saying woohoo and stuff like that. Like that's that intensity you do see with other players. And another comment with the same kind of tone. Aaron says his intensity. What the hell are you talking about? Brian Reynolds' intensity is what I'm talking about. Like, what, am I alone in this? He doesn't express emotions very much. I didn't think that was a secret. That's what I'm talking about. He does not I've never seen a home run trot from him where he's like, woohoo, let's go, this is great. I've seen him a couple times be frustrated for not coming through in big spots, but whenever he talks to the media, there's no flavor. Like, he just is very flat. And I think there was one time I remember, too, that Joe Starkey had made fun of him, and I was thinking the same thing because he came through in a big spot and was asked, like, hey, how do you feel? Like, what's going through your head? And he was like, yeah, it's good. That's my job, is to come through and hit well. And so that's what I'm talking about. Like, that to me, like, based on what I've seen from him, he does not seem like he plays with, or at least publicly displays himself as somebody who feels a lot of emotions. That's what I mean by intensity. And we got Sports Sharp coming in out of the chat saying Brian Reynolds' intensity is an oxymoron. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that's Aaron. That's what I'm talking about. So, that's what I mean. He doesn't have much of, he doesn't have what I consider to be much personality, character, intensity when it comes to how he shows himself in public toward the media. And just again, what I've seen from him on the field, I don't see much of that personality shine through. That's all. Doesn't mean he's a bad player. Doesn't mean that he won't play well. But that my question was when I saw this interview of him, in spring training to open up, when he was in the locker room with Kevin Gorman, Pirates writer, I just thought to myself, like, is there a point where a player can be too calm? Is there a point where a player is too chill? That's all. So, many ways to contact me this morning. Still going to talk Pirates. We talked USA hockey if you want to. The men's and women's team doing pretty well. The women's team going to play against Canada in the gold medal game for them coming up on Wednesday. The quarterfinal round for the men is starting. They don't even have an opponent yet, but they're set to play tomorrow at 3:10. So there's that. Both men's and women's team still in it. Tyreek Hill released by the Miami Dolphins, and there is an obvious question of whether the Steelers should consider him despite some injuries and, despite his latest production with the Dolphins. 412-928-9370. It's the phone number. You can reach me out. We're also talking Pirates. So call me, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X by tagging me in a post. Just go to @Callis_33 or tag that post on X, whether you're on your phone or on your computer, @Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. Tag me in a post, and I usually read those. And or you can go on the YouTube chat like many people are right now. Go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan in the YouTube search bar, and you should be able to find our recent live stream here. And with that live stream, there's a YouTube live chat that you can join in. And now we've got a discussion going about Brian Reynolds. Love it. So Aaron writes back in. He says, I'm just asking, what does that even matter? That's all. Well, I think that like I've noticed in sports, from my own personal sports experiences, like I was not great at football, I think, because, there was the mentality of like hit a guy in the mouth, like just hit a guy, just like turn your mind off and just like boom, boom, like run into these guys and tackle them and hit them hard and this and that. And I never had that. And I think that that's why I wasn't a great football player, is because I never had that switch that I could turn on in my head, like Doran talks about on the morning show. Doran Dickerson, former NFL player. He talks about that switch. You just flip, and and then it's there, right? Like you just have this mentality where you hit guys and that's how you have success. In baseball, though, I think I had that gene where I would just like flip a switch and I'd be like, I'm the best, I'm great, and I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna play like I belong. And for me, I feel like if I didn't have that edge about me, that I would not have been playing as well, because there's a point where you have a different mentality when you're on the field where I don't really know how to explain it too well, but you just have something in you that gives you extra energy, extra adrenaline that makes you perform better. And I don't know if Brian Reynolds not doing that maybe sometimes leads to him not playing as well. I guess that's a stretch when I think about it, so it's fair that we're having this conversation. But I just feel like when you have that excitement when you do well, or when you I feel like sometimes he is always conscious of the fact that he needs to demonstrate that he's a professional and always do things within the game that make him seem like, a buttoned-up professional. I don't think in this modern game of baseball that always is the greatest approach. Like, fans want to see, and I think teammates thrive on when guys have a bunch of energy. Now, to his credit as well, the Pirates as a team have not been playing as well, so he hasn't really had a reason to be overall excited by the team's performance in recent years. I'll give him that. And as a counterpoint, too, I do remember Aaron Judge was always very buttoned up as a player. And then once the team made the playoffs, I remember he was hitting home runs in playoff games, and then he was getting super excited. And a lot of commentators took notice of that when that was going on back in the late 2010s. So I think that there's, was what I'm saying completely truthful? No, I'm just making an observation and giving an opinion based on what I think. Like, if he were more excited, if he were more relatable to the fans, maybe he'd play better in certain situations. But that's a stretch, like I'm saying. Like, I'm just wondering, like, is there a point where a player is too calm to where, like, he's intentionally being calm to a point just to create this perception of himself when fans or maybe his teammates want to see more out of him? Now, again, I don't know what he's like in private, so that's a different thing as well. I don't know what he's like with his teammates. Maybe he's a different person when the cameras are not on him or when microphones aren't on him. That's fine. I'm not trying to create any correlation here, but I'm just wondering. I mean, do you like how calm he is? And maybe it doesn't affect his place. That's a fair conversation to have, so I appreciate the questions. We got KC on the YouTube chat. Seeing what you guys look like is still a bit of a start. None of you look like how I imagined based on how you sound. Very good. Love that. That's why we have the video, so you can be surprised by how we look. Awesome 54 says, isn't about emotions, it's about being focused and private. Well, if he had more production these past couple seasons, I would say that his approach is working, but he individually struggles early on in the season, has a great June, and then depending on how well the team's doing, he struggles down the stretch as the summer continues. June's his best month. It is weird how successful he's been of a player in the month of June over his career. But every other month he struggles. So, I mean, it's not like he's producing like the best of the best, like he's being paid. He has not, over the last couple seasons, really produced like he's being paid. That's kind of my point, too. Now, I think that the excuses will be pushed aside because he has lineup protection. And so that's the biggest conversation to have, is how well will Brian Reynolds do now that there are other hitters in the lineup, but that's yet to be seen. But yeah, I just want to see a little more out of him. I want to see a little bit more personality out of him. That's just me. That doesn't mean he has to do it. I just hear him when he talks, and I go, I mean, is this really like, it's the first day of spring training? It's the first day of baseball. You got new teammates on the team that are supposed to hit well, and he's like, well, that's great. Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah. And that's just who he is. But, again, I think it begs a conversation like, is he too calm? All right, 412-928-9370. We got some callers on the line, so let's do it. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road. I think Brian Reynolds' demeanor is just who he is. I think he's a good player. A lot of players are calm, cool, and collective whenever they do their interviews or they're out in the field. I just think that's who they are, and that's how you're going to get them. Peyton Manning was a little bit like that. You really never saw him get too excited, and what kind of player he was. As opposed to Aaron Rodgers, he gets fired up and he looks at things and screams and yells if you don't do things right. Everybody's different shades and colors and everything that they do. I just like how he is, and that's who he is. I like to line up protection. I think he's going to do better this year. Other than that, that's about all. Have a good day, Nick. Take care.
Thank you for the call, Dave. I appreciate it. Fair enough. 412-928-9370. We'll take this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Dallas. Good morning. It's Rob from Chicago.
Oh, my goodness. It's been years.
Yeah, well, not quite. And the flip of the switch that you're talking about, over here, used to be a score host and Chicago Bears linebacker. Doug Buffone used to refer to that as the Neanderthal gene. And some people have the Neanderthal gene and some people don't. Like if somebody really, works you over and gives you a play on the basketball court or in football, you get pissed off and you want to really smoke them. That's the Neanderthal gene that settles in and you want to get even. Brian Reynolds does not have that. He's as boring as watching paint dry, but he's kind of a more of a nerd when it comes to baseball. I mean, he studies it and he's pretty smart. He just doesn't show any emotion, and that kind of bothers people sometimes. But I hope he benefits from a better lineup.
Yeah.
Around him.
Yeah, I'm with you, Rob. Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I mean, that's been my prediction so far this offseason, is once they started bringing in, O'Hearn, Lau, now they got Marcell Ozuna. My thing is that I think that some of the existing Pirates players, the ones that are incumbents, I believe that they will benefit from having other players in the lineup because they're not holding all of the pressure being in the lineup. But maybe it's difficult if you're one or two hitters in a lineup that are expected to do great things and the rest of your team is batting near or under 200. It's like, it's tough. I mean, it's a tough situation to be in. So now that you've got guys here that are expected to hit and there's more expectations for more hitters in the lineup to hit, it takes less pressure off of the individuals. I think, because everybody's expected to do well. And the more players that do well, the more feared that the lineup is. And because that there's a lot more hitters to be feared in the lineup, for the Pirates, some of these other guys might see better pitches that they didn't see before because other hitters would be getting out in the lineup. The worst hitters would be getting out, and then you'd get the good hitters in the lineup, and pitchers weren't afraid of them because there weren't too many intense spots that the offense had to face because they weren't scoring. So I'm definitely a believer in Bryan Reynolds being better this season because there's more hitters in the lineup that also have expectations on them, and the shared responsibility for unproduction is greater than it was before. There's more players now that we can rely on to produce runs for this team when those big spots come up. And so maybe guys can also have a stretch where they're not doing so well, but it's not as magnified because the team's winning because there's more hitters in the lineup that are producing at any given time. And O'Neal Cruz is another player that I hope that benefits from this as well. I do think that he's going to have a better year as well this year, like Reynolds, because all of the pressure is not on him. There is shared responsibility now in who we expect to produce runs for this team. It's not one or two guys that need to come through. Now it's, okay, we've got a solid team and there's balance, and there's at least 4 to 5 hitters in the lineup that we have now that we can expect to come through in spots and produce runs. All right, that's it. This show's over. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson. That is coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
There are no accidents to report on at this time, and your commute into the city from all major roadways is clear this morning. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Ollie's deals are so good, you won't believe the prices.
This has to be a joke.
It's no joke. Ollie's Bargain Outlet sells famous brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices. Hurry in.
Ollie! Good stuff, cheap!
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
When I wake up,
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
The ultimate tribute to Journey returns to Jurgles on Saturday, February 28th. Don't miss classics from the extensive Journey catalog. Includes hits and deep cuts. Escape, the ultimate tribute to Journey. Live at Jurgles on Saturday, February 28th. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters. During life's most exciting moments, Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like an estate planner.
Per the contents of the will, all assets go to, what does that say? Ragutataya Yaminayat. Yeah. I don't know. I was in a weird place when I wrote this.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com. Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Check them out online, awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. Dickerson is back and healthy. Nicholas Harry Callis is here. Did he mail his girlfriend flowers? We'll get to the bottom of that in a moment. Doran, how we doing?
I'm doing better, but I will say that was the sickest I've ever been in my life. I felt like that there was demons crawling inside of my body. There was demons outside of my body. It was the worst experience that I've ever had in 37 years. I'm almost 38. I'll be 38 next month, and in almost 38 years, sickest I've ever been. It was awful. I mean, I'm about 75% now, as you can hear it in my voice a little bit. I
can see it in your eyes too.
I'm on the other side of it, but my goodness, I just thank the Lord that I'm on the other side of it, because it was awful. It really was. But don't feel sorry for me, because I'm here and I'm ready to rock and roll.
I don't feel sorry for you.
I'm good. Thank you.
I don't want to catch it. Harry, how are you doing, buddy? You said you had a nice weekend plan. I know that Jada was in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Did you send her flowers?
No.
Okay, good. Good.
Got a haircut?
Yes.
Got a beard cut?
That's not new anymore, though. You just weren't here.
Right.
Yeah.
Looks good, though.
It does.
Thank you.
I always tell him, like, when it gets bushy, that I like it. I'm like, never shave it. And then he shaves it. I'm like, that looks good.
Looks good.
That's good.
Yeah.
And he's got a good
Nice and
crop
clean.
beard.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Good weekend?
Yes. What do I say? I don't know. The Pirates started stuff. That was cool. And
you're doing a bit, aren't you?
I don't know what you want from me. What do you?
You're doing a bit. You're doing a bit where everything the Pirates do is glorious. Is that what's happening?
No. No, I want a better social media presence. And I want to be like the Andrew Filipponis and the Austin Bechtels and the Don D. Tomasos of the world, who get followers for saying anything. And so now I'm just going to say anything. That's my thing. Because
a bit.
I love baseball, and that's something that I can actually make intelligent social media posts about. And so, yeah, I'm the guy.
Well, a texter writes in, can we please have an intervention on the recent barrage of Callis's X posts? It's all cringeworthy.
Well, I got 20 followers in 2 days, so
oh boy,
that's something.
Okay, this is what we're doing. We're gonna get our own guy. We have our own guy now. Every show has a guy. Now we have our guy.
I thought I've always been the guy, but I'll tell you this: I've gotten more followers posting about the Pirates than I did throughout the entire portion of the Steelers season where I made raps. Sometimes you got to think smart, not hard. Or,
I think that people
work smart, not hard. I mean,
I think that people want some honesty, and I think they understand that you do know baseball.
There you go.
And you can provide that. So people want to hear some things that are actually legit, and you will bring that to the table.
I feel like you're going over the top positive, though. Like, here's the pinned tweet at the top of Callis's Twitter account. As I drink more and more of the Pirates Kool-Aid to hype myself up for this MLB season, please follow and enjoy my feed as I express myself based on reports about the team over the next month. I'm throwing myself all in, !, hashtag let's go Bucks.
Why would you not be hyped about this season? They signed a guy. They signed two guys, and they traded for a guy.
Mm-hmm.
And they've already got some pretty solid guys.
Mm-hmm.
And how could you not be excited? Because even after I posted that, they DFA'd Jack Suwinski.
They did do that.
How do you not find some hope and optimism in this season? They might need another pitcher. They need a third baseman.
Okay, but it's stuff like this. February 16th. I know it's midnight, but are you still thinking about the hashtag Pirates, hashtag Let's Go Bucks?
Keep it going.
I love that.
Yep.
That's a good bit.
Keep it going. Mm-hmm.
The Pirates tweeted out, it's Don Kelly's birthday. Happy birthday to our manager, Don Kelly. And Harry quote tweeted it. Happy birthday.
You didn't wish Don Kelly a happy birthday? We're the flagship radio home of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and you didn't wish the manager?
MLB Network. Will the Brewers win their 4th straight NL Central title in 2026? Callis quote tweet. Silly question. Hashtag Pirates all day.
All day.
Can I tell you, though, there actually is a Cincinnati Reds account that was fighting with a Twitter user that I enjoy interacting with. And I saw it, the Reds user. They think this Chase Burns pitcher is going to be good. And I'm like, why? Because he throws a good bullpen?
I think he has bad underlying metrics. Pirates tweeted, who would be your Valentine? And Callis quote tweets it. Love is in the air! Exclamation point. The Pirates play their first spring training game of 2026 in 7 days. Can't wait. Hashtag let's go Bucks.
See, I'm good at math, too. There you go. A week is 7 days. How about that?
At least you're nice and positive about it, though.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll criticize them if they deserve it, but I don't think they're going to deserve it as much this year.
You don't think at all?
No.
Okay. I hope you're right.
I mean, every team deserves criticism at some point in the season. Not every team is perfect. You're going to have your weak spots. I just think the weaker spots are going to be lesser this year. That's all.
Texter writes in, go look at Jerry Miko's timeline and tell Harry to copy his tweets. He retired recently from the Post-Gazette. Have you followed this?
Huh. No.
Okay, so he tweets out, 7 hours ago, he tweeted out yay with 2 Y's at the end, and then grr, sh, z.
Is it getting traction?
Is it getting traction? Now it is, I suppose. We're also in that portion of the year where it's fake spring, Pittsburgh fake spring.
Yes.
Like today, it's going to get into the 50s. We're going to hit the 60s later in the week. There's going to be some rain mixed in, but you know what it feels like outside?
Your favorite time of the year?
Oh, can I ask you about that? Did you know that was we got you invited us to Archie's, the producers?
Yeah, we're going to Archie's on the 20th of March.
Okay.
First Friday of the NCAA tournament.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's also Donnie Football's wedding weekend.
Yeah. So why the hell do I give a rat's ass about that?
Well, because if I'm going to Archie's, I might want to have a few pops, and I can't do that if we got to drive to Johnstown that night.
Why would you drive to Johnstown that night?
Yeah,
the wedding's not Saturday. I mean, his wedding's not in Saturday. Louisiana. It's in friggin' Johnstown.
Yeah. We talked about this. So me and
if you left Friday night, you could walk there and get there in time. What are you talking? It's Johnstown. It's not that
You're
far
staying
away.
there 2 nights?
I think.
A couple of these little producers were like, "Oh, Donnie's wedding's the next day." What? So you're just not going to exist the Friday before his wedding?
You're not doing anything.
We're just not going to do anything.
You got to rest up.
You just gonna what? Are you going to lay there like you're?
You know what? You're not wrong.
Charlie in the Chocolate Factory's grandfather just lay in bed all day.
Well, he eventually got up, but anyway, yeah. I guess I could drown myself into chicken wings.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. And I will effort to not be as inebriated as I was by like 6 p.m. Last year.
Oh, I remember that. That was tremendous.
Gave Harry a big hug.
You said a lot.
Why wasn't I there?
You had basketball.
That's right.
At State College, I believe.
Yep, again.
Yeah.
You shared a lot of information with me that night.
Yep, things that are not meant for air. It was just friendship is what that was. And plus, I was intoxicated. It would be inadmissible in a court of law.
That's never true.
I can't even get excited for March Madness because of Pitt.
Why?
I don't know.
Pitt's last in the ACC.
Yeah, I know. I know.
That's why I think Dorn's sad.
Yeah.
WVU's on the bubble, but on the wrong side. Got to whip it into
At least
gear.
they're giving themselves a chance.
They got a shot, baby.
Jeez.
They got a shot.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. This is the best time of year.
I feel like we say that every couple months.
Well, we got the Masters coming up. The NCAA tournament is not far off. You got conference tournaments, except for Pitt. They're not going to qualify. And then you've got baseball. Draft. Combine. Hockey.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the Penguins. When they come back, they're going to be in the stretch run. They're back in like 9 days or something.
Yep.
Is it supposed to snow again before the draft?
I'm sure.
Sure
it will. And Harry, yeah.
What am I concerned that I've heard some people talking about this? Do you think the downtown's going to flood if all that snows there and then melts? And there might be some issues with it. I don't know. Why are you looking like I'm crazy? What's the matter with you?
You're not crazy. It's just a weird question. Do you think it's going to snow again in the next month plus? Yes, I would say so. This is Pittsburgh.
Well, then I'm concerned about the draft. That's all. You can get wet down there fast.
That bathtub area tends to flood, yeah. We still haven't gotten rid of all the snow.
Nope.
I think we might get there by the end of the week if we're going to get a couple of 60-degree days.
Maybe. I know it's supposed to be 20 again next week, so we'll see. Don't know if it's going to snow or not, but we'll see.
What's it right now outside? It felt really nice.
It is 34.
That was my number in sports in high school.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Coxon's had numbers?
No. Texter, Harry's Pirates optimism is nauseating.
Why can't we be excited for this season? There's new players on the team, for God's sakes.
I did like the potential lineup that they're going to put out or they put it out, I guess, the other day for practice. I did like that. It looked nice. Hernan right field, Reynolds in left, Cruz, and I think Mangum were at center. Gonzalez, Griffin at short. Triolo, Valdez at third. You had Lau at second. Horowitz at first. Pretty nice. Wasn't bad.
No, that's competitive.
I liked it.
That's a competitive lineup right there, baby.
I liked it.
Also, I guess Connor Griffin and Marcelo Ozuna were hitting bombs off of buildings.
Yes.
In batting practice.
Did Cruz cut his hair?
He did.
Did anybody talk about that?
We're talking about it now?
I thought I was tripping. I was like, did he cut his hair and nobody talked about it?
You think that'll aid him?
Maybe.
Why would it aid him?
Because he's maturing, I guess. Sometimes whenever guys cut their hair, it's like, all right, I'm maturing and I want a different style and a different look, and I'm going to take things serious, business-like.
I know this is going to be a sore subject, but that did not help Andrew McCutchen.
Wow.
His batting average went down and then went down further the year after he cut his hair.
That being said, Skeens shaved the mustache and was still good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. Texter, snow is piled up so high in parking lot from where it's been plowed, you're going to see snow all the way until June. Yeah, those mega piles, They are going to be around for a while. Texter, a turd looks better when it's polished, but it's still a turd. Come on. See, I don't get that from some Pirates fans. Like, I understand that we're scorned. I understand that we've been through a lot collectively as a fan base. But tangibly, this is a much better baseball team.
For sure.
I mean, when you add good players, you expect them to play well. O'Hearn and Lau were all-stars last year. Ozuna was an all-star 2 years ago. Like, it's not like they need to pick up a new system in hockey and there's chemistry and it's football and, is he going to run the right routes? Is he used to the verbiage? Blah, blah, blah. No, you just need to stand at the plate and hit the ball.
Yeah, it's that easy, but yeah.
I mean, Texter, Doran kind of sounds like TK while he's sick.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Texter, is Harry on drugs? He's making no sense today. Are you on drugs?
I ate some mushrooms the other day. But
Did you?
No, you didn't.
Well, I mean, they were in a salad, so I don't know what.
Who puts mushrooms in a salad?
You ever did that before, like the black olives and stuff?
Oh, I hate olives.
Ooh, mushrooms are the worst, too.
Oh, what did you... Oh, I see where you got confused. No, I don't do drugs. None. Never have.
You've never done a single drug?
Nope.
You never smoked? You never took a toke?
Nope.
Good for you. Good for you. There's no reason to do it.
Well, I think it would help my food addiction a little bit. That's where I kind of steer whenever I get sad.
Not if you hit the reefer.
What is that?
It gives you the munchies.
What is a reefer?
Weed.
Oh, no, never had that. No. I actually thought about doing that, though, like if I could get like something medical, because then it would calm me down, because you notice I always have some anxiety. I keep talking, and
I do think weed could be good for our guy, Harry.
You think?
Oh, yeah.
You can't see him like sitting at home in his bedroom with all his trophies on the ground, and he takes a couple puffs, and then all of a sudden there's like 17 pizzas at his door.
I could see that happening without the marijuana. With all due respect,
even though he is lactose, but Subway, there's 18 subs.
I actually have been staying away from that and pizza.
I can't believe you didn't mail Jada flowers.
Well, did you not hear what I did?
How could I have?
Because it was on the early morning show.
No,
you
Doran
heard
and
me
I
say
were
something
chatting.
about you. Said I mentioned Doran's name, and you're like, "Oh, look, Callis is talking about you."
That never happened.
It didn't.
No.
You looked right at me when I was talking about Doran.
Sometimes I look over at you because I just want to take in the whole package.
Oh, okay.
So what'd you do for Jada, you weirdo?
Well, I didn't want to send him down to Florida because then I was thinking, and I was like, well, does she really want to carry the flowers around and then fly back with them? That's like a whole thing that you got to do. So on Sunday,
It's valid.
we were meeting up because her little cousin was turning 5, and we went to a roller skating rink. And when we left the roller skating rink, I remember I put all of her luggage in the car because she was coming back with me. And I was like, oh, look. And then I pulled them out. It was a bouquet of blue flowers because that's her favorite color. I said, Happy Valentine's Day.
Well played.
And she was like, oh, my goodness, I thought you forgot. I was like, no, I love you. And then she gave me a hug and a kiss. And it was a good night.
How many times you fall on the roller skating thing?
Twice.
Yeah.
It's like those are tough on the calves.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of muscles that you need to use. The first time I went out, I couldn't make it around the whole time. I had the roller blades on, so they're like the wheels are in a straight line. That I couldn't do, and so I got off before a full lap. I changed them out. I said, "Give me the skates instead. Those are the 2x2 wheels," and I went out with those and a walker. So they have like a thing that looks like a walker.
Yeah,
it's like a walker, but they have wheels on the bottom so that you can not fall.
Yeah.
And I went a full lap with the walker, and then I sat down, took off the skates, and didn't go back up.
Could you picture that?
Yeah, I am.
Yep.
Hey, I can't. Listen, if you never skate and then you skate, you're not going to be able to skate.
No.
So
that's the problem, though. I've been ice skating and roller skating.
Man, I'm
before.
trying to help you out, man. I'm throwing you an escape rope here.
It's been 12 years since I've roller skated last. I mean, it was a lot.
I feel like roller skating is like riding a bike.
No,
like you never forget.
Yeah,
like,
it's in that area.
Well, sure. I also have a different body type now than I did back then. So
fair enough.
I got to work on the weight distribution.
I'm trying to help.
I know.
Texter, hotbox the studio for the 420 episode. If we got if we got legal to sign off on it, I think that'd be tremendous content.
Cole. That'd be hilarious.
Yes.
It'd be hilarious. Yep.
Texter, sounds like Crowley needs to introduce Callis to the Benjamin.
I don't know what that is.
So is your girlfriend, did she fall at all?
She actually did pretty well. I think she fell a couple times. When I was exchanging.
Wait a second. Whoa. Wait a second. I'm sorry. You only did a lap and a half and you fell twice.
Yes.
Okay.
But I did not fall the second time. So I fell twice going halfway through the ring. And that's when I switched from rollerblades to roller skates and I got myself one of those walkers.
How did Quiz Callis go Thursday?
I did well.
He did okay.
I did well. What are you talking about?
Well, it's always the same with these. Like,
yeah, I missed the one that I should have known, but I got like 80% of them right.
Yeah, he went over his total.
Okay.
It was USA hockey players from now or from the 1980s Miracle Team.
Oh, that's a good one.
And I got 8 out of 10.
8 out of 12.
But I missed JT Miller.
Yeah, who's from the area.
From the area, Western PA.
Yeah. But all in all, a pretty good experience by here.
It was a great job.
I'm loving the hell out of the Olympics, though, boys. I have it on 24/7 in the background. Just digging it.
Are you paying attention?
It depends.
It's just in the background.
It depends.
I don't like it.
What?
I don't like it.
What do you mean?
The Olympics.
You don't like the Olympics?
No.
What
it doesn't do it for me.
What it take?
What it take?
I respect it.
Well, I was just about to say.
I respect it.
I watched yesterday the women's bobsledding, and
I just don't. I don't.
USA
Nothing does it for me, except for hockey, maybe.
You don't like the medals?
Nope.
Do you wish the NFL would give you medals when you'd win the Super Bowl?
No.
Do you think medals are worse than trophies?
What is he doing?
Trophies are more of a team thing.
We're gonna have to get into this later.
Medals are more individual.
Doran hates the Olympics.
I don't hate the Olympics. It just doesn't do it for me. I respect every single person that competes in the Olympics.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, and everybody that puts it together.
No, you don't respect the curlers.
I respect everything about it.
You don't respect the curlers.
It just doesn't. I do.
No, you don't.
Everybody has a talent. You just have to find it.
After roller skating, curling is probably hard. I mean, do you imagine what it takes, the core strength for them not to slip on that ice and still sweep like they do? No. Doran respects them. I believe that because I respect them.
I love Callis's lap and a half just being eye-opening for him.
Yep.
And changing his entire worldview on things. All right. The biggest story in Pittsburgh sports is Connor Griffin. And one of the most trusted scouts in all of Major League Baseball may have changed my opinion about Connor. We'll get to that coming up in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
What do we have? Somebody said it would sounds like you're describing Willie Mays. I'm like, Willie Mays at shortstop.
Holy cheese and crackers, Batman. Keith Law, who's been in the industry forever. He writes for The Athletic now, hosts a podcast for The Athletic, talking about prospects, grading prospects, watching prospects, analyzing statistics of prospects. And he called Connor Griffin the Willie Mays of shortstops. I'd say that's some high praise, but he's not alone. Fangraphs, a website that's really high on the Pirates this year and gives them a 40% chance of making the playoffs, they did their prospect grading and their prospect rating. And here's what they wrote on Connor Griffin. I think he's the most exciting prospect we've had in the minors since Mike Trout. I think he's going to end up one of the best players in baseball once he gets established. Reminds me of Fernando Tatis Jr. meets Bobby Witt Jr. He's like an NFL wideout level athlete who also has high-end baseball skills. This guy's the real deal.
Jeez.
This isn't just, the Pirates have the top prospect in baseball, and every year there's a top spot in baseball occupied by a prospect, and the Pirates just so happen to have it. No, this is a shooting star level top prospect in baseball. This guy is 19 years old, has never played in AAA, and he's being compared to Bobby Witt Jr., who last year, Bobby Witt Jr. had a 7.1 WAR. The year before that, he had a 9.4 WAR. His second full season in Major League Baseball, he had a 4.3 WAR. Need I say more? This guy is special, and I have said for a long time now, Doran, I want this guy to be the Pirates' opening day shortstop. I have no doubt in my mind that if it were a legitimate tryout, and I think it is, that he's the best shortstop they have in their entire organization, Major League Ball Club included. Mm-hmm. That being said, I'm now reading so much about the guy and hearing things like this from Keith Law that I'm terrified they're going to screw him up. Mm-hmm. And now I'm flirting with maybe the right thing is to just start him in AAA and let him get some at-bats down there so he doesn't come up here after only playing 21 games in AA and have to struggle through some issues and have his confidence wane. Like, I don't know if that's full on my take, but I'm considering it now because he's so good. Tell me if this makes sense. He's so good. He's thought of so highly that I'm now terrified.
Right, that it can only go backwards.
Yeah,
like it's you're at the top of the mountain, and the only thing to do is just fall down it. Like he can't really stay up that long. No, I honestly think that if he's good enough, which everybody assumes that he will be, if he's proving it every single day in spring training, if his teammates know that he's legit, he should be up. That's just kind of where I'm at. Like, does he make your club better as, 19 years old?
Yeah.
Does he make your club better? Does it fill a position? Yes. That's another thing. Like, does him being up fill a position of need?
Sure.
It'd be different if he was a second baseman. It's like, all right, well, we have Lau, we have,
Horowitz can even play there, Gonzalez.
We have guys that can supplement until he's ready. But, you got a wide open hole at shortstop, and you have a 6'4", 220-pound freak of nature that is getting compared to Willie Mays that is ready to possibly go. Might as well do it.
Willie Mays, Doran.
Yep.
Willie Mays hit 660 home runs. Willie Mays is maybe the best all-around baseball player in the history of the game.
That's also something to be said, too, about the back-to-back years of drafts for the Pirates. If he does pan out, even this year, if he does decent, that's Skeens and him.
I want to get into that, too, at some point, because it makes Ben Cherington look very good. It actually does.
Yeah.
It's not like Connor Griffin was the 1-1 pick. He was 9th.
Right.
And Paul Skeens, for all that he's accomplished in a year and a half in Major League Baseball, it was split 50-50 on whether or not the Pirates should take him
or Cruz, yeah,
or take the Cruz.
Dylan Cruz, yeah.
Dylan Cruz. I wanted to call him O'Neill Cruz. Then I wanted to call him Brian De La Cruz. Yeah, it's not like it was unanimous that Ben Cherington and the Buccos should take Paul Skeens, and obviously, my God, they made the right choice. Can you imagine if Paul Skeens was in Washington doing this? Ben Cherington should have been fired 2 years ago if that were the case. That's not what happened. So, yeah, I do think Ben Cherington looks better. Fangraphs had even more to say on Griffin in their write-up. And I heard it put interestingly by North Shore 9. It's one of these blogs, Pirates blogs on social media. I like them. I think they do a really good job. Jim Rosati and those guys do a good job.
Yeah, they do.
He said Fangraphs isn't one of these typical prospect ranking sites where they sort of juice things up a little bit. Like when you're talking about Baseball America, they want people to read their work, and so it might be a little bit more hyperbolic when it comes to prospects. He said Fangraphs isn't. And what they wrote is he's a franchise-altering entity whose talent rivals that of Bobby Witt Jr., a young, level-headed Hanley Ramirez, or a faster Carlos Correa. That is insanity. This is a complete player, an absolute monster who might make Paul Skeens the second-best guy on his team in short order, who might one day be mentioned in Pittsburgh in the same breath as Mean Joe Green if they can find a way to get an extension done, and whose daily impact can help return the Pirates to long-awaited glory. This isn't me. This isn't you. This isn't Greg Brown or Joe Block or Neil Walker or John Wayner, all of whom I trust. But this isn't coming from inside the house. This is third-party evaluation saying that this guy could be mentioned in the same breath as Mean Joe Green? So I'm scared. Let's say Connor starts the year on the big league club, and he plays 25 games, and he's hitting like 212 with a 575 OPS. Do you think his confidence would be shot?
Probably not. Because you have so much room to grow. You have so much, area to get better in. And it would depend on if they're like winning or not, clearly, but I don't think so.
Because I'm torn on this. Like, I worry about him coming up, and he's never faced anything even close to big league pitching on a night-to-night basis. Like, the stuff in AA is good. The stuff in AAA is good. But now these guys up here, they got the stuff, and they can locate the stuff, and then whenever you do one thing, they're going to come back the next at-bat. They're going to attack your weaknesses. They got different level of scouting reports. It's totally different. And I just wonder if it would screw his confidence if he came up and didn't have immediate success, because he had immediate success at every level he's ever played at. Now, maybe he'd come up and have immediate success.
I mean,
given that he's mean friggin' Joe Green.
Roman Anthony, he wasn't brought up right away.
56 games in AAA.
Okay. And he came on, and he was immediate, right?
Okay, so here's the thing, and this is why I'm torn, and I don't know what they should do here. And that's not a great place for a talk show host to be. Like, would Roman Anthony have been any different if he just didn't play 56 AAA games? Like, Like, I heard Starkey talking yesterday, like, oh, they did the right thing with Skeens, obviously. Did they? Like, Skeens, I think, probably would have been just as dominant from day one.
Right.
Did he need to pitch the 30 innings or whatever it was in AAA? Probably not. So I don't know. What's the value? Like, and how long do you want to keep him down? Like, I've heard some people say, just let him start and play 3 weeks at AAA. Well, what does that accomplish? I don't really understand.
You might as well just, you put your.
So I don't know
what
what to do.
I think you just jump in. If you know that he's ready, I mean, obviously they have scouts and people who are watching intently every single day. If you feel like he's ready, that he can hit major league pitchers, bring him up, man.
The one thing I know for damn sure is they need to do everything they can to get a contract done with him now.
Yeah.
Now.
Mm-hmm.
Mean Joe Green? Bobby Witt Jr.? Bobby Witt Jr. last year.
Beast.
Had an OPS of 852. Hit 295, 23 homers, 47 doubles. The year before that, 32 homers, 45 doubles, 11 triples, 31 steals, 332 batting average, and 977 OPS. His second year, his second full year in the majors, I should say, 30 homers, 96 ribs, 813 OPS, 49 steals. Insane.
Yep.
And this is who Connor Griffin could be, and in short order? What do you want to see the Pirates do with him? 412-928-9370. I knew he was the top prospect in baseball. I know that he broke the, Baseball America analytics algorithm. But now I see it from DraftKings. Now I see it from Fangraphs, excuse me. Now I see it from Keith Law. And I don't know that I've ever been more excited to see a prospect, but that also makes me nervous. What do you want to see the Pirates do with him? You think he needs seasoning in AAA, or should he be on the roster day one? 412-928-9370.
And he's all around. We're not just talking about at the plate, right? We're talking about fielding everything.
He stole 60 bases last year.
Man.
He's got speed to burn. He's got a good eye. He's got power to all fields. I'd be stunned if he doesn't pan out. But how much do you want to put on him too early? That is the question. And we want to hear from you. Open phones until 7 o'clock. Jeff Hathorn's going to join us then. 412-928-9370. How do Connor Griffin's numbers compare to some all-time great players in AAA, in AA, in the minors? We'll get to that coming up next. And I got a hypothetical about Connor Griffin as well. It's Connor Griffin Hour.
Nice.
Right here on the Fan Morning Show. First, a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
USA men's hockey plays tomorrow at 3:10 in the quarterfinal round, though they do not have an opponent at the moment. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Dolphins have started their rebuild, and to start a good rebuild, you got to rip the operation down to the studs. The team released veteran pass rusher Bradley Chubb and star wideout Tyreek Hill. Hill is coming off a major knee injury, but has already vowed that the Cheetah will return. I don't know what that means, but it's worth pointing out that along with a major knee injury, he also turns 32 in 2 weeks. He's fast, but speed don't last forever on that day.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Doran, everyone thinks home security is just about break-ins.
Yeah, until their basement turns into a swimming pool.
Exactly. That's why Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package.
So now you're protected from intrusion, fire, and water.
Leaks, frozen pipes. Guardian alerts you before the damage happens.
That's full home protection, especially in a Pittsburgh winter.
Don't wait for a mess. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Cloudy with flurries today, the high 30.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear-wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6T M055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year. Ends 3/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews are headed to the scene of one Boswell Crossing Lane in Dravosburg. A new accident reported there. The Parkway East, as you head inbound, traffic is starting to slow around Edgewood Swissvale. And on the Parkway West, traffic is decent but creeping mildly as you work your way through the Fort Pitt tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
A write-up in Fangraphs says Connor Griffin could be mentioned in the same breath in Pittsburgh as Mean Joe Green one day. He's been compared to Bobby Witt Jr., who's already one of the very best players in Major League Baseball at 25 years old. And then Keith Law said he's the shortstop version of Willie Mays.
Unbelievable.
What should the Pirates do with this shooting star prospect? Start him on the big league roster or let him get his first ever AAA at-bats? He's only played less than 24 games in AA Altoona. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You want him on the roster to start, correct? That's where I've been on this the entire time. Only because I'm nervous and worried he's going to get screwed up. Do I want him to develop properly? But, I'd rather him be in the big league roster.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather him be in the big league roster. But I had been of the mode to criticize people who said keep him down. If they did, I don't think I'd crush him for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd live with it and say, hey, discretion's the better part of valor. Hey, we're going to be patient with the young buck. But I personally, if I were in charge, I would have him up on the big league roster.
Me too.
He's got legitimate lineup protection.
Yep.
He doesn't have to be the guy. Like, I wouldn't lead him off. I'd bat him down in the order.
If this was last year, a different story.
I'm with you. And I do think that him being up could be the difference between them making the playoffs or not. Like, I expect even if he's not a great player immediately, he's still going to be better than what they have. He's going to be better defensively at short than either of the two options, I'd think. And I think he'd probably hit better than even Nick Gonzalez if you consider his minor league statistics. Shall we take calls?
Sure.
GP, what up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it, pal.
I think we need to take a little deep breath here and just calm down a little bit. I know we're excited, and we can be excited because we haven't had a prospect like this in years. I mean, I think I'm going to change my mind. I was leaning towards him going down to the minors and maybe playing for a couple weeks into May maybe. But all the things I'm hearing you guys talking and these experts talking, you might as well just go all in. The Pirates should go all in and just bring him up.
Wait a second. You said we got to tap the brakes, and then you're like, wait a second, play him.
Well, you're calling him Willie Mays and everything.
No, that's not me.
No, that wasn't him.
That's not me. That's Keith Law.
Simmer down now. But I think you bring him up. You'll know in these 21 games or so you were saying in preseason. I mean, if he's a flop in Indianapolis, if he comes out and he's slow at starting and batting, we know his glove is great. Let's see what he does in spring training, but I might be leaning towards just bringing him up.
Thank you, GP. You can weigh in too at 412-928-9370. Just want to be clear, we are very excited about him, but it's the Keith Laws of the world that are calling him Willie Mays at shortstop. Right. It's Fangraphs saying he's going to be mentioned in the same breath as Mean Joe Green. It could be a savior for the Pirates franchise. We are merely reacting to people who are paid to view prospects' opinion on this guy. Now, I'm going to throw a little bit more out there.
Okay.
Mike Trout in the minor leagues played 291 games. Had a 941 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
Bryce Harper played 141 games in the minor leagues. He had a 941 OPS. Connor Griffin has played 122 games in the minor leagues. He has a 941 OPS. Pretty good.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And he's got his head screwed on straight. He's married at 19, which I don't know about all that, Connor. I mean,
hey, listen, just do what you got to do.
Do what you got to do. I mean, it's fine.
Do what you got to do.
Be a family man, all good. I lean towards bringing him up. What I'd also do is he should play every friggin' day in spring training, and he should play in the early innings against major league caliber pitchers.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't need to see him against some guy wearing number 00 or 99 who's got no chance of making their respective major league ball clubs.
Guys his age.
Yes. I don't need that. We've seen that. We've seen that to the tune of a 941 OPS. Let's see what he looks like against some dudes. Harry, what do you want to see them do?
The hype around him makes me want him to come up. I want to see him develop more just to see if he can handle AAA stuff, because it seems like we're all assuming that he's just gonna translate. Well, I guess my question to you then with this would be like, what threshold, let's say, assume he does come up to the majors and he starts on the opening day roster. Where's the threshold? Like, how poorly could he do before you said, hey, you know what? Like, what are the numbers you would see before you'd, over how long of a time before you'd be like, all right, it's time to send him down?
Where he's just never consistent at the plate.
Yeah.
Like 0-4, 0-4, 0-4. Like, if he's not even getting contact, whatever. Yeah, okay, then that's the threshold.
Yeah, what did Clint Hurdle always used to say? The swings will tell the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he's taking bad swings up there, he's flummoxed by breaking balls.
Right.
Stuff like that, where you could just tell.
Or let's say he goes on a hot streak, right? Let's say he starts hot, and then around June he starts to cool off to a point where you're seeing those poor swings. Do you send him down then?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't
because he's already in there.
Yeah, you'd have seen the success at the big league level. Now the thing you need to see is, can he bounce back against big league pitching? Which I think is the biggest thing, one of the biggest things when you jump from AAA to the majors is, okay, you're going to take a punch at the league always punches back, and then for the rest of your career, it's a teeter-totter, and they're going to adjust to you, and you're going to adjust to them, and the beat goes on. Here's what I'd say from a statistical standpoint, and I wonder if people would take this at 412-928-9370. So we gave you Bobby Witt Jr. stats from year 2 through last season. He had an 813 OPS, then a 977, then an 852. One of the best players in all of Major League Baseball. His first year, he was a rookie. He played 150 games. He had a 722 OPS, a 102 OPS plus, hit 20 homers, 80 ribs, hit 254. I would take that in a heartbeat from Connor Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
If year one, he's a one-win player, and that's what Bobby Witt was, I think you take that. Like, you don't come up and immediately become a superstar in a lot of the cases.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Skeens did. Different animal. I think I would take that in a heartbeat. Can you hit me 20 bombs? Play the field. Yeah, you're going to strike out a bit. His on-base percentage, Bobby Witt Jr.'s his first year was 294. I'm okay with all that if the cumulative numbers look the same. He had 30 steals. He does something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be more than fine. If his OPS is in the 700 range, we know that's going to come with some pop. I'd be more than okay with that.
Which everything just tells me that he can't do that. Like, maybe it takes a little bit of time, but I don't see him coming up and just being total trash. Like, I mean, this has been happening for, ever since he stepped foot in and put on a Pirates uniform. It's been trending upwards. It's never trended backwards.
Correct.
It's never trended backwards. And I know obviously there's different levels and he hasn't reached the top level in the minors, but still, like, I mean, the buzz around him last year and the buzz around him right now there's a huge, obviously, gap, and there was a lot of buzz around him last year. So people now are seeing it up close and personal, especially his potential teammates. They know. Like, people know that if he'll be able to hit or not.
And that, you said that a little bit in the first segment, and I think that's going to be a tough thing. If he plays every other day in spring, he's going to look the part more than Alika Williams.
Exactly.
More than Jared Triolo at short. And, hey, Gonzalez is a good talent. He's never been a 700 OPS guy in Major League Baseball. And you look at these guys, I mean, this guy's different than him. Here's what Griffin did in the minors. 122 games, so not even a full season. 21 homers, 23 doubles, 4 triples, 94 runs driven in, 65 stolen bases, 333 batting average, 415 on base, 527 slug, 255 total bases. Insane.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely insane. Jim in Connellsville. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how you doing?
We're good, man. How you doing?
Good. Just wanted to let you know that I had heard a story about Willie Mays. When they first brought him up, he was a complete flop, and his demeanor was so discouraged that he was considering quitting, and his father talked him out of it. And I'm just a little concerned, about bringing the kid up too soon.
Well, I think you're always concerned about that, and thank you for the call, Jim. It all turned out okay for Willie Mays.
Yeah, the great ones figured it out.
He was 20 years old, and hit .274 with 20 homers. Now, following year, he hit .236, .736 OPS. Then he didn't play because of military service. Came back in 1954 and was one of the great players from that point forward that we've ever seen. Wonder if having to go to the military the following year might have had something to do with the struggles. Oh, this is real fun. I'm getting used to Major League Baseball. You want to ship me off overseas? Great. Awesome.
Right.
A lot of fun that is. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Do you think Connor Griffin should start the year in the majors? Would you be okay? Would you sign up right now for Bobby Witt Jr.'s numbers that he put out there in his first season? 412-928-9370. That's the number to call. Got a bunch of calls lined up. We'll get to Ian's coming up next, but right now it's a Nicholas Harry-Cowles fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It was revealed over the weekend that the Miami Dolphins are releasing their star wide receiver, Tyreek Hill. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
McCarthy in that picture, and then especially on video, if you said, Mike, you can do one thing in the world right now with no repercussions, you say, let me loosen that tie, let me give about 2 or 3 shakes of the tie, unbutton the top button, and let's kick back and have a view.
Almost ready to explode and hit somebody in the first row of that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in that spot before. That top button was screaming.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
February in western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain.
What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It wouldn't be Pirates season without people on the text line crying like the Bucks are cheap. And listen, I get it. But a texter writes in they will never sign Connor Griffin to a long-term deal. And I don't know how anybody could possibly say that. They signed Brian Hayes.
Correct.
Gregory Polanco, Jose Tabata, Andrew McCutchen the first time, Brian Reynolds. They have paid their own guys. Now, they have never had a guy like this. But the thing that they have going for them is that he's 19.
Yes, and he hasn't had an appearance yet.
Correct. And so you can, if you throw $140 million at him for an 8-year deal or something like that, like the Roman Anthony deal, he will be a free agent again when he's 27 years old, 28 years old. It's not like he's 24 making his big league debut and you try to sign him to an 8-year deal and buy out a couple of years of free agency, and then whenever he is a free agent for the first time, he's 32 and on the downside of his career. This guy will be at his apex prime when he's a free agent if you sign him to an 8-year deal. And if I'm an 18-year-old and someone puts $140, $150 million in front of me guaranteed, I think I'm going to say yes to that.
Yes.
So I do think there's a shot. Mackey's been on here saying he thinks it's 50-50. Noah Hiles we've talked to, he thinks it's a possibility that they pay him. Like, if you can give Brian Reynolds $100 million, you can give this guy $100 million. But, like, we can talk about the Pirates' last couple of off seasons and how they haven't done nearly enough. But when it comes to paying their good young players, they have always, at the very least, tried to get it done. Now, there's varying degrees. Tabata's deal was basically nothing. Polanco's deal wasn't all that much. Even Kutch at the time, he was $51.5 million. And who was it for the Orioles? Adam, what's his face in center field for them? Adam Jones. He made $80 million at a similar time, doing not even as much as Andrew McCutchen had done. So they got below market value on Kutch, but they have signed good young players, is I guess what I'm trying to say. I don't know why Jones fell out of my head. 412-928-9370. To the phones?
Sure.
Rocky and Blawnox. Hi, Rocky.
Doran, how are you guys?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, pretty good. I'm just grinding this morning, trying to find some investors for this food truck I got trying to get off the ground.
Oh,
But,
nice. I like that.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted that guy who called in about Willie Mays, Adam. Why didn't you dig into that fella?
What do you mean?
Come on, man. You should calling in comparing Connor Griffin to
He didn't
Willie
call
Mays.
in and compare him to Willie Mays. It was Keith Law, who's been doing this for 25 years. Keith Law, formerly of ESPN. Keith Law, now of The Athletic. He's one of the best prospect evaluators out there. He's the one who said he's Willie Mays. I didn't. Neither did the caller.
Right.
Well, I meant like coming up and playing before he was ready. That's what I was talking about.
Oh.
It reminds me of when I was young. I was 8 years old. I got called up to a 9, 10-year-old baseball game. I was very nervous, but I'm not going to call in and compare that to Connor Griffin. Come on, man.
I don't really understand what you're saying, Rocky. I appreciate the call at 412-928-9370. I'm confused.
Yeah, me too.
Can I say something that makes more sense?
You sure as hell give it a shot.
I think I'm going to be converted here, and I'm going to say that Connor Griffin should make the opening day roster, batting ninth and playing shortstop. There's overwhelming evidence. I wanted to be safe last week, but I'm gonna change my mind.
Overwhelming evidence.
I just think about it because you mentioned like Bryce Harper and Mike Trout in their minor league careers, and I'm thinking like, well, they both got called up and they never got sent down, and they had pretty solid careers.
Are you ready for more? I got more.
And Bryce Harper, I remember, was 19. I remember him back in 2012. Like he was the next big thing, right? He was the big talk.
As was Manny Machado, who did not play in AAA. His first year, he had 262 with a 739 OPS. That would have been one of the best hitters on the Pirates roster last year. So that's what Machado did. Ronald Acuna Jr., he played 23 games. Nope. He played, sorry, I'm getting lost in the sauce here. He played 54 games in AAA before making his debut. And I guess what I'm asking is, like with guys like Machado playing none, with guys like Bryce Harper playing very few, with guys like Ronald Acuna playing very few AAA games, like what's the difference? Like, do you need 50 games at AAA to help you take the step to Major League Baseball? You need 20 games? Again, I've heard people say, oh, give him 3 weeks. What the hell does that accomplish?
Yeah,
It just establishes a rhythm, I think, for him. Like that's what I was going for. Was it
a rhythm?
Yeah, like you get him into a rhythm. You boost his confidence tenfold. You say, all right, you've triumphed over AAA baseball. Now you can go to the majors, and hopefully that confidence translates.
We've also seen the Pirates mess with guys like Henry Davis, who of course wasn't the same level of prospect, despite the fact that he went 1-1. Hey, we need your bat in the lineup. Get up here. You're going to play right field, and then he has not been able to hit since.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have,
but they needed him.
Seen that.
I understand that there's a hole to fill for the Pirates in the shortstop position, but do they need him? Do they need his bat right now? No, they don't. I think that might be a better situation. Kind of like this is why I wouldn't have done it last year, because last year it's like, yeah, we need some pop in the lineup. This year it's like, we don't really need that much pop in the lineup, but we do have a hole to fill, and you are a top prospect and you're doing very well, and we think that you're ready. So we don't need to put the pressure on you. There's going to be automatic pressure just because, but he's not going to have to feel the pressure of actually having to perform at the plate every single night because of what they did in the offense.
I think that's what sways me more than anything else.
Me too.
Come in and be one of the guys.
Yeah.
Field your position. Add the occasional pop. Go through your ups and downs. And you and the Pirates should be better for it.
But speaking of Henry Davis, too, I know they wanted him in the big leagues, and I remember that. They had Austin Hedges starting that year, I remember, too, though. Why didn't they just put him in? That's what I was always wondering, too.
Because they thought Hedges had a ton of value as a pitch caller. Remember that whole deal? and at that point, Henry Davis had a frying pan for a minute.
Correct.
He only recently has become a good defensive catcher. Texter, you can't compare Griffin to Harper's situation equally. Harper graduated high school when he was 16, was facing college pitching at 17. Okay, but last year, Connor Griffin's facing Double-A pitching, and he was 18 years old. And again, I'm not the one sitting here saying he's the next Willie Mays, but people who are paid to give those opinions and who have watched thousands upon thousands of minor leaguers are saying this is one of the top 3 prospects they've ever seen. I'd be an idiot not to put any stock in that. Where's Jonathan Mayo? We should talk to Jonathan Mayo tomorrow.
We should.
We absolutely should. Nice guy.
Mm-hmm. I've met him before.
Have you?
Yeah. He said, you should have me on your show. I said, I should.
I think tomorrow would be perfect. Reach out to Jonathan Mayo, Harry.
Okay.
Thank you.
I say bring him up. I'll say bring him up without the expectations of him being the Willie Mays shortstop. Don't have the expectations. Just enjoy.
Well, not year one. Let's not be crazy.
No. I mean, I'm going to have high expectations. Just because the attributes and everything that I'm hearing, I'm going to have high expectations. But I think there's a part, I think that he will come through with the expectations. That's the part of me that has the most confidence. It's like, yeah, I have high expectations for Connor Griffin from everything that I'm hearing and putting everything together. But I also think that he's going to come up and do very well.
If he reaches his full potential, he's the best player in Major League Baseball. I want that on my roster as soon as possible.
But will he reach the full potential while Paul Skeens is here?
So that's the thing, right? I want to see him play with Paul as much as possible. That's been my main talking point for the last week or so. Skeens is going to be here, 2 years?
Yep.
I mean, he's not going to ever, I don't think they're going to let him get to ARB 3 based on what Scooble got and the fact that I think Skeens is going to get more than that, $40 million then. I want to see Skeens and Griffin together for as long as possible. And if you can sign Griffin to a long-term deal and couple that with what you get in a return in a couple of years in a Paul Skeens deal, your window could still be there even without Skeens.
Right.
Because as I said last week, Griffin's the most important Pirate since Barry Bonds because he's going to play every day and he's got that kind of potential. And if he reaches that potential, you're going to have a chance every year. Because when's the last time we said they had the best player in baseball? McCutchen for a year or two? And McCutchen won an MVP, was third in MVP voting, fourth in MVP voting, and fifth in MVP voting. This guy's got a higher ceiling? Come on now. 412-928-9370. Rick and others want to talk about Connor Griffin. Why not? He's the hot topic. Jeff Hathorn going to weigh in coming up at 7. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt men's basketball next game coming up is on Saturday against Notre Dame. They play at 2 o'clock at home. Pitt played on Saturday and lost to UNC 79-65. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Dorn.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself, and they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Traffic collision has been reported on 1900 Gill Hall Road in Jefferson Hills. Looking at the Parkway West as you make your way inbound toward the city, you'll see traffic stop as you're approaching Carnegie due to another multi-vehicle accident. On the Parkway East as you head inbound, traffic is backed to Wilkinsburg. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Tired of the shower curtain sticking to you? Time to contact BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago the petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Everyone's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fangraphs prospect ratings have compared Connor Griffin to Bobby Witt Jr., to a faster Carlos Correa. They went on to say he will be thought of in Pittsburgh, could be thought of in Pittsburgh, the same way Mean Joe Green is thought of in Pittsburgh. Keith Law called him Willie Mays, but at shortstop. Should the Pirates have him on the opening day roster? That's the Twitter poll. And you can give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. To the phones?
To the phones.
To the phones, Batman. Rick and Plum. Hello, Rick.
Yes. Morning, guys.
What's up, buddy?
We have Connor Griffin on our team, and curious if he can hit Major League Baseball. Pitcher qualities. We have Paul Skeens on our team. Can they have one-on-one sessions down in spring training?
They have.
Yeah, they already have.
They have. The first day down there, Skeens v. Griffin. And the first at-bat, Skeens struck Griffin out on 3 straight fastballs. And the next at-bat, he hit a line drive single to left.
Okay, I was just curious if they had one-on-one down there.
Sure. It reminds me of when Tomlin would do backs-on-backers, Rick. Like, that wasn't an accident. Like, let's get Connor Griffin out there against He-Man, and let's see how he does. Thank you for the call.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sean in Newcastle next up. Hi, Sean.
How you doing?
What up, buddy?
I think Connor Griffin should get a contract right now before spring training even starts.
Agreed.
And he needs to be on the opening day roster.
Well, if he's paid too, there's less risk there because you're not worrying about any kind of service time. He's just going to be here for 8 years, and that's what Roman Anthony signed. 8 years, $130. I think you'd have to pay him more. He's a better prospect.
Probably 140, right?
Yeah, something like that. I had it whispered to me that he wouldn't blink for anything under 170, but I think that's just negotiation. I think.
Exactly.
Anything else, Sean?
No, that's it. Thank you, guys.
See you, buddy. Be a little slurry.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yep.
412-928-9370. Scott in Oakland. Hello, Scott. Scotty, you're on the air.
Hey, what's going on, Crowley?
Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me. What's up, man?
Hey, not much. Hey, Connor Griffin needs to be on the roster. All the comparisons, and they're all same level. I mean, it's not like just one or two.
Good
people
point.
Are saying
It's
that
unanimous.
It's a consensus number one pick, and he's living up to the grade from the beginning.
That matters to me too, Scott. Like, it's not that you've got, just to pull a name out of a hat, Jonathan Mayo being like, I'm telling you guys, this is the next one.
And then somebody else saying,
yeah, well, I think he's like the 10th best prospect. No, it's across the board. This guy is a unanimous number one. And the other thing I didn't mention this segment is that in one of these write-ups, they said he's going to make Paul Skeens the second best player on the team. That's insane.
That is insane. But here's my thought. I mean, not only do you have Skeens and Connor Griffin, you got Jared Jones coming back. Now, granted, he might be a few months into the season before he actually comes up. And then you've got these other kids. You've got Password. You know, love the nickname of Password. That guy, they got a loaded team. They actually went out and made some moves that make them, in my opinion, they're definitely legitimate, and they could be sneaky, scary good if they can stay healthy. That's the big key, is they've got to have a season like last year.
Thank you, Scott. I think they can be really good if Cruz and Reynolds play up to their expectation level and or salary in the case of Reynolds. Because I expect that the guys they signed or traded for are just going to come in and play well.
Yeah.
Like, I think we saw Ozuna's floor last year, and he had the hip, which I'm dealing with a hip myself.
Oh, are you?
I am. I am squatting. Hurts. It's tight.
Right or left hip?
Right hip.
Oh, man.
Would it have mattered if I said left? Would you have also said, oh, man?
Yep.
Yeah. I was doing stretches yesterday. Now there's like a tingle in it. It's real tight.
On the side or in the front?
In the front.
Yeah, hip flexor.
Yeah. Trying to stretch it out. And my ass on that side hurts real bad.
Yep.
Yeah. So I could see how it would affect Marcell Ozuna's swing last year.
Yeah.
I just throwing that out there.
Right.
Well, we're pretty much the same. I think Lau's going to hit. I think O'Hearn's going to hit. It comes down to, for me, what you could get from a Griffin, what you could get from Cruz, what you get from Reynolds to really determine what the ceiling of this team looks like. If you get...
And a little bit of Henry.
And a little bit of Henry. Like, don't hit 167, Henry.
Exactly.
Like, can you get over the Mendoza line? That'd go a long way. Much more on the Bucks from 9 o'clock until 10. We got a Bucko hour because we got Neil Walker joining us at 9 o'clock. At 9:35, Jason Mackey's going to join. We'll get Jeff Hathorn's opinion on all this coming up next. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help your retirement. Help you get your retirement on track. Today, high of 55, low of 33, overcast. Tomorrow, high of 57, 70% chance of rain. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See JoeBallGM.com for details. Joe Ball GMC Sales and Service.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
we can be twinsies,
to,
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
A new accident has been reported on 376 eastbound in Scott Township. Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound toward the city, traffic is very jammed back to Wilkinsburg. And the Parkway West as you head inbound, traffic is stopped as you approach Carnegie due to a multi-vehicle accident. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Fish sandwiches are back. Enjoy $1 off on Friday. Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What do we have here? Somebody said it sounds like you're describing Willie Mays. I'm like, Willie Mays at shortstop.
I can't hear that enough. Keith Law of The Athletic, formerly of ESPN, comparing Connor Griffin to a shortstop version of Willie Mays. Inject it right into my veins. Meanwhile, Fangraph says, one day we could all be mentioning Connor Griffin and Mean Joe Green in the same breath. I'd say let's tap the brakes, but no. Now I'm enthralled. Jeff Hathorn joins us now to discuss. It's the Hawk Report. He's our sports director, of course, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Then you get reports, Jason Mackey saying he's hitting balls off of buildings in batting practice. Jeff, I can't remember the last time a prospect had this much hype, and they just had Paul Skeens come up. Your thoughts on the hype and whether or not he should or will be the guy at shortstop on opening day?
Yeah, the hype's been pretty amazing. I remember when Pedro came up and everybody talked about, listen, the ball just sounds different off his bat. It travels farther than anybody. We heard with O'Neal Cruz, no one hits it harder. But what we're hearing more with Griffin is the entire package. I think that's what's kind of different with Griffin is not only does he have the power, he's got the base stealing now. He plays good defense. And he's 19, which is just insane. And guys, we've talked about this, but I know there's a lot of speculation about what the Pirates should do with him. It's just so simple. Let him play. If he's ready, you bring him north. If he's not, he starts at AAA. But to put some arbitrary start the season while he's going to start in AAA, this is a different dude. Like, there are no rules there. Like, you don't have to send him to AAA. If he's not ready, fine. But if he's ready, because here's what we'll hear in September if the Pirates struggle. Those games in April really killed us. Every game matters. And, it's not just about this blown game here in September. It was about the losing streak in April. Well, if every game does matter and you're in it to win it this year, no artificial timeline should be an excuse if he's ready to play now.
Jeff, how does a guy fall as far as he did, though, in the draft? What was he, 9th pick? It was 9th pick, right?
Great question.
Like, how does a 6'4", 220-pound, 18-year-old shortstop who's a freak of nature fall, all the way down to just at least 9th? How is he not the 1-1 overall guy?
Pirates caught a break.
Yeah.
High school plays a role in that. Guys get, there are other teams that have needs in other positions that think about a high school guy being a risk. And yeah, it's a great question because you would think that, for instance, that Henry would be the 9th overall pick and Connor would be the 1st overall. I don't have an answer for you there, but I'm glad he's a Pirate.
Yeah, me too. Is it realistic to pay him without him ever putting on a Pirates uniform and taking the field in a regular season game?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. What was that?
Is it realistic to pay him before he ever plays a game?
It's a really good question. Roman Anthony has been the comp recently. And Anthony had, I think, 78 games in AAA and a couple of months in the majors before they signed him.
Yeah,
They signed him a couple of days after the trade deadline, which I think was strategic because if Boston wanted to make a big move, they hadn't spent that money yet. I only worry about this, and it makes a ton of sense. I get it. You've got to take risk when you're the Pirates. I understand that. But if because you sign him, you can't make a move in July because you've locked up this money, or you can't sign a Marcelo Zuna next year, let's assume the season happens, because you've locked up a guy that you already had cost control over. I think there are times if the Pirates are really in it to win it and are going to spend some more money and look for a third baseman and be active at the trade deadline if they're in it, then you could save some of that money and still have conversations like, hey, this is our thought. Make it more transparent than it was with McCutchen. Listen, here's our thought process. We want to sign you. Here's what we're looking at, but we need this money to operate now to make this a better team. If that would be the case. Ideally, yes. You lock them up through arbitration and a year or two of free agency, but I think it's more complicated than that.
Jeff, there's a lot of excitement clearly around the Pirates. from a lot of different angles, from the acquisitions they've made this offseason. We're talking about Connor Griffin potentially being up on the opening day roster, who's, obviously the big-time prospect with Skeens. There's so many storylines for this Pirates team. Do you think that, now I know that they won't move into a different direction, but do you think that Don Kelly has a lot of pressure underneath him this year?
It's interesting because it's his first full year. I think it's an opportunity for him to really set the table of what he's about. They knew it and he jumped into the season, but now he can really own this team. I think there's some pressure. I think there's more excitement from him of okay, this is what I'm really... This is me. This is me setting the table of what these teams are going to be like. You got a taste of it, but now that we've got an off season to be able to work through this, I think it's more opportunity. And he's had a taste, and then been able to talk to some of his friends about, okay, here are some things. Mostly everybody would like to hear that he's talked to Leland, which he has, about, okay, how do I handle this? Well, how do you think I did with this? These are different scenarios. But the bottom line for Donnie, that's different than the last 7 years. He has a hell of a lot better team to work with coming out of spring than most managers have.
Yes, he does. And to that end, with the way that Connor Griffin is on a meteoric rise, with Paul Skeens being a Cy Young winner, with the roster looking the way it does, do we start feeling a little bit better about Ben Cherington? Is he a little safer now, Jeff, or does it still come down to the wins and losses this year?
Yeah, I think it still comes down to the wins and losses this year. I would say this with Cherington. When he came, he said basically that he wanted to do a Miami scenario. Like you're gonna trade off everybody that has value, break it down to the bottom, and build it back up through the draft and prospects and scouting and all of that and different trades. And then once they were good, they were going to spend the money. What was frustrating last year is you could see that they were pretty good and they didn't spend money. This offseason, they've spent some. I still think there's more money to spend. But, I mean, if the Pirates are in the last week of the season contending or get into the postseason, I mean, I think that's gonna determine his future. I think this can't be a year where you're just over 500.
Yeah.
This has to be a year where you're going into that last week of the season with a shot to get into the playoffs.
Jeff, are you enjoying the Olympics?
I am. I mean, there's some things more than others, but like the emotion, some of the stories. I mean, the mono bobsledder is 41, who has 2 kids that are deaf and has dealt with all this different things in her life and wins gold for the first time
So cool.
in 5 Olympics. Like, those stories are awesome because they're not getting rich playing these sports. Well, they're making money, but they're not getting rich. And this is their moment. And you think about it, like, if you're in a World Series, you could potentially get 7 games and 25 plate appearances. But man, you get 1 shot. And I mean, it's all right there. And I like the emotion of it. And watching like that Norwegian cross-country skier, how he's just like killing it. Like, that stuff it's cool. Yeah, I'm into it. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I couldn't watch it all the time. But to see these different sports and just watch the competition has been cool.
What drives me nuts, and it must absolutely eat at them, to your point, Jeff, is like I was watching the skeleton the other day, and we're talking about a 1/10 of a second, the difference between finishing in first and not medaling. And you've trained your entire life, and because you might have edged like 1 inch to the wrong direction, I could never do it. Jeff's joining us on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff, I got a Steelers question for you.
Yeah.
Could I interest you in a slightly used Tua Tagovailoa or Tyreek Hill?
I mean, are they both needs? Yes. Does Tua fit that system more than Kyler Murray? Yes. But no. I'm not interested in. I don't think I mean, Hill does fill a need. I would be more interested in Hill than Tua from the standpoint that I think you'd have. I mean, it depends on the terms, but I don't know if Tua is the guy I want as my second chance quarterback. I mean, he's from a youth standpoint, he's a different shot than what Aaron is, but just watching him over the years, I don't think Tua is the answer.
Nor do I. Jeff, thank you very much for your time. We will talk to you on Thursday.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
You're the man. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. The Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. A bunch there I want to react to on the other side of the break. I can't believe you don't like the Winter Olympics, though. Do you like the Summer Olympics?
I mean, like I said, I have a lot of respect for everything.
But it just doesn't do it for you.
Do it for me.
From an entertainment standpoint.
Nope.
The hockey does.
Hockey, that's about it.
The level of play, both the men and women's game in hockey, is absurd.
I think it maybe have to do with, like, I guess I'm a big name guy, and if I don't know who it is, then I'm just like not interested. It might have a lot to do with it.
Well, and we don't have the Apollo Onos. We don't have Michael Phelps.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You don't have some of the big name gymnasts that we've seen through the years, the Nastia Lukens.
Mm-hmm.
JT Miller's a tough one to remember, too.
He's not. But he's talking about hockey does have the names.
Right.
And so he likes the names in hockey. I can see where you're coming from on that. It's not like you've got Phelps going for his 17th gold medal or anything.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. I can't turn it off. But I'm a sicko. Like, I had college basketball on one TV and the Olympics on the other TV this weekend. Like, I'm just consuming all of it. I love anything with stakes. It could be badminton. It could be table tennis. And if there's a gold medal on the line, there's something about it that I'm just friggin' addicted to.
It doesn't do anything for me.
Does the summer do it more?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, I'm real happy for, obviously, Trocheck. I mean, I've known the kid since he was 18 years old. it's just amazing to see where he's at now.
I think they're going to get dragged against Canada if it gets that far.
Probably. But, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't do it for me.
How about 87? His over-under total for the entirety of the Olympics was 6.5 points, and they could play a max of 6 games. He already has 6 points through 2 games.
Unreal.
Unbelievable. All right, Jeff said something about Connor Griffin that I don't agree with. Want to get to that coming up next. And then the Ben Cherington conversation. Like, do we all of a sudden, do we owe him an apology? Is it too early for such things? We'll get to that coming up next, but first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yesterday, it was revealed that outfielder Jack Suwinski has been designated for assignment by the Pittsburgh Pirates to make room for the official signing of Marcell Ozuna. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I mention they are giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the Sportsbook that will give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
A new era of football has begun in Miami, except for this time they're going to play the game without any players. They cut Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb, except sources are saying instead of Tua Tagovailoa, it might be Kyler Murray as the signal caller in 2026. How do you say bad? This is it. I'm Drake Toll.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Book us to redandthejunkdrunk.com.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep a smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Another accident has been reported on 376 westbound in Green Tree Borough. And looking at the Parkway West as you head outbound, traffic is jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill due to a multi-vehicle accident. Inbound traffic is backed at Carnegie due to another accident. Looking at the Parkway East, traffic is back to Churchill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Aaron Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Who wants to be smarter than a plumber? Coming up in 13 minutes. As we test our trivia wits against Southside Jake. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Steiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Big fan of Jeff Hathorn. Bunch of good stuff up on the website right now. We have him on a couple of times a week. I will disagree with him about Connor Griffin. He said you want to have some financial flexibility should you need to add at the deadline. And maybe it doesn't make sense to pay Connor Griffin right now. I would rather lock Connor Griffin up for 8 years than get another bat or a pitcher or whatever at the deadline if push comes to shove. I would hope that you'd be able to do both. Maybe you won't be able to do both. I'd rather have Griffin.
Yes.
Because he could hit 40 home runs and steal 40 bases and be the next great Pittsburgh Pirate.
Yeah.
I get what he's saying, and I totally buy what he said about Roman Anthony and the Red Sox, and the Red Sox have much more money than do the Pirates, but I think the best chance you have to sign him is before he ever plays a game. And whether that's him starting out in AAA or you get it done before the end of spring training, I think the best chance is him never having played. Because the second he starts playing, anything good he does, that price tag goes up and up and up.
Boom.
Now, people are texting in, if you could pay Griffin, you could pay Skeens. No, you can't. Because Skeens is going to command like $500 million. He's also already closer to free agency. He's older. He wouldn't want to sign a long-term deal and then hit free agency for the first time in his 30s.
No.
It's just unrealistic. Like, that was never going to happen. If he became the prince that was promised, you were never going to be able to afford him. Yes, Harry, you are champing at the bit?
I saw D. Tommaso on the back of this one guy's jersey, and I got distracted. It reminded me of intern Tom, because that's his last name. I was going to say that, weren't we talking about in 2024 a contract extension for Skeens at the time?
You would have had to have done the same thing, I think.
Yeah.
Like, before he ever played.
Because that's what we were talking about. I think that conversation was there back then, and I'm a little surprised they didn't sign him. But Griffin does give you more value when he's younger, so I'd say.
And now,
definitely not.
with what happened, not that we didn't already expect in arbitration Skeens' contract to blow up. We just saw what happened with Scooble, $38 million. Skeens going to be making $40 million in ARB 3.
Yeah.
They're just not going to pay that. And I want to be clear, I don't think any small market teams are going to do that. Detroit's got money. They just paid a starting pitcher over $30 million. Scooble's going to have to want to stay someplace. Skeens is going to want to have to stay someplace. And all the people who text in and say, what if Skeens just wants to win? Okay, the Dodgers are going to win when they pay him $500 million. Like,
I mean, I still have a little bit of hope that may be the case. I really do.
I think winning's the most important thing to him as well, but
maybe take like a discount, like where it's like, he takes a certain amount a year and then it's back ended.
Do the Dodgers thing.
Yeah. I could see him doing that. That's not like the Pittsburgh in me, but I actually could see him doing something like that, especially if he feels like the nucleus is there for them to win a championship.
I think if they win this year and they win next year, you would take it from a 0% chance to something above 0% chance. But I still think
it's almost impossible.
It's going to be absurd. The contract he signs is going to make us fall out of our chairs. He's that good. He's thought of that highly. He probably would have won the Cy Young had he pitched his entire rookie season. He should be on back-to-back Cy Youngs. He's probably going to win it this year. He might be a 4-time Cy Young winner, a 3-time Cy Young winner in Pittsburgh. It's insane. Texter, Pirates could be hoping that they implement a salary cap too, so that's why they're waiting for both of them. Yes, that could change some of the math. But players ain't going to want a salary cap.
No.
And I'm not sure that all the owners want a salary cap. I'd be surprised if there's a salary cap. I really would.
Salary floor.
Salary floor would be great.
Yeah.
Cap would be great too. I just don't know that you're ever going to really see it. Yes, Harry?
I think the cap would not having a cap only benefits the biggest players. I think the majority of players would want a salary cap because you'd get more money spread out over multiple teams.
You're right about that. In the NFL, where are we on this? 2 bargaining agreements ago was for the stars, and the last one was for the non-stars, like the expansion of the practice squads and stuff like that. Yeah. But this, I just don't know where it's going to go. But I think you're right. But who's got the bigger swing and you-know-whats? Probably the big guys.
Yep.
And the union has always prided itself on never, ever wanting to adopt a salary cap. Are they smarter than a plumber? Who wants to be smarter than a plumber with Jake the Plumber? Is presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating. That's coming up in about 8 minutes. The other question we threw out there is, should we be apologizing to Ben Cherington? I mean, all of a sudden he's got the #1 farm system in the sport. He's also got the #1 prospect in the sport, and he drafted Paul Skeens. Can't all be bad.
Oh, what year is it for him?
It'd be 7.
Yeah. No, we don't apologize yet.
I agree with that.
No. If it was year 2 or 3, maybe.
There are reasons for optimism. Harry is abandoning his sense of self, and he's just gone all in on the Buccos.
No, this is my most authentic self. Thank you very much.
All right, Harry's all in on the Buccos. We're believing in the Buccos. Fangraphs has them as a playoff team. There's a lot of people who are high on the Buccos, but it doesn't matter unless you win.
Right.
I think it's playoffs or bust, man. And I think you still have 2 pieces that you need to acquire.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, Jose Urquidy. Is that how you say his name? Is your 5th starter?
Urquidy, close.
Urquidy? Rafiki.
Beloved character from Lion King.
Correct.
I always cried during that movie. Still do.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one.
It's a great
Did you see like the newer version?
With the live action one?
Yeah,
it's sick.
It's awesome.
It's so good.
Really, really good.
Mufasa, that's the name.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mufasa got trampled to death and didn't have a scratch on him.
Yeah.
Something tells me if he just felt the pressure of the kingdom and just He was actually fine and then took off.
Just abandoned.
Yeah, cut and run.
Yeah.
Go out for cigarettes, never come back.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, I'm also not forgiving Ben Cherington for the last 6 years. Like, they should have been better last year. They didn't have a good enough offseason. 2 years ago, they were in the playoff race through 103 games, and then the wheels fell off because the roster wasn't good enough. I don't care that you've got the number one farm system in baseball. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care that Connor Griff's the number one prospect. Great. You need to win.
Yes.
Like, number one prospect is awesome. He ain't done it yet. And number one farm system, okay, great. You need these guys to break into the major leagues and impact the win-loss total. Like, you win 81 games this year, I think it's a failure. You have a looming lockout next year. You're dwindling in the Skeens era. You got to make the friggin' playoffs. That Moose got to take the mound in a Bucko uniform in game one of a friggin' playoff series. Or else, what's the point? Oh, you have him? Great. Oh, you've got Connor Griffin? Great. Oh, you've added all these guys? Great. What, so you can sell more tickets? Now you got to win games. Very good. Southside Jake.
Yes.
Coming up next. And then I have a President's Day factoid at 7:50.
Okay.
We're all going to like it, I think.
Okay.
But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The USA men's hockey team plays in the quarterfinal round tomorrow at 3:10, though their opponent is still to be determined. The women's team has made it to the gold medal game. They play against Canada on Wednesday at 1:10. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for 2 years now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
February is the month for love. When's the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Have you gotten down on your hands and knees and adored how clean and refreshed it was? Or are you scared of what you might see or smell? Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. And what's worse, you're going to be stuck inside breathing this nasty stuff for months. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. How about a post-Valentine's flash sale? 3 rooms for $109 and a free 4th room. That's a massive savings. Must book by the 20th of February to get the deal. Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Zero Res. Spell it backwards or forwards, it spells the same.
It's the President's Day sales event at JeepofPittsburgh.com. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram truck, and we will beat it. No games. It's easy as that. Visit JeepofPittsburgh.com for all the details. We are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season! The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by the Tri-State Section PGA, is 3 days only, February 20th through the 22nd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes, get a free lesson from a local PGA pro. Come tee it up this weekend in Monroeville, February 20th through the 22nd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
That's right. Southside Jake joins us now for Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Jake, good morning to you, buddy. How we doing?
Well, good morning. How are you today?
Oh, peachy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much sports purgatory in Pittsburgh right now.
So, buddy, we got more than enough Connor Griffin stuff to talk about. I mean,
sure do.
This guy's the next great player.
I'm just saying no sports are really playing. I'd love to talk about NASCAR and the Daytona 500, but that's also...
If you ask a single NASCAR question, we're hanging up on you.
Yep. Michael Jordan.
Yeah. There you go. But it's Olympics at least. At least you have a little bit of a sports brigade there. Olympics, another week of that. That's great, right?
Doran hates the Olympics, but do go on. Do you have questions for us today?
I do not like the Olympics either, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Jake. God.
But they are all Olympic questions today.
Let's go.
That's relevant. So that's relevant. Let's go. All right, first question here, guys. What U.S. city has hosted the Winter Olympics twice? A, Salt Lake City. B, Lake Placid. C, Denver. Or D, Squaw Valley. You got 50-50, and you got to ask Callis.
Callis, you know?
I think I do.
Let's go.
Let's trust the Callis.
I believe it's Salt Lake City.
I think he's right.
I think he might be right, too.
A, Salt Lake City.
Lock it in.
All right. Unfortunately, Callis was not able to pull it through for you guys this time. It was B, Lake Placid.
Son
you
of
guys remember 1980?
Yes, 1980.
And then also they hosted in 1932.
Oh, I thought Salt Lake City was 1980. It got the lakes.
What?
The lakes got me.
You thought? All right, go question 2.
All right, next question. In 2010, the U.S. had a record haul of winning the most medals in a single Winter Games. How many medals is the record? A, 73, B, 43, C, 37, or D, 27? How many medals did the U.S. win to have the record of the most medals of all time?
I have no earthly idea.
No idea. C.
C is correct. Great job.
Nice job.
Let's
How many
go.
was that?
37. That
Yeah.
was 37.
Let's go.
That was a great pull by you, Doran.
Thanks.
I know that was a frustrated pull.
We'll know the last one.
That's okay. Got it. Here we go. What Winter Olympic sport has the U.S. never medaled in? There's only one. Nordic Combine. B, the luge. C, the biathlon. And D, the skeleton sledding event.
I think
Do you know what biathlon is?
Is that the one where they shoot?
It's the one where they cross-country ski with a .22 rifle on their back.
Yes, they have not.
that is
They have
correct.
not gotten a gold medal in that.
So you want to say C?
Correct.
Unfortunately, you're incorrect. In 2018, a woman actually medaled in that. The correct answer is A, Nordic Combine.
That's what I said.
That is cross-country skiing and ski jumping at the same time.
Oh, all right.
All right, Jake. Appreciate your time. Thank you, buddy.
All right, guys. Have a great day and enjoy the Olympics.
Thanks, Jake.
I am. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. There is a new Pirates trade rumor, gentlemen.
Is there?
Mm-hmm. At a position of need. We'll tell you what that is when we come back. Nice long segment on the way, but right now it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates announced yesterday, it's been confirmed, Jack Suwinski has been designated for assignment to make room for the official signing of Marcell Ozuna and his addition to the 40-man roster. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Adam.
Doran, everyone thinks home security is just about break-ins, but also, Doran, nobody thinks about water damage until it's everywhere.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and free sensor with every home security package.
So now you've got intrusion, fire, and water protection.
That's real peace of mind.
Sure is, especially when you're not at home.
Don't wait for a surprise. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway West, traffic is jammed both ways as you approach Green Tree Hill due to a multi-vehicle accident. On the Parkway East, as you head inbound, traffic is back to Church Hill. Traffic is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Hospitals help make Pennsylvania communities strong. They attract local businesses and workers. They make residents safer and healthier. They connect patients with the doctors and nurses they need to get better. But hospitals face challenges in Pennsylvania. Dozens have closed, and many more are at risk. If we want strong, thriving communities, we need strong hospitals. Paid for by the Hospital and Health System Association of Pennsylvania.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
By the way, Jake was wrong. The United States has never won a gold medal in biathlon. Has never happened.
Really?
Textures are writing it because I've watched the damn thing, and that's all they
confident about.
That's all they keep saying. But I could not argue the point because I pooped myself.
Yeah, you did. Yep. Shot me a text in the middle of the segment saying that you crapped yourself. Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's no good.
It's not good at all. I just threw my boxers away.
Wow.
What a disaster. I have a big meeting today with the bosses.
Can't come at callous anymore.
No. I empathize. I should not have had a full protein drink minutes before I went to bed.
Yep.
I've been on the whole protein kick, trying to get swole, and not good.
That isn't good, no. Mm-mm.
You usually don't want to eat right before bed or ingest any of that.
I never mind that.
I was waiting for it to smell. That's what was going through my mind.
Does it not?
No.
Okay, good.
Because that's a different smell. It's like one thing if you just farted, but then,
Correct, which is what I thought I was doing.
And then I was like, oh.
Which we're men. We do that in here all the time. Never again. Texter, Jake said metal, not gold. Okay. Well, now that we got that all squared away, this is going to be a day.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting here with no undies.
Yep.
No gutchies.
Nice.
Do I have anything in my car? Anything in my bag?
At this point, you might as well ride it out. I got 2 hours.
You might be lucky. I actually think I have a couple pairs of underwear in my car.
Oh, yeah. What, are me and Doran going to get in them together? I love you, but it's like... That's fair.
Yep. Now you're in timeout. I was trying to be a good friend. I was trying to help you. I don't think my waist is that large. Yeah, it might be.
Yep. I mean, he definitely couldn't fit it.
It'd be better than nothing. He's going commando right now.
I think he could fit both his legs into one leg slot.
Here's what I'm
going to do. Ew, what is going on here?
Tie this around the waist here. Yeah, Harry, if...
All right, look, I tried to help.
No, I get it.
We could cut it in half.
I get it.
And you could get in it. I was trying to be helpful.
I'm just saying, if the same thing happened in reverse, and I was like, hey, I got an extra pair of Gutchies in my car.
I would try.
No, you would not. Your leg would fit in.
Yeah, there's no I couldn't fit in his.
All right, we're having a day.
Yeah, you did fit in your wife's underpants. That's true. Do you have any of hers in you somewhere?
Good question. Texter, Crowley, remember, the older you get, every time you pass gas, it's a gamble. Yeah, it is, and that's why I bring it up. We have no secrets on this show. We just tell you what's going on in our lives, and I think a lot of people can relate to this. I wish it didn't happen, but it did happen. And...
You'll make it.
I'll make it.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
You guys ready for this trade rumor?
Yes.
So the Orioles have been exploring trades of Kobe Mayo and Ryan Mountcastle. I used to really like Ryan Mountcastle. He was hurt last year, wasn't the same guy.
Mm-hmm.
Played in 85 games. 89 games, excuse me. He's just a guy. Now, Kobe Mayo was once one of the top prospects in all of Major League Baseball, has played 2 years, has not really played well yet. He was just above replacement level last year. His first year, he was just below replacement level. But he plays third, not particularly well, but he's a third baseman who's got right-handed pop, and he's got 6 years of control. Perhaps you could trade a young pitcher for a young Kobe Mayo, and then, hey, if he blossoms into what they thought he could blossom into, great. If not, he still hit 11 homers last year in not all that many games.
Mountcastle, that doesn't make any sense. He can't play third, right? No.
But Kobe Mayo can.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Were you just on the Mountcastle?
I'm just saying that the report is
he's on the table.
The Orioles are exploring the trades of Kobe Mayo and Ryan Mountcastle. Yeah.
Yeah. Now Mayo for sure. Yeah.
Should I just go home?
Yes, absolutely. I would embrace that.
Texter, check your cameras.
Hmm. For what?
I guess the poop.
Yeah. Okay.
412-928-9370 is the number to call. I would be fine with a Kobe Mayo. It doesn't intrigue me to the level of Eugenio Suarez, but...
Is he better than Chirilla or Valdez?
Probably offensively. I don't know about defensively, though.
Offensively, yes.
Then there you go.
All right.
I don't think they're going to do it.
412-928-9370.
Are you okay over there?
Yeah, let's run the break.
What, you have to go again?
No, we'll talk about Tua and the cheetah coming up next.
We don't have enough spots.
We'll be right back.
Oh, my gosh.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. This February, you probably have love on the brain, so make sure you show some love to your home. If your windows have been drafty, don't wait. Take care of them with Universal Windows Direct. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, there's 0% interest for 36 months. Not only that, you'll also get $500 off your home improvement project. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up, Pay Down sales event. At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK, B5FN6T, M055265, 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway West, traffic is going to be jammed both ways on Green Tree Hill due to multi-vehicle accidents. And on the Parkway East, traffic is backed to Churchill as you head inbound. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, there's still some moves to be made, I think, in all of our opinion, by the Pittsburgh Pirates. But, Callis, you know, you've been tweeting and we've been messing with you, but I like the positivity that you have around the Pirates and the excitement. I think that there's a lot of people that are excited right now of what the Pirates could possibly be this year and the moves that they've made all the way up to this point. And then you throw in the Connor Griffin and all the excitement around him and his potential of being up on the opening day roster. This is shaping up to be, hopefully, one of the most exciting Pirate seasons we've seen in a decade, but they still have moves to make. We know that. Third baseman is one of those glaring positions that the Pirates need to address, or do they need to address it?
Even without Connor Griffin, think about this. You got 5 hitters in the lineup this year that you could see having success. Cruz, Reynolds, I assume will have a boost because of the other offensive talents they've brought in. So you had those two with O'Hearn, Ozuna, and Lau. That's half your lineup that's reliable, that you would expect production from. You couldn't say that last year or over the last 3 years with this team as they were working toward an upward trend. So when I think about trading for Kobe Mayo, I'm looking at a guy, just looking at his general stats here, 217 average, 11 home runs, 28 RBIs in 263 at-bats. He's listed as a first baseman that could play third base. I don't see a good reason to trade any pitching because I assume the Pirates have got the abundance of pitching. I can't see them trading for a guy who you'd have to move over to third base and expect him to handle that position and bat much better. Mm-hmm. There are players before that batted, 217. There are players before the Pirates had that were batting well under 240. And I'm just not ready to make that move.
Mm-hmm.
You got 5 good hitters already. If Connor Griffin comes up, that's 6.
So you're okay with rolling with Triolo, basically?
He's got good defense. I don't expect him to hit offensively, but he's a solid defensive third baseman, a Gold Glove winner. At this point,
it wouldn't be the worst.
No. But, now if the Orioles' price goes down, maybe you trade a mid-level pitcher, one of your mid-level position players that they'd be interested in, but I don't see them lowering their price anytime soon during spring training.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wouldn't be the worst situation to have Triolo be your third baseman, batting, 8th, probably, and you have Davis maybe batting 9th, or if Connor Griffin's up, have him batting 9th, and just kind of those last 3 spots kind of facilitated by those 3 guys, right? It wouldn't be horrible.
No, I agree. I just think that, I don't know, so many people I see feedback online, people are like, well, these guys are unproven. O'Hearn's never hit more than, 20 home runs in a season now. I'm like, I don't know.
He was an all-star.
Yeah, I know he was an all-star, but yeah, that's the feedback the fans are saying that I don't necessarily agree with. I think that he will bat tremendously well at PNC Park.
Mm-hmm.
With the Clemente wall and the 320, it's not, for lefties, it's a hitter-friendly ballpark. I see a lot of these players breaking out, and I think that the lineup is being way underestimated by fans.
Mm-hmm. So we'll see. The more and more the days go by, the more and more I'm actually okay with rolling with Triolo and maybe a possibility of Gonzalez competing at third base. I don't know if they're even going to do that. They haven't done that at all, I don't think, since they've been down in Bradenton. But maybe Gonzalez can facilitate that third baseman spot at times.
If they bring Griffin up, I do wonder what's going to – I think Gonzalez still has the untapped potential.
So do I.
I don't think he's gotten a large enough sample size. A freak injury, getting hurt, jogging the bases on a home run trot is weird. I still think he's got something to offer. I just wonder where he'll eventually fit.
Yeah. Maybe he's just a utility guy where he comes off the bench, and, that's not a bad situation either. So we'll see. We'll see how it all shapes up. But right now it's shaping up to be a lot better than it has, at least in the past. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. Today, high of 55, low of 33 with overcast. Tomorrow, high of 57, low of 42, 70% chance of rain. Coming up next, we'll transition into the NFL. It's the Fan Morning Show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis? which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Texter writes in, why am I getting the vibe that Adam went to Dollar General or like a Walgreens to get underwear? What a day. We do fan weather yet?
Yep.
Great. Good job, guys.
Yeah, we got you. Hey, you got to check your car, see if you had any your wife's underwear there. So you had to figure some things out.
412-928-9370. The Dolphins, they're cutting everybody.
Yep.
Hide your kids, hide your wife. They're cutting everybody up in here. Bradley Chubb, who had, 7 sacks last year, but had a better year the year prior. They let him loose. Tyreek Hill, dislocated knee, torn ACL. He's out. And there are rumors circulating that Tua Tagovailoa could be next. Now, Bradley Chubb makes no sense for the Steelers, given that they have 4 quality edge rushers. I would imagine a team like Buffalo picks up the phone and calls him yesterday. Steelers are in need, however, of a wide receiver. And depending on how things go with one Aaron Rodgers, they might need a quarterback. Are you interested in either Tua or Tyreek or both? At 412-928-9370.
No, absolutely not. Tua stinks.
He stinks, Doran.
Tyreek Hill, his leg exploded. And now I know that he's on the mend, and hearing that he's almost to full strength, and that's great. Awesome to hear that, because that was a very ugly injury. But I don't know if I'm Mike McCarthy and this new Steelers staff, if I want to go the direction of having Tyreek Hill coming off an injury like that and DK Metcalf as my 2 top receivers on my team this year. There was a time and place maybe I would have
absolutely
loved Tyreek Hill, but I just don't think it's worth it at this point. Go find a young wide receiver. There's going to be plenty of them in the draft.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Wow.
That wasn't cutting you off. I forgot to put a stop sign after the music bed that was there. Usually there's an automatic stopper, and I just didn't put it in there, so continue.
Man, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. It just, what a wild last 10 minutes we've had here on the Fan Morning Show. I am in 100% agreement with everything you said, and I thought you might have been interested in a Tyreek Hill. I just am done with the mercenary thing.
Yeah.
I can't take another 30-plus-year-old guy on the wrong side of his career coming off that kind of injury. I mean, speed's his game. His kneecap wasn't attached.
Right.
His leg was backwards, man. Like, he cannot even be remotely what he used to be. And I do think because of how poorly Tua played at times, maybe there was more meat on the bone for Cheetah prior to the injury, but I'm not signing up for a guy who had a dislocated knee and a torn ACL. Like, that just doesn't do it for me. Now, Alec Pierce, a guy you could sign who has speed to burn that could maybe be around for the next 4 or 5 years, of course. Anything that helps in the future, I'm a fan of. Now, the future, whatever, but it's got to be both. Like, whomever you'd sign now would obviously help this year, but they need to be someone who's going to be able to help for the next great young Steelers quarterback.
Yeah, there's plenty of receivers out there. Like, I mean, not plenty, like that are. There's plenty of receivers in the draft where I would rather go younger and get 2 of them than have a Tyreek Hill who's coming off of an injury, and especially absolutely no chance in this lifetime would I ever sign Tua Tagovailoa. First of all, he's left-handed, so my offense would have to change, and I don't know how Mike McCarthy feels about left-handed quarterbacks. And then if your backup's not lefty, then you have to change it again if Tua gets hurt or gets banged in the head again. Like, I'm just not interested in Tua at all.
If Tua didn't have the concussion history, I don't think I'd be interested either, but I think maybe I'd be able to palate it. Like, I think I'd be able to live with that. Like, you need a quarterback to play this year, and if it's not Rodgers, it's got to be somebody, you know. But he also has the concussion history.
Yes.
And so you'd be banking on a guy to be better than he's been in a very long time, and you would also be banking on a guy who is one hit away from maybe it being the end of his career. Now, financially, it wouldn't cost much if they release him. Wouldn't cost much of anything. It'd be like a Russell Wilson kind of thing. But I don't think the upside's good for a year, and who knows what he means in the future. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. But, hey, people got weird quarterback opinions. Does anybody out there want Tua Tagovailoa? Again, 412-928-9370 or Cheetah. If he were healthy, that'd be one that I'd consider for a couple years.
Yeah.
Like, if he was coming off a season where he had 1,400 yards and they just needed to cut him because he's a cap casualty and his ACL's intact and his knee's intact, then sure. He also has done some stuff off the field, which look, Marcelo Ozuna's going to help the Pirates, and I want what's on the field to matter more than anything else. That being said, when you start stacking up reasons for it not to make sense, there's a lot more of those than reasons that do make sense. Like, draft a receiver in the first round, draft a receiver in the third round, maybe sign a guy. There you go.
Yes.
And now you've got your receiver room, hopefully, for the next 3 or 4 years. 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. You could also text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So you're saying don't drink protein shakes right before bed?
I mean, if you don't have a strong stomach, no. Always drink them really right after you get done with your workout. Depends on what time you worked out yesterday.
I did one after the workout. Then I ate a massive steak. And then right before bed, I had another protein shake.
Yeah, it's a lot of protein.
A lot of protein. I have found that with the additional protein has come a little bit of this. A little bit of that.
Yeah.
412-928-9370.
Did you make it, or was it already like a pre-made protein shake?
It's the powder, and I put it in some almond milk and blended that sucker up.
If you do it with water.
Why water?
Because then you won't have the lactate problem.
There's no lactate in the almond milk.
Right.
That's why I had to switch to the almond milk. It turns out I'm the problem, and I don't think the milk was the problem.
Yeah.
Well, I think almond milk, what I learned is almond milk has a little more fat in it, or like stuff that will...
fat-free, unsweetened almond milk.
But like the protein powder, the point is the protein powder already has a lot of the ingredients that you need. So if you add almond milk, you'll get a better flavor, but you'll also be adding extra like calories and extra ingredients that might make your body do what it did.
Okay. Or I just won't drink it right before bed.
Right.
That too.
Texter, isn't Tyreek Hill going to get suspended for like 10-plus games? I have seen that is a possibility, that the long arm of the NFL law could come down on him. Just another reason why I wouldn't want Tyreek Hill.
Nope. No way.
Texter, I found that creatine at night definitely affects my sleep. It makes my mind extremely active. I went to bed at like 7:30 last night.
Retired?
No. What else was I going to do?
Okay.
Pens ain't playing. Bucks ain't playing.
Yeah. Go to sleep.
Go to sleep. Why not? Try to start the week off right. Shame on me. Didn't do anything. We're having a Monday.
Tuesday.
Damn it. Your thoughts on Tyreek Hill and or Tua Tagovailoa at 412-928-9370.
I like that slogan, though. We're having a Monday on a Tuesday.
We are having a Monday on a Tuesday. The show was great till I pooped myself. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I will list the quarterbacks I would rather have than Tua when we come back. Aaron Rodgers, my friends, is on the list. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
USA men's hockey has a quarterfinal game tomorrow at 3:10, though their opponent is still to be determined. The women's team has qualified. They've made it to the gold medal game. They're going to play on Wednesday in that game at 1:10 against Canada. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams, only 2 didn't make the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. It's an Olympic update. The United States, 19 total medals, trailing Italy and Norway, and currently standing in 3rd place this winter in Milan. But Alana Myers-Taylor made history. The 41-year-old bobsledder had won 5 Olympic medals in her career, but never gold until Monday. I'm Blake Toll.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
A major accident has been reported at 741-79 southbound, as well as a vehicle fire at 642 Morgan Street. The Parkway East, as you head inbound this morning, stopped at Churchill, and on the Parkway West, you're going to see stoppages both ways on Green Tree Hill due to a multi-vehicle accident. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Corrigan Moving and Storage.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texture, Uncle Rico has a better chance of getting signed to the Steelers than Tua. I don't know, man. I don't think it'll happen. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to be the guy.
It is never going to happen.
It absolutely could.
No, it could not. There's no way.
You start to run out of options at some point, and you get a free quarterback out there.
And as crazy as this sounds, this would be the scenario where if it was Tua and Will Howard, you'd start the season with Will Howard.
I would, sure.
They would too. Tua is awful.
We were asking about who could be the next Sam Darnold after the Super Bowl. And Tua is a name that we brought up. You and I view him the same way. Not good, too small, doesn't really move all that well.
Bad decision maker. I mean,
threw a
can't
million
play in
picks
the cold.
this year.
Like, it's endless.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play?
I mean,
other than him not being a fit at all. Although, for a West Coast offense, like if he had to play in an offense, that would be the best offense. Gets it out quick, short rhythm throws. He does have accuracy. I don't want him.
I know.
Ed in Mount Lebanon wants to chat. Hi, Ed.
Hi, how are you guys?
What's up, Ed?
I've been trying to get a hold of you guys for weeks. It's really hard. You guys are really busy, but that's really good. Real quick, Tua, absolutely not. Tyreek, even a more no. Here's my question, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. Everybody seems to absolutely love Fernando Mendoza, but everybody seems to have no faith in Will Howard at all, which I don't know why. Their senior year stats are damn near identical. Did you guys know that?
Yes.
Why don't you like Will Howard?
Why did he go to the 6th round if Fernando Mendoza is going to be the first pick of the draft?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question.
Because he's just not a first round quality quarterback. He's not a second round quality quarterback. Doran and I thought that's great. So did Tim Tebow. How good of a quarterback was he in the NFL, Ed? He won 2 national championships.
I get that 100%. But to not even give the dude a chance and to not have any faith in him at all, to me, it baffles me. It baffles me. The dude,
are you talking about us, or are you talking about to us, or are you talking to the Steelers? Because the Steelers probably aren't going to play him either, Ed. The Steelers want to play Aaron Rodgers. That's how much they like him.
The Steelers also kept Mike Tomlin for the last 5 years, too.
Good point by you. Thank you for the call. 412-928-9370. Is this way it's going to go? We bring up any quarterback and Will Howard just gets his name inserted into the conversation?
I mean, if the Steelers loved Will Howard so much, why did they take him in the 6th round, not in the 1st round?
Right.
Or like the 3rd round.
Right. He went behind Shedeur Sanders and
Dylan Gabriel,
the little guy. Yeah, Dylan Gabriel.
And kid from Alabama.
Not Ty Simpson. Now I've only got Ty Simpson in my brain.
Seattle.
Milrow.
Yes.
Thank you. Texter, come on, guys. What round was Tom Brady picked? We're doing it again.
Oh,
we're doing it again.
Let's just stop.
We're going in circles.
Oh, don't tell me. Will Levis.
Texter, would Tua poop his pants in the huddle? No, he probably wouldn't do that. Listen.
That's my fault, actually.
I was about to blame you.
That is my fault. That's on me. That's on me. And you know what? I was thinking about, I was like, you know what? Don't even, dance around it. I could have easily tap danced around it, and I didn't. And I just went right for it, and I should have never did. And I knew that was going to happen. I should have just left Will Howard just to the side and just kept it a Tua conversation. But I didn't, because I'm an idiot. I'm sick.
Who's the Tennessee head football coach?
Sala.
No,
Heupel.
Heupel. Josh Heupel won a national championship.
That is true.
Go take a look at his NFL career.
There's a lot. It doesn't translate. I'm sorry.
Doesn't.
It does not translate. It's a great story. And I would take a chance on a quarterback that had won a national championship. But unless that they didn't have the qualities that I needed to be a first-round quarterback, you're probably going to draft him in the 6th round. But the national championship has nothing to do with any of that.
Doran, there's a call I have right now coming in that I really have to take. Can I take it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, my goodness. This is unbelievable, Callis.
So Will Levis, I think, is the future of the NFL. That's not true. I don't actually think that.
Do you even know where Will Levis went to school?
No. What, in an ACC school?
No.
Oh.
He went to 2 schools.
Yeah, I like bothering Adam. I think you know that. I don't think Miami Dolphins retreads need to be a Steelers priority.
No, not at all.
It just doesn't make sense.
Not for what McCarthy and the Steelers organization want to do.
But if they're in, but then I that's what I wouldn't do. But what are the Steelers going to do? Just seems like
they're going to go with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but then if they brought back Aaron Rodgers, then I would question why they wouldn't consider bringing in a guy like Tyreek Hill.
Aaron Rodgers is better than Tyreek Hill right now. Aaron Rodgers has played for Mike McCarthy. Aaron Rodgers still has a little bit left in the tank. It would make sense for them to bring in Aaron Rodgers. It'd be different if he was on a serious decline from last year, but now you're going to bring him back with a head coach that he had won a Super Bowl with. I know it was a long time ago, but at least he knows the offense and knows the chemistry of what needs to be done. Tyreek Hill, you just going to,
You don't think he would add to the wide receiver core?
Maybe.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
Maybe, is the juice worth the squeeze there? He's coming off of a horrific leg injury. Maybe, if there's nobody that picks him up and he's $1.6 million, okay, I'll bring him in. But I'm trying to head into a direction where I'm going to have guys that are going to be around for my franchise quarterback, and I have all these draft picks, and this is a very deep wide receiver draft. If I have to, I'll draft 3 wide receivers this year.
But I don't think that helps.
Helps what?
I don't fans I've noticed have been where's the number 2 receiver? And we've talked about where's the number 2 receiver. You really think drafting wide receivers is going to help eventually find that solid number 2?
Yeah. If they would have drafted a receiver the past 2 drafts, which would have been Emeka Egbuka in the first round or Brian Thomas Jr. in the first round before that, if they would have went that direction, that would be their number 2 receiver. And both those guys, I believe Brian Thomas had 1,000 yards his rookie year, and Emeka Egbuka was one of the best young receivers in the game this year.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, that's where you get your number 2 receiver.
I still want them to get a different quarterback.
It's just,
but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen.
There's nobody out there to do it. It'd be different if there was options, then we would have a discussion right now. It's why even bring back Aaron Rodgers if there was 3 quarterbacks out there that were worthy of coming in and being that guy, but there's not.
Yeah.
I could see if there was guys that were going to be free agents that were up for new contracts, and you're all right, Steelers, find your next Sam Darnold, pay somebody, but there's just nobody that's worthy of that right now.
You want to talk to Anthony in Oakland?
Sure.
Let's talk to Anthony in Oakland. Hello.
Anthony, how you doing?
Hey, Doran, I was hoping that you would have applied for the Steeler tight end job since you knew hearing you dissect that position and talk about offense, I thought you would have fit well.
Well, I appreciate it. Clearly I know half the guys, and obviously my tight end coach is Brian Angelico, but that would have been fun. I couldn't leave Crowley, though.
You know what, Doran? Are you as shocked as I am that Mike Shanahan is not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
Like the head coach from the Broncos?
Yeah, Mike Shanahan. He's not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I am shocked.
Winning, and his legacy still lingers in the NFL. The modern offense we see today is from the Shanahan branch of the Walsh tree.
Well, like Clint Kubiak got his offense from his dad, and his dad got his offense from Shanahan.
Yes.
You're right.
And remember, all the young cats you see today were with Mike Shanahan when he was in Washington.
100%. I am shocked by
young
that.
Cats. So, I mean, we heard all that Belly knew about Belichick. I mean, to be quite honest with you, Shanahan should have made the Pro Football Hall of Fame before Bill Cowher, when you think about it.
Hi, Anthony. Bye, Anthony. Thank you for the call.
I didn't realize Mike Shanahan wasn't in the Hall of Fame.
What the hell were you guys talking about while I was gone? Things took a turn.
I said Will Levis is the future of the NFL.
We were talking about Tua, and next thing you know, we're putting Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, he brought that out of nowhere. I don't know where that came from. I have no idea where that came from. Callis and I were having a nice spirited conversation, though.
About Will Levis?
No.
I think that if you bring Aaron Rodgers back, you got to bring back, or you could consider bringing in Tyreek Hill.
Two different situations. Aaron Rodgers coming back, he still has some left in the tank. He's going to be back with an offense that he's very familiar with. He has the chemistry of the locker room, the nucleus that is still there here in Pittsburgh. Tyreek Hill, if he costs like $1.6 million and you need some camp bodies, okay, I'll bring him in. See what's up.
Yeah, I mean, if no one bites,
for sure,
then yeah, you could take a flyer on him. But I think somebody's going to bite. Buffalo makes a lot of sense for him too, honestly.
My thing was with Callis is you have so many draft picks and there's so many receivers in this draft. Like I'll draft 3 receivers if I have to. And then he was like, well, can you find your number 2 wide receiver in this draft? Absolutely. Look at the last 2 drafts. If the Steelers were to take in a wide receiver, whether it was Brian Thomas Jr. 2 years ago or Emeka Egbuka, both of those guys were the top receivers in their class, their rookie year.
And this one's supposed to be just as deep as any of those other drafts.
You might find a number 1.
Yeah, Chris Carter joined us on Friday, and he said, if I'm the Steelers, I'm double dipping on wide receiver.
100,000,000%.
You take one in round 1, you take one in round 3.
Yep.
And you've got DK Metcalf, and then we don't have to go every other day talking about friggin' wide receiver 2. All right, we switch gears abruptly. Coming up next, Tyler Kennedy joins the show. The United States going to take on Sweden, we all think. Canada pretty much going to walk to the gold medal game. Can the U.S. put up a fight? Because Canada's looked damn good. We'll get TK's thoughts on all this coming up next. Tyler, brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families for the rest of their lives. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates yesterday designated for assignment Jack Suwinski in an effort to make room for Marcell Ozuna and his official signing in addition to the 40-man roster. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dort.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. Whether it's with Fanatics Sportsbooks, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will give you more ways to play, more ways to win. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you familiar with John Binley?
No.
He's a comedian and musician in the area. He does some of those videos with Tad Whistle.
Oh, no.
You know Tad.
I grew up with him.
Right. Well, anyhow, I popped in to tell Kale that I pooped myself, and I didn't see that someone else was in there, and it's this John Binley character.
Oh.
So I pooped myself, and then someone laughed in the corner. I went, oh, dang.
Oh, man.
It's a good first impression. I made a great first impression with TK back in the day, but we don't get to talk about that. Tyler Kennedy joins us now. TK, this Olympics is fabulous, and Sidney Crosby at 38 years young has 6 points in 3 games. Your thoughts?
Well,
you surround a very generational talent with other generational talents, they're going to produce a ton of points. Yeah. And you can see Sid fits right in. The IQ of everyone around them are all thinking at the same level. It is fun to watch. When you see those top players on Team Canada on the ice at the same time, the way they move the puck, the speed they play at, the way they move, it is something that's worth sitting down and watching.
TK, you talk about generational talents on the Canadian team, and then you think about how talented most of the players are on the American team. If you're a young kid and you're watching this, you're like, man, like one day I hope to be able to represent my country, and will I be kind of a generational talent? Like, was there a player whenever you were younger and maybe you were watching the Olympics or watching the NHL that you modeled your game after?
Yeah, I think having a guy you want to be like or look up to is so huge for a young athlete, no matter what level you're at. When you have a guy that you can see on TV or you can watch where you want to be, it was huge. And for me, Trevor Daley played in Sault Ste. Marie, and he was the captain before I actually got there. And I just loved the way he can handle the puck, how he was able to skate around guys. His skating was something that I tried to do myself. Like, I was a guy that was a very visual learner, which means when I watched him skate, I can almost do it because I was very good at watching and applying it to myself. So Trevor Daley was a guy that I really looked up to, a guy that I really loved the way he played the game. And then in the NHL, it was guys like Jerome McGinley, Stevie Sullivan. And it was funny because I ended up playing with those guys. And, and they say, like, oh, you never want to meet your childhood hero. Those guys were better than I ever thought. But I think having a guy that you can look up to no matter what level is huge for an athlete. And being in Pittsburgh and being around so many kids with what I do, the Tyler Kennedy hockey program, seeing all these kids look up to the Chris Lettangs, the Evgeny Malkins, the Sidney Crosbys. I haven't seen more kids named Sid in my life than in Pittsburgh, but the talent that's coming out of Pittsburgh because of so many kids that their walls are decorated with posters of the Penguins is huge. And that's why you're starting to see some really good players, from the Logan Coolies to LJ Moonies to a lot of great players coming from Pittsburgh, is because when they go to bed or before they go to bed, they see those guys on TV and they want to be like them. And that's huge. And that happens a ton in Canada.
What advantages do you think a kid from Canada has over a kid from Pittsburgh that wants to make it to the NHL? Like, is it that big of a gap that they have more advantages than somebody that is, here in Pittsburgh in Canada?
The only, I think, advantage for them is there's more kids playing hockey. It's more of like a one-dimensional country where hockey is like everything. They don't really have a football, or football's not really big. Baseball is not that big. Yeah, they have the Toronto, the Jays, but no one grows up to play for the Jays. Everyone grows up to play for the Leafs. And I think another big advantage is there's just so many rinks. There are so many more rinks in Canada. The weather's so much colder. And when I grew up, like, there was so many places to play hockey outdoors. Like every one of my buddies' dad had a rink in their backyard. It wasn't like, hey, what are we doing at your house? It's like, oh, what game or who's coming over to play hockey? That's the only huge advantage Canada has compared to the U.S. kids in Pittsburgh, is there's more opportunity to play. And That's a big one. But, obviously the Penguins and the Pens Elite and, all these local rinks from Ice Castle to Barrel to South Point to Mount Lebanon, they're really coming along and making hockey more accessible and making better programs by having former players be part of the programs.
TK, you've obviously been consuming the Olympics, and I think Sweden's pretty good in the United States. If they have to play them, they'll have their hands full. But should it come down to the U.S. and Canada, man, do you see any way the U.S. could win the game? I mean, Canada looks like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, they're running all cylinders. And the only way I think, you need the depth of the U.S., like a Larkin and guys like that, to really kind of have a huge game, like unbelievable game. You need the U.S. defenders to be able to slow the Canadian speedsters down, from McKinnon to McDavid to all those guys. You need your defense to be bumping them, to get in their face. And I think the U.S. is built to combat the speed of Canada by playing a more physical game, more of a chip and run, the Tkachuk brothers. And then you think of the goalie. The goalie's got to steal a game for them. The goalie's got to be able to make those huge stops when there's a penalty or a backdoor play or a McDavid coming 400 miles an hour at him and, dangling through everyone and ripping the puck. Like, those are some of the things I think the U.S. could do to stop Canada.
TK, we appreciate the time as always, man. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, boys. Have a great day.
You
Thanks,
too. Guess we'll see him on Thursday. Tyler Kennedy.
That's right.
He was talking about Steve Sullivan. That guy was a dynamo on the power play. Dynamo on the PP. Coming up next, Doran, there's a story that got buried due to President's Day weekend, I think. Something that came out on Friday that we need to talk about because I think it's a pretty big story, and I think the story came out exactly when the NFL wanted it to. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Wide receiver Tyreek Hill has been released by the Miami Dolphins. This news comes as Miami is reshaping its whole team. Coaches being refreshed and Tua Tagovailoa being moved on from a quarterback. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle's a diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound, traffic has not moved. It's still backed at Churchill. And on the Parkway West, traffic is jammed both ways still, so be mindful if you're in the Green Tree area. Traffic is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Paragoniel on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. Banter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. 1 week only, 3 rooms for $109 and a free 4th room. Must book by the 20th to get the deal. Online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
A.J. Burnett spent some time, I think is continuing to spend some time in Pirate City right now, talking to players, being an advisor down there. We'll get Neil Walker's thoughts on that coming up in about 10 minutes. Neil, of course, is former teammate back when the Bucks were good. Also, I guess Don Kelly gave a rousing speech to the players. Jason Mackey wrote about that.
Yeah, I saw the picture.
A little video, too.
Yeah, they were in the cafeteria, right?
Yeah, I think so. So we'll get Jason Mackey's thoughts at the bottom of the 9 o'clock hour, but a lot of Bucks on the way. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. This story never got talked about. We would have talked about it probably yesterday, or we definitely would have talked about it on Friday if it had come out prior to our show. But the NFL Players Association report cards are no longer going to be made public. Now, the NFLPA released a statement on this. An arbitrator has ruled that I'll just read the statement. An arbitrator has issued a ruling on the NFL's challenge to the NFLPA's team report cards. The program is not going away. The ruling upholds our right to survey players and share the results with players and clubs. While we strongly disagree with the restriction on making those results public, that limitation does not stop the program or its impact. I totally disagree. I think they need to be public. I think there needs to be shame. You've got bajillionaire owners who ask taxpayers to pay for their stadiums, who, will spend to the salary cap, but when it comes to the amenities, they're going to fall short. And did we not just see a Steelers star get stabbed through the friggin' lung and have a lung collapse and need surgery? Like, this kind of stuff's important. And I know you're going to get texters that say, oh, these are millionaire athletes. It should be public. If there's not places for childcare if the strength and conditioning and the training staffs aren't up to par, as we just saw this year. That's kind of a big freaking deal. Why do you think what happened to Russell Wilson happened a couple of years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Like, these things are important, and I've generally found that when things go public, that's when real action happens.
Absolutely.
So I vehemently disagree, and I think it's chicken bleep.
Yeah, they're being big babies.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're being big babies about it. I think it should be a mandate. I think that the NFLPA or whoever should go in every single offseason, go check, and if it's up to standard, then you get a check mark. If it's not, then you get docked a draft pick. You should have to spend a certain amount of money on facilities and the things that are all in the report, and then you get checked every single offseason. Like right now, March 1st, everybody goes in, people travel around, all 32 teams. You go in, you see what the facilities look like. If it's not up to par, then you get docked the draft pick because you have the money to pay for it.
Absolutely you do. And I think that, if you have crap facilities or the word of mouth around the league is your training staff's not good, this ain't good, that ain't good, then that's going to affect your ability to bring in talent. Now, the Steelers have thought for a long time they've got a cheat code. They've got Mike Tomlin. Players want to play for Mike Tomlin. And that's legit. Like, players did. Aaron Rodgers never would have been here if not for Mike Tomlin. Jalen Ramsey wanted to play for Tomlin, then stuck up for Tomlin whenever the chance rained down during that Bills game. Okay, Mike McCarthy's cool. I don't think he's got the gravitas of a Tomlin in terms of being a guy that players want to and are desperate to play for.
Mm-hmm.
Don't cut corners.
Right.
Like, the health and safety of players is paramount. And doing any little thing, and maybe listeners aren't going to care about that, but any little thing that might give you a leg up is massive.
Yes.
How could anybody argue the opposite? Like, when Najee Harris went out to Los Angeles, he immediately talked about what a difference the facilities made. And he didn't go over there making a lot of money. Like, when push comes to shove, you want to be able to, you want to get paid. But if all else is equal in terms of the pay, you want a place that you can go that's got a great facility, a place you can win. But yeah, the facilities and stuff like that, the strength and conditioning programs, like, that matters, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It sure does. I mean, there's places that, I've been where it's like, no wonder why we don't win here. Look around. And like you said, I know there's people out there going to be like, who cares? You're getting paid a lot of money. But you wonder why some organizations don't win, because you look around, you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, you don't invest.
Right. Where's the excellence from the top on down?
Right.
Like, all these owners, for the most part, you're going to pay to the salary cap. Like, there are some cheap owners. Cincinnati's got their issues over there, but you're going to pay to the salary cap. You have the money to fold into the program in other ways. And Acrisure paying a lot of money to get their name on the stadium now, as far as I understand it. Texter writes in, don't worry too much. They'll leak. They probably will. The problem is then there'll be a punitive reaction from the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And I hate that. I think that these, of course, should be public. All right. Neil Walker's going to join us next. A.J. Burnett down at Pirate City. Maybe we can get a A.J. Burnett story or two from Neil. He's told us some good ones that have to do with fantasy football in the past. First, Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. Today, high of 55 here in Pittsburgh. Tomorrow, high of 57, low of 42. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you You were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that for Bree's car. Just right, just right, just right, yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent sin, all over Bree's car clips right on your vid. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right, yeah. Breathe happy for Breeze. La 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 la.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
The latest accident has been reported on 2525 Fifth Ave in McKeesport. The Parkway West is still going to be jammed both directions on Green Tree Hill, and on the Parkway East, you'll still see traffic back to Churchill as you head inbound. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are getting closer to the Bucs' first game of spring training, and joining us now to get into all things Pirate related is our great friend, the wonderful Neil Walker. Good morning to you, Neil. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm doing great. Thank you. How about yourselves?
Happy to hear it. Are you in Bradenton? When do you get down there?
Not yet. I'll be down. I'm leaving Friday evening and then covering Saturday through the following Friday. So games start this Saturday. So I'm very excited to get down. If nothing more than to get a little bit of warm weather.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It'd be fun to go down even if there wasn't baseball. Yep. All right, Neil, this is what Jeff Hathorn said earlier on in the show. He said, regarding Connor Griffin, it's just so simple. Let him play. If he's ready, you bring him north. Do you agree?
Yeah, so I think that you can put together spring training in a way for certain guys, and usually on the offensive side of things, it's your utility guys, your guys that are on the fence for making or not making the team. Usually those guys are the ones that get the early and often at bats. And so I don't know this for a fact. I need to catch up with DK a little bit here, but I would venture to say that your fourth and fifth outfielders on the team, Jake Mangum, whoever else may be in line for that spot, your fifth infielders, your Nick Gonzalez's and Triolos, you're going to see those guys get a lot of at bats and early too. Now your regulars, how it typically happens, your regular players, they're going to, they may play game one of spring training, and then you won't see them again until day 3. Those guys are they're easing their way into spring training, and your hope is always to peak with about a week and a half to go. That's your goal when you're on the team and you're an everyday player. You're not concerned really about your results or your early at bats. You're trying to get your timing down. You're trying to get your routine in every day. Make sure you're getting your workouts and lifts in. And then when you get about a week and a half out, you want to be locked in. So I would venture to say that we're going to see Connor Griffin not necessarily getting a huge portion of the bats, but I would venture to say that you're going to see him every other day, most likely, right from the jump. And then on the days that he's probably not playing, he's probably on the backfield getting more at-bats against the big league guys. So I think that's what they want. They want to challenge him. Obviously, he's seen some good arms down in the minor leagues, but across the board, he has had very few at-bats against, a lot of top-tier arms.
Neil, how much does the off-the-field training have to do with spring training? Like, what does that entail? Like, whenever they're not doing their workouts or you're not on the field doing baseball stuff, like, what are they doing off the field that has to do with their training and getting ready for the season?
Yeah, I mean, in spring training, it's, you can find, if you have acupuncturists with the team or you have, dry needle guys, or you have, some of these extra things, you'll have guys on their days that they don't play go and do some of that stuff and recovery related things. You'll have guys that want to play golf and just get away.
Like, are guys watching film, or do you guys watch film or break down things during spring training?
No, not much, because
okay.
The pitchers especially will be very in tune with their mechanics, and obviously the hitters will too, and they'll have all that at their disposal. But you're not watching, you're not doing scouting reports on opposing teams and opposing pitchers until the season starts.
Mm-hmm.
So, so for the most part, if you're not playing and you're an everyday guy, you're trying to spend some time with your family, go to the beach, do some pool stuff, maybe some recovery stuff, and maybe go play golf. But if you're trying to make the team guy, you're probably at every single game, and you're possibly playing or going in the 6th or 7th inning. So you're sitting there in your cleats for about 2 hours to go into the game to possibly get one at bat. But that's the way it works.
Neil, AJ Burnett now down there at Pirate City, and I love that. I think that this pitching staff in particular has a good meld of some fiery leaders, confident guys. What do you think just spending some time around AJ Burnett might do to rub off on these guys? I mean, hell, he was there the last time the Pirates were really good, and this team I feel like feels like it can turn the corner here.
Well, AJ has such a wealth of knowledge, and I heard his interview yesterday, and obviously it's spot on. This guy is rough around the edges from just a standpoint of his personality, but he cares so much. And at the heart of things, this guy wants to not only win, but to help everybody else around him. And, when we got him kind of toward the back end of his career, you could tell just by his personality and his day-to-day that he'd been through it. He'd been through the ups. He's been through the downs. He's won playoff games. He's been to the World Series. He's gotten booed off the mound at Yankee Stadium. All of those things, and that perspective is huge in the game of baseball, because it's a game of failure. You're successful. 28% now as a hitter. You're probably in the All-Star game, and that's kind of crazy. So it's how you deal with the failure. And I think his perspective is really important for this younger pitching staff. Of course, Paul is a different animal, but they got young guys. They got Ashcraft, who has a very similar personality to AJ. They got Jared Jones with similar personality. So I think with AJ, you're getting a humble guy, but a guy that has such a wealth of knowledge, and he's going to be able to if nothing else, he's going to be able to give these guys some insight to what it's like to, pitch in high leverage situations and, how to handle the stresses and the ups and downs of a major league season.
Neil, we see Ellie De La Cruz, who's 6'7". We obviously saw O'Neal Cruz, who is 6'7", start off his career as a shortstop. And now Connor Griffin, he's 6'4", 220 pounds. What are some advantages of being a big shortstop or a tall shortstop in Major League Baseball?
Well, range for sure. Typically those guys that are bigger, like O'Neal Cruz and like Connor Griffin, the arm strength is a big thing. They get those backhands in the 6-hole. You typically with that type of frame have the ability to throw, 90-plus mile an hour across the infield. That's super helpful. Your guys on the left side, if you have rangy, long guys, that maybe aren't as fast as others, which we know Connor Griffin really, really moves too. That's an interesting left side of the infield. If things stand as they are, and Jared Triola's over there, that's a Gold Glove third baseman, and he's rangy as well. So, outside of the fact that just the pure height can typically slow guys down as shortstops and middle infielders, you have a little bit more time in the middle infield too. So your only concern really is those super rangy plays up the middle and in the six hole. If you're call it a 6'3" plus shortstop, but there's so many guys that have done it. Jordy Mercer did it in his career for a long, long time. Jordy's 6'3". I never saw him have any issues with arm strength or range.
Nice man too, that Jordy Mercer. We like that guy.
Oh, he's the best. Yeah.
Ian Walker joining us here on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I do want to circle back on Connor Griffin, Neil, because some of the stuff that's being written about this guy is insane. Like, in fact, Keith Law the other day said he's like Willie Mays, but at shortstop. Fangraphs wrote that one day Pittsburghers could be saying his name in the same breath with Mean Joe Green. I mean, are we out over our skis here? Or, are you that impressed with this young man too?
Well, we kind of talked about it last week. You think about guys that are just like, they break the mold. And I always, having seen so many guys in my career and having played with Bryce Harper and Aaron Judge and Kutch in his prime, like, I call those guys the 1%ers, these guys that just see the game and play the game differently than 99% of the other guys that are just trying to survive and hope that their talent holds up for long enough and you get an opportunity to play in the playoffs and play in big games. But these guys, think differently. I saw a quote where he said, his goal is to be a Hall of Famer. I can tell you, when I was 19 and playing pro ball, I did not have that mindset, and almost every person that I know did not have that mindset. So the ambition level is through the roof. And I do think this guy just breaks the mold. We keep talking about, he hasn't had many at-bats in AAA and above AA. I get that. He's going to take, he'll probably take his lumps, but some of these guys are just so physically gifted that they can get away with, maybe, having a little bit longer swing or something along those lines. But with Connor Griffin, man, he has every tool in the toolbox. You saw it when Andrew McCutchen came up, he came up and just hit the dirt running. So I think would I like to see him maybe get 100 bats in AAA just to check the boxes? Possibly. But let's be honest, if he goes into spring training and he gets 40 plus at bats in spring training and he handles them all really well and handles shortstop, I don't see a reason why you don't put him on the big league team day one of the season.
Neil, you're wonderful. We appreciate you coming on, and next time we talk, perhaps you'll be in Bradenton. Thank you, buddy.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll talk to you guys next week. All right.
All right, pal.
Thanks, Neil.
Thanks again.
Okay. See you guys.
He's a 1%er, this guy.
1%er of the 1%ers.
He does look like he's part of the 1% of the 1%.
That's something.
He's doing what everyone else is doing. Neil, would I like to see him get 100 at-bats at AAA? Maybe, but ... Like, I think it is imperative for Ben Sherrington and Don Kelly to not view this like fans do, and even ball players like Neil. Like, it's so easy to be tantalized by Connor's talent that you could just say, damn it, he's our guy. Let spring training determine it. Now, I assume it'll be good.
Well, sometimes isn't that like the appropriate answer? Like, sometimes let's not overthink it.
Let's just put the unicorn up at the big league level.
Don't overthink it sometimes. Sometimes there are situations where you need a deep dive and you need to think and you need to look at all angles, but sometimes the answer is just right in front of your face, and it's that cut and dry. I do believe in that. And sometimes you have a Connor Griffin who goes in there and he looks the part every single day. There's your answer. Sometimes it's not that hard.
I think he's going to hit the cover off the friggin' baseball down there, too.
So isn't he hitting buildings?
He's hitting buildings, yeah. So is Marcell Ozuna, who's hit 40 homers and 39 homers in back-to-back years, respectively. Pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what Ozuna has to say about Connor Griffin. Somebody who can hit the ball. Somebody who has hit the ball, hit 40-plus home runs, and has been an all-star. Like, just initial thoughts. Like, before anything even gets started, like, right now, like, interview him. Like, well, what do you think about this young kid? And, like, what do you think he has in the tank?
All I've been reading that, like, Mackey and Gorman and Beasley and everyone down there that's pumping out, they're all raving about him. Like, all the players are just raving about Connor Griffin. And you've said this a million times in whatever sport. Like, the other guys know.
Yep.
They know.
Yep.
All right, we got Jason Mackey, the aforementioned Jason Mackey at the bottom of the hour. Are the Bucks any closer to a third baseman or a starter? Where are things now on Connor Griffin? He also had a one-on-one sit-down with the Pirates manager, talking about his speech that he gave to the team. So that's all on the way with Mackey. But next, another evolution, Doran, in the PZ v. Ben soap opera. Yeah, baby. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net right now. It's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates designated for assignment Jack Suwinski in an effort to make room for Marcell Ozuna being officially signed and added to the 40-man roster. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatic Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. So switch to the sportsbook that will give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. Jerome Tang has been fired as the head coach of Kansas State basketball, except for cause? That cause, according to the upper-level management, is that he didn't win a lot of games and embarrassed the university. I'm not sure if you can dodge an $18 million buyout. I'm Drake Toll.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started.
Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's Oldest Furnace Contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
The Parkway West inbound traffic is still building toward the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound traffic is still slow, but moving slightly in the same area. On the Parkway East, traffic is still backed at Wilkinsburg. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, LGKG.com, your local super lawyer.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Over time, he has matured
and grown up, and you don't value the same things you did at 23 that you do at 30. Hell, I'm a different person at 47 than I was at 45, and I'm a far, worse person at 40 than I was at 45. So with that being said, man, yes, it's things that you see in the locker room, you heard in the locker room, but it was never something that we had an issue with that we couldn't correct with each other. So the relationship with Ben, you know what I'm saying, is still intact for me. Mm-hmm. And right now, we are far better, greater friends, brothers now than we ever were in the past, and that continues to grow.
So that's James Harrison weighing in on the PZ Roethlisberger soap opera. So when you were sick on Thursday, I popped my lid on all this. I have thought about this so much. I think it's the most overblown story that I can remember. Oh, no, Ben, bad guy, bad teammate. He won 2 Super Bowls. Like, what do I care if he's not holding your hand, skipping down the sidewalk? Like, I don't give a rat's ass. Win games.
I mean, I think that everybody knew that Ben wasn't this unbelievable teammate early on in his career, but Joey Porter saw Ben at a young age, and this is where I stand. Like, people are allowed to develop, they're allowed to get better, they're allowed to mature. And I think that that's the case with Ben. Like, he was young, he had the world by the balls, like, early on, winning a Super Bowl, and he's just immature. And maybe he wasn't a great teammate. Maybe he rubbed people the wrong way, but all right, like, ask, how Ben was in 2014 compared to 2005. But pretty sure he's a different person. And he's allowed to be.
And you know what? He's allowed to not be, too. And I'm not talking about, like, the things that were alleged that got him suspended.
We're talking about in the locker, in the facility.
Right. What do I care? He's thrown 30 touchdowns. He threw 6 touchdowns in 2 consecutive weeks. And I'm not a guy that, like, typically comes to Ben's defense. But, like, now you got Steven Nelson out there putting his name on this. And I said this on Thursday too, Doran. Anybody's entitled to have their truth and their opinion, and if Joey wants to keep flaming Ben every chance he gets, that's his right. Fair enough. If Steven Nelson wants to do it, that's fine. Fair enough. But in the case of friggin' Steven Nelson, bro, what the hell did you ever win here? Anything you did was a lot more because of that guy than because of you, for God's sakes. And you're going to come out and you're going to throw shade at Ben? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody's going to be liked. Not everybody likes everybody.
You don't like me today, I'm sure. I'm sure of it.
I'm just saying, like, okay. Like, Ben wasn't a great teammate whenever Joey Porter was a Steeler. Okay, it is what it is.
At least according to Joey. And it's not just Joey. And Ben has admitted that in the past, too. But like, I would rather have
the Super Bowl than to be liked or liked somebody.
Yes.
Cares.
Well, it's a miscongeniality.
Right.
Like, I want every athlete to be Sidney Crosby. That'd be great. Where he does nothing wrong off the ice. He goes into his hotel rooms on road trips after getting dinner with his teammates, and he throws NHL Tonight on, and he watches hockey. And he wears the same jockstrap for 20 years, and all he ever thinks about is hockey. He's married to hockey. He's probably never going to leave the game of hockey. Oh, yeah, and he goes to Children's Hospital, and he does all kind of nice stuff, and he doesn't want any pub. I wish everyone could be like that. But it's not the case, not in any walk of life.
No.
So, if it came down to it, would I rather have a jerk-off quarterback who wins 2 Super Bowls or the Sidney Crosby of football who doesn't win jack? I'd have the first guy 10 times out of 10.
I love that defensive players are the ones that are speaking out the most about it too. Like they're not even in the meeting rooms with them.
Right.
Like it's more like I mean I could be wrong. Is there any offensive players that are saying bad stuff about Ben?
No, because all the offensive linemen have come out and defended him, like Zach Banner and David DeCastro,
Pouncey.
Mm-hmm.
Like these defensive players are barely around him. They're only around him on the field.
I guess Rudolph. But
okay. All right. Well. Okay,
I'm sure he wasn't nice.
Sorry, Mason, that Ben didn't hold your damn hand. Like he's not there to hold your hand.
He's there to win Super Bowls. And look, Ben's last 10 years of playoff success wasn't there. Like, he was not good in the playoffs. He was damning good the first 3 times he got there. Damning good. 3 out of 4.
I mean, at the end of the day, like Joey Porter can say whatever he wants. Clearly,
of course.
That's his opinion. That's his view. All right, say whatever you want. But at the end of the day, like,
I'm sorry, it just strikes a nerve whenever it's Steven Nelson.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Like, Joey's a Hall of Honor guy. Like, Joey won a Super Bowl. Joey was a dog.
Yeah.
Joey was a team leader. If Joey wants to come out and say something, fine, say it. Now, ideally, whenever you're with Ben at the photo op this season, maybe you say something to his face.
Is that the time and place to do that, though? That's
No.
what I know people were saying that. That's not the time and place to do that, which, I mean, I understand.
That's true, too.
But he's
Mr.
not
Rooney's there.
Yeah,
you're going to do it.
You're not going to ruin that day.
I might give him a call. Hey, Ben, quit ripping on Tomlin, you jag.
But Joey Porter's also the same person. Like, I could say that with some people, like, why don't you just call him? Like, why don't you say it to his face? Like, Joey Porter will. Like, he would.
He didn't.
But if he wanted to right now, he would drive to Ben's house and he would say it to his face, too. He's not like one of those people where it's like, oh, I'm going to hide behind a microphone and talk crap on this guy. And not like Joey Porter.
Like me with Austin Hedges?
Yes. Like, Joey Porter will say that to his face, too. Like, he's not scared.
I think that the gravitas that a player has absolutely changes my opinion on this. Like, Joey can say what he wants. Steven Nelson, bud. You're going to talk about Ben? What the hell did you do here?
I bet you Ben didn't even say a word to Steven Nelson.
And that's probably what he's harboring against him. He probably didn't know he played with a Steven Nelson, which you probably should. Like, you told me Brady knew everybody. Yeah. Everybody. Ben also ain't Brady. Who is? I just think this whole thing is blown so far out of proportion, especially given what you said that we already knew.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't break any news, man. All right. Jason Mackey's joining us next. There is big-time Major League Baseball breaking news. We'll get his thoughts on that, plus on Don Kelly's speech to the team, the search for a third baseman, the search for a 5th starter, all that fun stuff. With Mackey live from Bradenton next, but first, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
USA men's hockey has a game in the quarterfinals coming up tomorrow at 3:10. They play a to-be-determined team in that round. The women's team, they have a game coming up on Thursday. They play in the gold medal game against Canada. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Warmer days like today are in front of us. Spring is soon. However, we still got second winter coming our way, and if your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should, you ask the question why. Might not be your furnace or your insulation. It could be the insulation in your windows has failed. And when that happens, your heat leaks out, the cold gets in. You need to talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 Free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. That's right. Talk to the pros at Window Nation. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now online at windownation.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with the West Midland Sports. Madness inside Mackey. Purdue hosts Big Ten frontrunner Michigan in a game with league title implications on the line. Both squads ranked top 10 in Bartoric's efficiency metrics over the last month. If Painter's D rises to the occasion, it could spring the upset against a turnover-prone Wolverines team. Give me Boiler up on the money line at plus 105. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
February in western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know what's going to be here soon? Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online, at SchultzFord.com.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Got junk?
JunkTruck.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Jason Mackey joins us now live from Bradenton, and there is breaking baseball news. Tony Clark, the head of the Major League Baseball Players Association, is expected to resign. Jason, had you seen this? And what do you make of this with a potential lockout looming for next year?
Well, I saw it. I saw it before I came out to the fields. I'm a little surprised by it. We talked to Tony Clark. I'm trying to think of the last time I was around him, maybe the winter meetings. Talked to Tony Clark a number of times. And, yeah, I think it's pretty sizable, man. I mean, Tony Clark has been adamant about a salary cap, a salary floor. They're both bad things. I know the players still feel that way, but that's what the big fight's going to be about. And I would imagine for the players union, that's a pretty significant loss. I mean, they're insulated pretty well. There's a bunch of good, smart people working there. It's not like they're going to be scrambling, wondering what to do, but it's certainly a shift in voice, a shift in strategy, and new faces that are going to have to meet one another. So it's not insignificant.
Jason, take us behind the scenes of Don Kelly's message to his Pirates team.
Yeah, so I wrote about that today, Doran, and I really liked what he referenced, how he framed it. They're in the cafeteria here, and Don Kelly started talking about what this means, not to him, not to the players, but to Pittsburgh, the entire city, the responsibility that they bear. He's pointing at A.J. Burnett. He's bringing up Johnny Cueto. He's bringing up what is on the line here. And, I think there's a fan base that they're starting to trust and let down their guard a little bit with the Pirates and some optimism. And it's on the Pirates to do the right thing with that trust, to play the game the right way, to have an identity, to do certain things that I would argue have lacked in the past handful of years. So I really like the way Donnie Kelly went about it. He hit all the right notes, and I think it really resonated with his players. I talked to Paul Skeens, Brandon Lau, Spencer Horwitz, a couple others, to Brian Reynolds, guys from all ends of the spectrum to see how it hit them. But to a man, they were all very, very impressed.
I thought it was obvious that they played a more buttoned-up style of baseball after he took over last year. Did you see the same thing, Jason, and do you expect that to continue? I do look at them and think this isn't going to be a great defensive team, but can you make the routine plays?
Yep, that's all you need to do, man. I was talking to Reynolds about that yesterday. Keep the ball in front of you. Don't do anything crazy. Like, do I expect Reynolds or Ryan O'Hearn to win a Gold Glove? No, but I don't need them to have minus 15 defensive runs saved. Just be okay. Reynolds joked. He said, if we score 7, it won't matter. But I don't think they're going to score 7. I agree with you, though, Adam. The premise that they were a better, more buttoned-up, polished team with Donnie Kelly in charge. I mean, it's real, man. The numbers bear it out. They were, I think, either like top 7, maybe in the top 5 in terms of the fewest errors made and the best fielding percentage since Donnie Kelly took over. They played good defense. They ran the bases well. They played a smart brand of baseball that was missing under Derek Shelton. I think where it comes from, honestly, is that these guys really, really respect Donnie Kelly. I'm not saying they didn't respect Derek Shelton, but there's a different level of focus with Donnie Kelly here.
Jason, what do you think aided to Henry Davis becoming a better defensive catcher last year? Do you think that had to do with him working with Paul Skeens one-on-one so much? And do you think that him being a better defensive catcher last year transitions him into being a better all-around player this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a number of things, Doran. I think Paul Skeens has something to do with it. I also think it was just Henry taking coaching. And, I mean, you did this at this level. You understand what it means to listen to somebody and put something into practice and, trust somebody with your skill set. And Henry Davis did that really, really well. Henry Davis works his butt off. He's smart. He puts everything into this. I do think, and I'm going to put my sunglasses on. I thought I could get away with it for a second. I do think it translates to the offensive side, guys. I do. Like, I'm not reaching any sort of sweeping conclusions with Henry Davis being unable to hit. He hasn't hit to this point. Okay, he didn't catch to the point either, and he figured that out. Why have we determined that he can't hit? I'm not willing to go there. I don't need him to be an 800 OPS guy. I need him to be respectable. He's 550 or something, and he's shown it in pockets. So just give me something behind the plate, man. Give me 240 and a 720 OPS. I'd love it.
It does seem like he knows he sucked. That's
he's well aware.
That's what I read in that, and I was maybe I shouldn't have been, but I was kind of flabbergasted. Like, it wasn't, hey, I got to do this, I got to tweak this, I know there's more in there. It was, no, I wasn't very good.
Honestly, Adam, I can share this in this medium. It doesn't translate to print. So I go up to Henry Davis for this interview, And one of the first questions, right? It's the most basic one. What'd you work on this offseason? He goes, everything. I had an OPS of like 500. And I had to gather myself because I'm like, I'm not ready to ask another question yet. I thought it would be more expansive. Like, yeah, he's well aware that he wasn't good.
I like that. All right, talk Connor Griffin to me because we saw the videos out there, like him and Ozuna are hitting balls off buildings. And this coming on the heels, Jason, of Keith Law saying he's Willie Mays at shortstop and Fangraphs saying we're going to be mentioning him in the same breath as Mean Joe Green. Tell us what you've seen so far.
Dude, okay, so I'm going to try to turn this around, the tripod that I'm using. I don't know if this is going to translate. There's a whole bunch of cars here. I'm standing on the field where Marcell Ozuna did the bulk of his damage. I mean, dude's out here, I don't know if he's like trying to hit cars, but just absolutely crushing the ball. It was nuts. His swing is different, but Connor Griffin, swing also different. And to give you kind of the layout, I can't get this on camera, but like beyond left field, think about like the bleachers at PNC Park. There's a green batting tunnel and it's, like tin or something, it's metal, right? So you can hear when the thing bounces off of there. Next to that and a little farther back is like the clubhouse area at Pirate City and then dormitories and meeting rooms and that sort of thing. He hit both of those buildings in the same round of batting practice and then continued to hit them throughout batting practice. It's not like he's trying. We didn't like engage in his personal home run derby yesterday. He's just swinging. It's such natural power. And that's why Keith Law is saying that. I mean, it's impossible to like a 19-year-old's batting practice more than any of us have with Connor Griffin. The only qualifier I'd give you guys and everybody else is it's just batting practice. I've seen Gregory Polanco hit the crap out of the ball in batting practice. So, I need to see it in games. But, man, is he giving us every reason to believe this kid's going to be special.
Jason, any movement on third base or another starter?
No. If anything, it's gone a little quiet, Adam. I'm not saying it's done. I still think they would like to add, but no, the conversations have been a lot about people here. It may be a concern about, money, how much more they're going to be able to add. If they add somebody, it might be more the Patrick Corbin type than like a Tyler Anderson or somebody in the upper end of the market. But I refuse to believe they won't add some starter depth. Man, they need it. You can get by with Triolo if you have to. If you have to have Triolo and then Connor Griffin next to him, fine, I can live with that. But they need another starting pitcher.
I think you can live with a Patrick Corbin. 2 years ago, he wasn't good for the Nationals. Nobody was good. I mean, last year he had a 4.40 ERA. He's a lefty. You pitch him at PNC Park. I'd be more than fine with that. And I do agree with Triolo if Griffin's up. Yes.
Yes. And you know what I like about Corbin, Adam? He takes the ball, man. If you look at his workload, like over the past 5-6 seasons, he pitches regularly. And that's what they need. They don't need anybody spectacular. They need somebody to cover their young guys. Because, Bubba Chandler is going to be on an innings limit. Braxton Ashcraft's going to be on an innings limit. I don't know about Paul Skeens. I kind of doubt it. But Jared Jones going to be coming back from Tommy John. Hunter Barco, Thomas Harrington, they're going to be on innings limit. Yep. So, you need a veteran to take care of that stuff. And I'll take Patrick Corbin's 4.5 ERA with a smile for $3 million.
As would I. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
You too, buddy. I love whenever he came back around. He's like, I'll show you on the. I can't show you on the video. It's not going to translate. The first thing didn't either, Jason.
No,
just being nice.
No
I
idea
appreciate it.
No
Thank
idea
you.
what he's pointing at.
Hey, look over there. There's a parking lot. Thanks, Mackie.
There's palm trees. Yeah. That's why he did it.
I will say I get where he's coming from on Henry, and I like Henry's mindset. And Henry always busts his ass, and he became a good, not just serviceable, a good defensive catcher last year.
Yep.
I will not believe that guy can hit till he hits. He was a 167 hitter last year.
Yeah, but I mean, just his development of becoming a good defensive catcher means that he's going to exhaust all angles to try to become a better. So I'm not saying that I believe it, but he's got the makeup to make that happen.
I don't disagree with that, and I would leave the door ajar to think that it's possible. Because before last year, I would never have thought he could be a good defensive catcher. Right. I thought at best he could be a serviceable defensive catcher. He became a good one. So it's possible. I just won't believe a guy goes from 167 to a 750 OPS until I see it. And look, it's far more important that Cruz and Reynolds become what Cruz's ceiling is or what Reynolds is being paid to be. As for Patrick Corbin, Yes, go get him. 31 starts last year, 4.40 ERA. Put him in PNC Park, let him flourish. They've done that with a bunch of lefties. Coming up next, I've been called out. My masculinity has been called out. And I had a little bit more on these buckos, too. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates have designated for assignment Jack Suwinski. That move was announced yesterday. Also with the official signing of Marcell Ozuna. So Suwinski being taken off the 40-man roster makes room for Ozuna to be added on. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews are headed to the scene of an accident at 9985 Perry Highway. Looking at the major roadways, Parkway East as you head inbound is still stopped around Wilkinsburg. And on the Parkway West, traffic has eased up significantly, but is still slow toward the bottom of Green Tree Hill into those Fort Pitt tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Ollie's Bargain Outlet.
Savings! Discounts, the best bargains.
At Ollie's, we've got brand name merchandise at up to 70% off the fancy store prices every day.
I get to keep more money in my pocket.
Ollie's!
Good stuff, cheap! Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit WhalenExteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season! The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by the Tri-State Section PGA, is 3 days only, February 20th through the 22nd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes. Get a free lesson from a local PGA pro. Come tee it up this weekend in Monroeville, February 20th through the 22nd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start to slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And hockey games that feel different from the opening face-off. So much more. U.S. hockey now going into the knockout stage with a bye into the quarterfinal round. They are right now the second favorites to win. The favorites being Canada. The way that they exploded through the preliminary round, Crosby's excellent play. The U.S. will likely play Sweden in the next round, and that'll be a tough match given Sweden came into this tournament with the third best odds to win. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter writes in, Mackey is high, thinking the Buccos can get away with Triolo at third base. Well, if Connor Griffin plays short, then you can. You can get away with a light stick, good glove third baseman.
Yeah.
But that's only if Griffin is your shortstop and plays every day and plays well. If it's Gonzalez at short, Triolo at third, now you look at the bottom of the Pirates lineup and it probably looks something like Gonzalez, Triolo, Davis, and you could be running into some trouble there. But Connor Griffin changes a lot of the calculus. And if Connor Griffin is the guy, and he'll play before the deadline, that much is obvious. You could always go get a third baseman at the deadline if you're in it and move Triolo to your 26-man spot. I think that could happen. Texter wrote in that I'm a pencil neck nerd.
Why?
I'm sorry. I misquoted him. Pencil neck geek.
Geek.
Yeah. You told me it looks like I'm, putting on some muscle. Or were you just kidding when you said that?
No. No, you do. You look like you gotten.
I've been lifted for 2 months, but eating nothing but protein.
Poor Adam.
What do you mean, poor me?
You look like you put on a little bit of muscle, yeah.
Put on some muscle.
You want to go to the gym today?
Tomorrow I do, yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You look broader.
Thank you. I'm trying. Get the pull-up bar at home.
Have you weighed yourself lately?
No. Scared to. Because I've been working out hard, and I hadn't for a long time. I worked out differently.
It's been 2 months.
I know.
Do you want to put on weight?
Yes.
I can help you with that.
I don't think I'm eating enough. Like it said, my maintenance calories, I did all these calculations, should be at like 2,200.
Where you at?
2,200. And I think I could probably bump it up a little bit.
So you're right where your calculations say you should be?
Yes. I need to beef up a little bit. Eat more. Get the beach in 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta get ready. Yeah.
Because everyone's looking at me.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know what the psychology is for this actually. Like I want to be healthy, but I'm married. My wife loves me.
Probably just being healthy.
Yeah.
And being respectable. Like just, like if something went down. Like
not looking like Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think your pride takes a hit when you feel like you're not strong enough? Like
I've been not strong my entire life, so I don't really know what it would feel like to go the other way, Harry. I'm trying something new. Giving it a shot. The abs are starting to peek out a smidge.
A little bit?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say there might be a ego hit. 3 of the 4 Doran's kids are stronger than you at this point. It's like that. I might take a pride hit.
I think 3 of the 4 kids of Doran could be stronger than you.
I think all 4. I think JoJo, she was rolling over at 2 weeks.
Yeah. Sometimes I need a push.
She's slapped up right now. She looks like she's been squatting.
How old is she now?
Almost 4 months.
My God. Where does the time go? She was bigger than my daughter is at 2. The last photo I saw of her.
Yeah, she's like 18 pounds.
My daughter's 24 pounds and she's 2 years old. But she's 75th percentile for size of head.
Oh, good.
So she's got a tiny little body and a ginormous dome.
That's good.
Yeah.
Percentile.
Yeah. She got a big old dome.
That's a word I haven't heard in a while. In the 70s.
Remember you go to your checkups back when you were a kid and they'd be like, oh, he's 5'2". He's 64th percentile for height. And
yep.
Yeah. Those are the days.
Yeah.
Back when I get penicillin like every 2 weeks. God, I love the taste of penicillin.
Why?
Bubblegum flavor?
I think that was amoxicillin.
Yes, you're right.
Not penicillin. Penicillin's for STDs.
That too.
Yeah.
That's right. That comes in a pill form.
Yeah.
All right. Starkey's up next. Do you think he's going to wear a hazmat suit walking in here today?
Probably.
He should. Starkey's up next tomorrow. Jonathan Mayo of MLB Pipeline going to join us at 8:35. Everyone's waxing poetic about Connor Griffin. We'll get his thoughts on Griffin. We've also got Whaley from 9 until 10 and Ray Fittipaldo at 8. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Goodbye.
Bye.
But first, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. Today, beautiful. Get outside. High of 55, low of 33. Overcast. See ya.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Looking to turn your firearms into cash? Keystone Shooting Center is here with top dollar offers. From a single piece to an entire collection, they make it easy. Stop by Keystone Shooting Center today for a free, no obligation appraisal and walk out with a great deal. Your unused gear is their business. Visit Keystone Shooting Center at 925 Sheridan Drive in Mars. They buy used guns and they pay top dollar. Keystone Shooting Center.
Hey guys, this is Pablo Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. Get your 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. Visit us at schlydeckcompany.com. That's SHLY.company.com. 412-515-6575.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-932-5858. That's 800-932-5858. 800-932-5858.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound this morning, traffic is still very slow and stopped at Wilkinsburg. And on the Parkway West as you head inbound, traffic is still built up to the middle of Green Tree Hill and slow as you work your way through those Fort Pitt tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Build your team, build it sooner. Need your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
You like that song Love and Marriage from Married with Children?
Yeah, it's a good song.
and
they go together like a horse and carriage.
Can you finish it?
This I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other.
Yeah!
Let's go.
You can't have one without the other.
Your dad loved that show, didn't he?
It's like his all-time favorite.
I think
sitcom.
loved implies that he no
Al
longer
Bundy's
loves it.
his all-time favorite character.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, big news in Major League Baseball as Tony Clark is planning to resign as the executive director of the MLBPA. And Clark's resignation, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN, comes in the wake of the Eastern District of New York's investigation into alleged financial improprieties at the union. And this is obviously huge news as well, with Major League Baseball and the union needing to come to terms on a new collective bargaining agreement after the 2026 season and the anticipated lockout upcoming for 2027. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Right now it's a Tuesday. Pomp and Joe.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's all the experts all over the internet, right? Back in September, October, they were talking about this kid as QB1.
Yeah.
Or top 5, top 3 overall in the draft. That was after the season was well underway, Field. It wasn't a one-game wonder. It wasn't a couple games. It was after that debacle against Florida State. They all rebounded, Caden Proctor included, right? The offensive tackle, and got a lot better. He had very little, if any, running game to lean on. The offensive line was inconsistent, and Ryan Williams was inconsistent as top receiver. Drop balls, kill drives, right? They had a lot of those. They had a lot of Olay blocks up front. They had a no running game. So Ty Simpson, I think, deserves to be in the first. I think people are going to push it. Why you push it? If you look good, Bill Walsh said once they show they can play, circumstances sometimes dictate maybe things go awry a little bit.
You're darn right I'm opening with Ty Simpson today. You're darn right I am. Limits for 2 reasons. We've now heard from Mel Kiper. Love him or don't love him. And boy, he was hard to love during last year's draft. He melted down like the Wicked Witch of the West at one point over the Shedeur Sanders stuff. Remember that?
He melted down like Frosty when the sun came out.
Melted down like Pony during a blowout loss for Syracuse at the Carrier Dome, or Mulsey at a craft beer house that runs out of craft beer.
Or Crowley watching the end of the Neil Brown era.
Or Crowley rewatching 13-9. I mean, he just completely melted down, right? But I do like him, and it is interesting to me what he said there. And here's my question. First of all, before I ask that question, a fond farewell to John LeGlue, who has retired. Remember, he was the glue of the Steelers' offensive line?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know he retired.
One of Donnie's favorites.
Yeah, he was a good guard.
You have any clips with LeGlue in them?
No.
No.
A real glue guy, though, Joe. He kept everyone together.
He really was. Bob's not here. Where'd he go? I thought you were going to play that line at the beginning.
Part-time pump, baby. You know me.
I don't know where he is. The Ron Cook fathead over there is absolutely incredible.
Great for talk radio, my man.
I've propped it on top of a pit helmet. He looks spectacular. And Bob, well, he's armless in this shot, but he does have his golf attire on.
Yes.
He looks wonderful, doesn't he?
I was lonely last night.
Except when Pony came in late. I was listening to your show. He just walked in at 10 o'clock?
He thought he had to record some things, but he realized that he didn't. So he just decided in the middle of the show to barge in. I'm in the middle of making a point on James Harrison's comments, firing back at Joey Porter.
Right.
And here's Pony just taking a seat and pulling out his headphones. I'm just like, okay.
It was a fun listen.
It was. It was an entertaining back and forth on the Pirates.
So here we go. And people are going to be upset. And that's the part that I can't really figure out is what is so strange about this? What's so weird or bad about analyzing whether Ty Simpson should go to the Steelers, whether they should be interested in him with the 21st pick. The last time I brought this up, which was last week at some point, people called in like it was some kind of joke. The joke is Kenny Pickett.
It was a joke.
And Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph and Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. The joke is that the Steelers, post-Ben, have zero plan at quarterback. Aaron Rodgers was a slight step above the previous. Slight step above Russell Wilson, although Russell Wilson had a better passer rating. And where did that get you? To the worst home playoff loss in the history of the franchise. Aaron Rodgers was a slight step up from Russell Wilson, and that's where it got you. 2 pick sixes in a 30-6 home playoff loss, and you think that's going to get better as he ages? What? They need a plan. They need somebody. That doesn't mean just reach. But the Ty Simpson situation is worth analyzing. You just heard Kiper talking. He's a first-round pick. He's going to be taken, if not by the Steelers, maybe before then by the Jets at 16. Who knows who else has him rated highly on their board? Everybody thinks the Rams are in play in the late 20s with Sean McVay. And if that's true, and if he's interested, as people have reported, then I'm interested. At least in further analyzing what we have here in Ty Simpson. And the answer, honestly, at least in terms of, a bulk of games or bulk games to analyze, is not much. We have one season. And if what Kiper just said is true, that it was everybody else's fault, I like the statement he had, that you look at it and you see if the guy can play. And then circumstances may dictate whether this turned out well or poorly in a given year or a given block of games. He clearly thinks that Simpson proved he could play with a nice stretch of games early in the season, and he's right. People were talking then about a top 10 pick. Well, what if the circumstances around him change? Are you sure if you're one of those, oh, my God, he stinks, I'd never take him in a million years? Are you sure about that? And how can you be? And I'm still not necessarily advocating here. I'm simply analyzing open-mindedly what there is in Ty Simpson. What do we have here? When you're as desperate as the Steelers are, you better exhaust every single option. And again, the more I hear Todd McShay, for example, saying that McVay is interested, the more I hear and the more I see, I wonder if this might be the right pick. I love it, Limits, when people are so convinced on a guy based on like one bad game. Are they aware that Drake May had a bad final season at North Carolina? Do people know that? At least it was certainly way down from his 2022 season. His last year, which was his sophomore year technically at North Carolina, 24 touchdowns, 9 picks. He was just okay. Now, he did have the previous season on his resume. I'll grant you that. But sometimes the circumstances around you dictate the numbers, and the numbers aren't terrible with Ty Simpson. I'm very open to this. I am. And then you bring back Rodgers, and then you have a plan at least. Maybe a bad plan's better than none. If your plan is to bring back Rodgers and develop Will Howard, you like that better than bring back Rodgers and develop Ty Simpson, who I think everybody on the planet believes is a better prospect than Will Howard? How does that make sense? 412-928-9370. And as I've said many times on here, Limits, and as we've spoken about, the idea of drafting a quarterback in that first round when the draft is in Pittsburgh may be on Art's mind. May very well be on Art's mind. Do you agree with that part of it?
Definitely, I agree with that. Because if they're able to draft their next franchise quarterback in their own city with their own fans, either championing it or, maybe a smattering of boos, depending on who it is, I'm sure Art is definitely wanting to have that Instagrammable experience, to steal a Pirates term, because the fact that it is in their backyard and the amount of pride and emotion that is going to go into that, if they can usher in their next Ben Roethlisberger, their next Terry Bradshaw in their minds, that's probably what they're thinking if they pick a quarterback in that spot. Why wouldn't Art think that?
Here's my question, best phrased as I talk aloud here. Why is Ty Simpson such a stupid, terrible idea that's not even worth investigating, that you're not even open-minded to out there? Tell me why. I wonder if part of that is what we call PTSD, Pickett Traumatic Stress Disorder. It sounds like the same type of scenario, and it might be. I'm not saying it wouldn't be. It sounds like team desperate for quarterback reaches in first round and winds up with a bust. That scenario could be real here. But that shouldn't prevent you from at least considering, at least listening, reading some analysis, listening to people, going back and watching some Ty Simpson. Because, again, Kuiper is right. The first half, maybe a little more of the season, people were saying this guy's rocketing upwards, and then he had some really bad games. Why? Why did he have bad games? Do you even want to know? Do you even want to look at that? We spent a show on Friday talking about this a little bit. We didn't even mention the kid cracked a rib against Indiana in the bowl game. Is that not worth mentioning? Yeah, he had a bad first half. I don't know how the second half goes. He cracked a rib. Are we willing to consider? And he left the game, as most would, with a cracked rib. Played on it for a little while, I might add. Are we not at least willing to consider some of the circumstances around his poor performances? Do we wonder why Sean McVay wants him? That opens my eyes, if indeed that's true, as the reporting says it is. 412-928-9370. I don't want to get into the topic again of would Pittsburgh cheer or boo the 500,000 people there. We'll do that another day. In fact, we'll probably talk about Ty Simpson and the other quarterbacks here 8 trillion times before the draft. But I'm intrigued for sure with the idea of taking this guy. And more to the point, I'm not quite sure why anybody shuts it off without investigation. Contempt prior to investigation, I believe, is the phrase that I learned a long time ago. Contempt prior to investigation. Let's investigate a little bit. You might think Mel Kiper is nuts. You might be right. His head is bobbing more these days, Limits. He's a human bobblehead. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, kind of nuts. That Shedeur stuff kind of pushed him over the edge.
I think it might have.
That was kind of the...
But I hope he had some time off after that. And you know, what he says, I'm interested in. What Field Yates says, I do like him. I'm interested in. Field Yates talks up Ty Simpson and says that the Steelers, he has him mocked to the Steelers at 21. Our friend from Walter Football, who I keep wanting to call Charlie Partridge. What was his name?
Defensive line coach?
Yes, the former Pitt defensive line
Charlie
coach.
Campbell.
He can't say enough good things about Ty Simpson. Have you read this guy's scouting report? Walter Football, one of the most accurate mock drafts usually around every year. Good old Charlie says that Ty Simpson has all kinds of fabulous attributes and that really the only thing working against him is size and some tough games late in the year. Limits, do you have Mel Kiper saying what would have happened if Ty Simpson was at Indiana? Sounds like he's putting him on the same level as Mendoza, actually. When I listen to this, do you have that part of the conversation?
This is what Kiper had to say with ESPN.
Ty Simpson at Indiana, what would you be looking at? If he played at Indiana for Signetti with Elijah Surratt, Omar Cooper Jr., Kaline Black, and Roman Hemby, the offensive line got better. Great offensive line coach out there. What would we be talking about Ty Simpson then?
Hold on. Are we breaching Shedeur Sanders' level insanity here?
Yeah. You know, let's ask this question then, Joe. If we're going to consider the circumstances around Ty Simpson, why can't we consider the circumstances around Drew Aller and Garrett Nussmeier?
You can. And I
think we should.
I would invite you to.
And we will.
I'm open to anything. Of course we can, and we should.
They had Drew Aller's fired in the middle of the season.
Drew Aller's an interesting case still.
He was Mel Kiper's third-ranked quarterback. How about that on his board?
Is that Kiper or Yates? They kept going back. This is Yates and Kiper talking together. And I kept wondering, wait, whose board is that? Yates or Kiper?
No, I saw it as Kiper's board. It was Yates' mock draft that they were evaluating.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that a quarterback fell, in quotes, going into a draft and turned out to be really good if we're talking about even Drew Aller.
Kiper's top 5 quarterbacks are Mendoza, Simpson, Aller, Nussmeier, Carson Beck.
Do you think if Will Howard had done everything he did at Ohio State, and he was in this draft, would he be in Kiper's top 5?
I think so.
Above who?
Above Carson Beck.
Maybe.
He'd probably be 5.
Maybe. I'm open to this. I'm not going to be, let's hear Kiper again there. I'm not going to be charged with contempt prior to investigation. If you don't have the video here, and you obviously don't because you're listening on the radio, presumably, or you might be listening on the Odyssey app, which is also the radio, or watching on YouTube, which you really should be doing, but you still can't see Mel Kiper. His head is bobbing here. He becomes very animated here, talking about what if Ty Simpson was Mendoza? What if Finkel were Einhorn and Einhorn were Finkel? And he becomes very agitated here. And this got me to wondering, as interested as I was in what he was actually saying, I'm also interested in Kiper, the creature, Kiper, the person. His entire professional career has been memorizing these names, millions of them by now, certainly hundreds of thousands. And he starts spewing out names. And it's mildly concerning, I must say. And I felt badly for a minute till I realized that he's a multi-millionaire because he's able to spew out these names. Listen to the names of the Indiana players just come flying out of this football-addled brain as his head is bobbing. That's half the story here. The other half is what he's actually saying.
Ty Simpson at Indiana, what would you be looking at? If he played at Indiana for Signetti with Elijah Surratt, Omar Cooper Jr., Kaline Black, and Roman Hemby, the offensive line got better. A great offensive line coach out there. Well, would we be talking about Ty Simpson then, Field? Okay,
better
because we were talking about Fernando. We were talking about Fernando Mendoza the same way we were talking about Ty Simpson, right?
Yeah.
Before Mendoza did it, we were saying, the people are still saying now, well, he doesn't have the elite traits, right? Okay, but he's going to be the number one pick guaranteed. Ty Simpson was up there in that top 3 to 5, and I credit everybody that had it there. He deserved to be talked about way up there. Yeah. If you go back to games, Missouri game, layering throws, 4th down, 3rd down, critical completions that were needed on the road in a hostile environment when he wasn't getting any help. Okay, from the running game, he made those throws. Yeah. So yeah, you have plenty of evidence, about this kid being worthy of being a top 10 to 15 pick, and certainly being there at 21 would make a lot of sense for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
That piques my interest, both on the Kuiper personal level and on what he's actually saying. I'm open to this, and I continue to investigate. I continue to read, watch, listen. I really do, Limits. All kidding aside, again, the joke here isn't the idea of drafting Ty Simpson. The joke is the Steelers' quarterback situation. The joke's on them. They don't have a quarterback plan still. All these years after Ben, we've reached the point where Ben is better known for taking pot shots from his former teammates than he is for what he did on the field, for God's sakes. The latest being Steven Nelson, who's out there talking about what a great defense they had in 2019 and 20. I don't know where the hell he was when Baker Mayfield and some guy named Frank in the Browns huddle put 501 yards on him in a playoff game, but that ain't great to me, Steven. And it wasn't Ben's fault, although part of that game was Ben's fault. By the way, I'll still never get over Mr. I don't live in my fears punting on, what was it, 4th and 1 or 4th and 2? I don't remember what it was, when the Steelers had actually cut the Browns' lead to 35 to 24, something like that, to 11 or 12 points, and he punted from right around midfield. Mr. I don't live in my fears.
Mr. I'm a defensive coach and will trust my defense.
But that's beside the point. Do you have Field Yates then coming on and projecting exactly where he thinks that Ty Simpson will be in his career? This wasn't all that encouraging, even for a guy in Yates who is high on Ty Simpson. He's high on Ty, you could say, Limits. But then I heard what he thought of the projection, and I thought, that doesn't quite match what you've been saying, Mr. Yates.
There are a number of buyers in the first round, so I do think that helps Ty Simpson's cause. I do also, so I think it's easiest to almost address the things that are limitations for Ty Simpson and then revisit and see how many pros there are that would make you consider taking him number 1 overall. So the size, Mel, it's not great, right? He's like 210-ish pounds, maybe, for Ty Simpson. The size is just fine. Is he this wonderful athlete? No. Is he a good athlete? Is he a functional athlete? Yeah, he is. He actually is a reasonable athlete that can get some stuff done on the move here. But this is not Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen that totally changes your offense with his legs on top of what he can do with his arms. The experience, it's a question mark for sure. The accuracy, Mel, when it's good, when it's cooking, is really good. And by the way, early in the season, nobody was talking about some of these concerns. So to your point here, Mel, the first half of the year, teams are, as we get further and further removed from the college football season, going to spend more time taking a look at the total picture. That the good version of Ty Simpson, good processing, good accuracy, good enough overall athletic skills, enough horsepower on the arm, not going to blow you away, but definitely enough overall horsepower on the arm that this can be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Is it a top 10 or 12 starting quarterback in the NFL? I don't think so. But can it be a guy that drifts somewhere into the middle of the pack, which, by the way, teams can win a lot of ball games with middle of the pack starting quarterback play. This is the NFL now that's not just, hey, the quarterback that is the best takes his team to the title, right? I mean, nobody was talking about Sam Darnold coming into last season.
Very interesting. A lot of damning with faint praise there. So he's an undersized, quote, functional athlete whose experience is a question mark, who's not going to blow you away with the horsepower on his arm, and whose accuracy is really good, but only when it's good. And then he's going to be a middle-of-the-pack guy. But then again, what is Will Howard? What's his projection? Who else you got, I would say right now? Who else do you have? I'd prefer Malik Willis. I saw him today projected to go to the Browns. And now I forget who was saying that. Saying that you might get Lamar Jackson light in that situation, which would be very interesting to me. I'm interested in Malik Willis. I am. I think that would be a project worth taking on. This one, I'm wavering, but if I told you he was a top 12, 13, 14 quarterback, again, my response might be, what else you got? My other response might be, though, is it worth then waiting until next year? But then what about next year's quarterback class limits? Last year, people were saying this was going to be a fantastic class, one of the greatest. And it turned out to be a pile of steaming horse crap with green flies circling it. I mean, we're talking about Drew Aller as the third-rated quarterback. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. Where does this leave me? I don't know. Where does it leave you? Where does it leave the Steelers? They're the ones who don't know what they're talking about. They drafted Kenny Pickett. They brought in Justin Fields. They brought in Mr. Unlimited. They're waiting on Aaron Rodgers again to see if he can throw 2 pick sixes in a 30-6 playoff loss to the Texans.
Okay there?
Yeah. Where are you with all this?
I would not want to reach for a quarterback.
Okay.
And I don't, because I think that there are so many other needs.
When are you going to get a quarterback? Let me just, before you get into all that, you're not going to reach. Okay. Would it be a reach? Ty Simpson's a first-round pick. Would picking up at 21 be a reach or a good value pick? But forget about that. What are you doing at quarterback? You're Omar Khan and you're Art Rooney. You're Omar Rooney and you're Art Khan. What are you doing? What's your plan?
My personal plan,
yes.
What I would do?
Yes.
I'm playing Will Howard because I think playing Will Howard gives you the best chance to either A, find out if you do internally.
Why not draft Ty Simpson and play him? I know what you're going to say. It's what we all say. You either find out Howard's good or he stinks and they go 3-14 and you get a higher pick.
Correct. And let's say hypothetically Ty Simpson is your guy in the first round. You're going to feel obligated to give him at least 2 years like you gave Kenny Pickett to find out if he's the guy.
Sure.
Which means that 27 class, if it is better, if it doesn't flop like this 26 class ultimately did.
Yeah.
They're not going to pick a quarterback in the 27
So
class.
your plan then, if I'm reading it correctly, is to wait till 27, basically.
Correct. And
okay.
I know that's
not unreasonable.
And I know that's what the plan was for the 26 class. And look, it failed.
It was the plan for
work.
25, 24, 23, and 22 when they took Pickett as well.
Well, I mean, think about that class in 23, I think it was, or maybe 24, where the Bo Nix draft class, the Caleb Williams class, you could have traded up for Bo Nix. You only would have had to move up like 8 picks.
Oh,
you could have traded up
so now you're a Bo Nix guy.
Let me continue. You could have traded up for Michael Penix. You could have traded up for J.J. McCarthy. I don't think J.J. McCarthy's any good.
Yes.
Michael Penix as well. But what I'm saying is that was a much deeper class.
Right, but it wasn't very deep because the guys you mentioned stink. So you wait till 27.
You're saying Bo Nix stinks? He was the last guy picked.
I'm saying the last 2 guys you mentioned. I don't like Penix and I don't like McCarthy.
I would clarify.
Kicking the can down the road again might be the wisest thing to do, but you're kicking the can down the road again. Like people talk about a risk. Oh, it's a big risk to take Ty Simpson. It's a big risk to bring in Malik Willis. Is it a bigger risk than waiting on the 27 draft class? That's not a risk. What if that class turns to crud like this one did? And if anybody, by the way, out there has an easy answer, you're deluding yourself. We are where franchises go when they can't find a franchise quarterback. Just slightly higher than that because the Steelers go 9-8 and get blown out of the playoffs every year. Again, it's the world of high-end mediocrity. But the Steelers are basically where, I mean, I could just start listing franchises here. The Buffalo Bills between Jim Kelly and Josh Allen. They're where the Miami Dolphins basically still are post Dan Marino. They're where the Bengals were for, I don't know, between, maybe I'm missing one, but between Boomer Esiason and Joe Burrow, with a little Andy Dalton sprinkled in. Teams spend decades looking for that guy because of this, because it's hard to find. What's your plan out there? Go ahead and laugh at Ty Simpson, mock the idea. Give me a better one. Will Howard? And I'm not saying Will Howard can't make it. He might. He might buck lottery odds and become a top 10 quarterback. But if that's your plan, even you don't feel good about that one. I can promise you that. And I can also promise you that Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan and Art aren't sitting over on the south side saying, man, this Will Howard guy is going to lead us to Super Bowls. You want to talk about a risk? You're out there laughing at Ty Simpson and Malik Willis, but you're thinking Will Howard's the guy? What's that, a low-risk move? Put the franchise in Will Howard's hands? Aaron Rodgers? We just saw the end game there, the ending to that movie. And what else you got? Next year's draft. Okay, Limit said that. It's not unreasonable to kick it down the road more. That's not a risk. Especially if you go 9-8 and draft 21st again with Aaron Rodgers. We're living in this. We're in it. Welcome aboard. It ain't the Trubisky train, although it pretty much is the Trubisky train. This is life without a quarterback. The Steelers are just living a moderately better one than all these franchises who have gone and are going decades without being able to find the right guy. Welcome aboard. Limits you got? There we go. It's the Trubisky train.
There was no doubt about it.
So when you're living here, Ty Simpson is not to be laughed at. 412-928-9370. Give me a better plan. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You might be saying, give me your plan, Starkey. I don't think I have a better one. I'm on the same train as you. In fact, I just ordered a cheeseburger, Limits, with a Diet Coke and fries with vinegar. You like fries with vinegar?
Yeah, I like fries regular without the vinegar, but fries with vinegar is pretty good.
Yeah, I've ordered vinegar to come along with the fries. I'm living here, too. I think my best plan right now is I saw at least a little bit that really excited me from Malik Willis. I think I might take a chance on that. You can laugh at it and say I'm crazy and say he stinks, and I might not wholly disagree with you. You got a better one? 928-9370.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
In the Olympic Games, men's ice hockey with 2 games gone by so far in the quarterfinals. 2 more still to go today. Czechia and Denmark will play at 10:40. Sweden and Latvia will play at 3:10. That's Eastern time. With the winner of Sweden and Latvia playing against the United States, the number 2 seed in the tournament. Canada is the number 1 seed in the playoffs. Germany defeated France 5-1. Switzerland beat Italy 3-0 earlier. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. January's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewery's Penn Pilsner, a Vienna lager. And the designated charity is the National Down Syndrome Society.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Westwood One Sports Minute is sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. It feels crazy to say, but people are sleeping right now on Duke in college basketball. I know it's Duke, but no one's talking about Duke as a national championship contender. Have the player of the year in Cam Boozer, have a great coach. Don't be surprised if Duke wins the national championship this season. I'm Nick Costos.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And for free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters. During life's most exciting moments, Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now. The gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Simpson at Indiana, what would you be looking at? If he played at Indiana for Signetti with Elijah Surratt, Omar Cooper Jr., Kaline Black, and Roman Hemby, the offensive line got better. A great offensive line coach out there. We would be talking about Ty Simpson then, Field, okay?
Better
because we were talking about Fernando. We were talking about Fernando Mendoza the same way we were talking about Ty Simpson, right?
Yeah.
Before Mendoza did it.
He's reached the point where he thinks he's arguing with someone who agrees with him. Field Yates is the one who said that Simpson will be drafted, and Mel Kiper starts getting very agitated there. But that's not the story. The story is the Steelers quarterback situation, and it's become, practically a sport in itself to ridicule whatever plan they have. Well, what do you have? What you got? Malik Willis right now would be mine. Do I feel great about that? No. Do you have a plan out there that you feel really good about? And if you say Will Howard, if you feel really, that's fine. But if you feel really good about that, you're out of your mind. You can't possibly feel great or really good about, the Steelers' next quarterback is going to be Will Howard. Let's get that moving. I'm not saying it won't work, and it's not a shot at Will Howard. I'm saying if that's the best plan you have, you can't possibly feel very good about it. I don't feel great about Malik Willis. I love the way he played over really a couple games that we saw this season. In his last 11 appearances, which includes 3 starts over the last 2 years, he went 2-1. He completed 79% of his passes, and it wasn't dink and dunk. That's in those 3 starts, 11 appearances, 972 yards, 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and we all know he can run. 261 yards, 3 touchdowns, 6.2 yards per attempt. Passer rating 135. He came in for Jordan Love against the Bears on December 20th. We were probably a lot of us watching that game or certainly seeing the highlights. And then he played against the Ravens the next week. Saw that too. His overall numbers in those 2 games against 2 decent teams: 27 for 32, 409 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, plus 114 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm also desperate. You become intrigued with a lot of things when you're desperate, no matter what facet of life we're talking about. You'll shoot back. I mean, it was only 2 games, 3 starts, 11 appearances, whatever it was, and I'll say, I know. You'll say that history is replete with quarterbacks who were lavished with big contracts based on small sample size, and it turned out horribly. Matt Flynn, Rob Johnson, the list goes on. And I'll say, I know that. I'm desperate. So are you. So are the Steelers. Give me a better plan. At least I'm intrigued with Malik Willis. At least I just saw him play really great football over a couple games against decent opponents. There's not a horrific track record yet. I mean, in Tennessee it was bad, but that was Tennessee. Who's good in Tennessee? So it beats the Will Howard plan for me. It does. And it wouldn't exactly bankrupt the franchise, even upwards of $15-20 million for a couple of years. They've got plenty of cap space. They need a quarterback, period. They can switch. Now they've switched head coaches. The argument used to be with Tomlin, man, they've switched everything else except the head coach. Now they've switched everything, but still can't find a quarterback. And the quarterback's more important than the coach anyway. The Steelers need a franchise quarterback, period. I'm open to Ty Simpson, especially when I learn that Sean McVay is interested in him, which appears to be the case. But again, if you shoot that down prior to any investigation and everything else that I or anybody else suggests, except for Will Howard, what's your plan? Let's go to the lines, oh limitless wonder. But before that, let me tell people to listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And if you want to register an opinion with the Limitless Wonder, go to the Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can mix in those little texting opinions with our calls limits. Here we go.
Let's begin with Mike, who's on the road.
What's up, Mike?
Good morning, Dr. Joe and City Sweeper.
What's happening?
Hey, Joe, I actually agree with the City Sweeper, and let me pose something else on you, too, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not a big Will Howard guy at all.
Wait, what do you...
Not at all. I love Ohio State.
Hold on. What do you agree with the City Sweeper on?
On playing Howard and kicking the can down the road for not just the draft class, but also the free agent class. Now, hear me out.
Yeah.
You know, like Ben said, why don't we shore up the team? You have the assets to it through the draft and then some free agent money as well. Now we come to next year, and let's say we hit a dud with the draft class. It sucks again. the free agent class, I already just did a quick look up. How does a 2027 unrestricted free agent Baker Mayfield look at the Steelers now when he wants to strive to get a championship? You just present yourself, the Steelers, to be a good home for some of these veteran quarterbacks, because we don't know exactly what the free agent market's going to look like next year. But I see Baker Mayfield on there, and I think, if the Steelers shore up their team and he's still striving to win a championship and it's not going to happen in Tampa Bay, now we have another opportunity. The guy will only be 32. I don't know. Just something to think about.
No, and that's a pretty reasonable thing to say under these circumstances. But you can't feel great about it, can you?
It's a risk, but it comes back to the Steelers. What's the risk? That they're going to look bad for a year or so? I mean, the way they're doing things now, it's not equaling success, really. It's the same thing. So, I mean, I'm
with you there, and I'm not against the Will Howard idea either, based on, the rationale that everybody's presenting and has presented, which is, okay, you either find out if you got something or you stink. Here's the other thing, though, about that. It's not happening. The chance of Will Howard, with zero professional experience, even an exhibition snap, being the Steelers starter on opening day, I would put at below 0. How about you guys? Limits?
I'd put it at 5, 10%.
How about you, sir?
Same here. But my theory also goes, here's the thing, it goes with Rodgers, because the Steelers, they don't have a bad team. And if they get Rodgers back, this is it, right? So if they go 9-8, at least you have an opportunity, because he'll be a low cost at some of the veteran free agents that are out there next year. And you could do this with Willis. He'll be a low cost too, and after a year you don't like him. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'd take a shot at him. I hear you. A very rational phone call, and thank you for presenting it. But nobody could possibly feel really good about that plan. Yeah, let's see, Rodgers for a year and go 9-8 and get smashed up again if he's healthy. Or Will Howard, even though we know they're not going to play him, at least at the start, and either you're good or he's good or shows signs of being good or you're horrible. And then we'll plan on, Baker Mayfield as a free agent. Okay, there's some merit to pieces of that, but you can't feel great about that plan. I mean, first of all, you'd have to get Baker Mayfield. We have no idea what his status will be by then. This is what I mean. This is where we are. City Sweeper. Who's next?
Here is the bringer of the lightning to the show.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Woo! Boy, you guys got to take an Advil or something, because you're all excited about who's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Well, this is my thought on it, and the Lightning is right 99.95%.
At least.
I think we start Howard, and I'm going to explain why. Give the kid a chance. If we win 2 games with him starting, we'll get a high draft pick. Then we can worry about our franchise quarterback. But we got so many holes. And I mean, they're craters. They're bigger than potholes. We got trouble on the defense. We got trouble on the offensive line. We got receiving trouble. You got to patch them things up, okay? Get some decent players, patch them things up. Then, if we have a losing season, we get a high draft pick next year, then you can search for your quarterback. But you could be a number 1, 2, or 3 pick, and you could be a bust. So it's all a gamble. This is Lightning Ozzy saying to Steeler Nation, we're still winners because we're the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And then he just hangs up. I love it. Oh, man.
I don't know. I don't even feel compelled to break that down. He said you're all excited about whatever he said, the Steelers quarterback situation. No, the exact opposite. Nobody is. And I love the fact,
in sorrow.
I do love the fact that everybody thinks it's a great plan. Yeah, let's see if the guy on hand really stinks. That'd be great. That's a hell of a plan to have. Next.
Here is Sean to talk about Ty Simpson.
Good morning, Sean.
Yeah. Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Limits. So, Joe, I do want to kind of, in a way, it's a devil's advocate thing, come to your defense of Ty Simpson, considering the drastic downfall that he had towards the end of the year.
Yeah.
Now, people tend to forget that downfall came after the injury of Jam Miller, and the running game became completely obsolete for Alabama down the stretch. That's when those struggles really came in for Ty Simpson. But on the other hand, you're talking about a program that just is a factory of 5 stars. And when you have that drastic of a drop-off, despite the fact you lose your number one running back, it's very alarming. And why I agree with what Limit said and waiting till next year is, if you look at the draft class this year, which ended up being a bust everybody thought was going to be great, really only 3 of the top 6 are remaining in this draft class, with Drew Aller, Garrett Nussmeier, and Cade Klubnik. The 3 others, Arch Manning, Sam Levitt, and Lenora Sellers, are all returning. So my plan would be run Mason Rudolph and or Will Howard. I would start with Rudolph first, go to Howard, and if need be, see where this season takes you. Because with what we're talking about with draft classes, you never know. But you add 3 of the big 6 from the 2026 class to next year with an already deeper class for 2027 than 2026 ever was, arguably, because now you're adding in Julian Sayin, Dante Moore, Jaden Mayava, Sam Levitt, John Mateer, Brendan Sorsby. It is so much deeper to where the opportunity to hit is higher than this class is, which is why I would not take the gamble this year on a Ty Simpson. I'd wait till next year where, again, you have more chance to hit than miss.
Our callers are absolutely, and don't hang up on him yet. Are you still there, sir?
He's still there.
You're a very rational man, and I think that call was outstanding, just like the previous one. Having said that, you can't feel great about that plan moving forward, can you? Because you're still looking, you still might have, just because you have more names right now in your mind for next year. There were a lot of names for this year, too. Who's to say all those names will be in it next year? Who's to say any of them will be good? Who's to say Mason Rudolph might not be able to go 10-7 and get blown out of the first round, too, and you're taking 21 again? It's a rational plan. But I don't think that even a man like you, who's very logical and who believes in himself, I can tell from the tone of your voice, feels great about that. You can't, right?
It's hesitant. It's always going to be when you're trying to find that next franchise quarterback. But the risk, I think, is just greater with a deeper core like next year, to where this year you had so many guys that didn't have just like a Ty Simpson who came on the radar and then had a drastic downfall at the end of the year. You're talking about guys like Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik, and Garrett Nussmeier who just had treacherous seasons overall that drastically, from start to finish, really blew any draft stock that they had getting into that first round. Am I comfortable with it? You're never going to be comfortable when you're in this situation. But when it comes down to it, you need to get yourself in that top 15 with the ability to move into the top 10 by trading up if need be, because it has to come at some point. And that time, I think, to utilize it is now for the Steelers, and just get out of this year and get yourself gearing up in 2027.
Here's the crazy part. They could have avoided all this if they had taken my advice, Jack Ham's advice, and Ben's advice.
And they picked Jackson Dart.
And they picked Jackson Dart. Do you agree with that?
I had no issues with Jackson Dart. I thought he was underrated for where he was, honestly, in the first round, and I would have absolutely taken the flyer on him last year, because I actually liked Dart's ability last year better than the 3 quarterbacks like Aller, Klubnik, and Nussmeier.
Yes, I agree with you, and I'm glad to have a logician such as you on my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Joe.
Please clip that. Yeah, clip that last part. He agrees. They should have just taken Dart
Did you hear what Pony said yesterday? He was on First Things First.
No.
With Danny Parkins and Willie Colon.
No.
He's going to be on there again today. Congratulations on all his success.
Did Willie Colon take a shot at Ben? It seems like everybody is.
But Pony, I tell you what, he was. You would think he was commanding the room on that show.
What did he say?
Awesome. I went
Tell
back
me what he said. You just said. Did you hear what he said? I didn't.
He said that he thinks the Giants are going to double their wins next year. It wouldn't be surprised if they win 10 or 11 games because every year there's a quarterback in year 2 that takes a big jump. Mahomes is year 2.
So now he's on the retroactive Jackson Dart bandwagon.
That's what I said. This is the first time hearing of it.
Everybody can jump on. Come on. Let's go.
I'm not jumping on. No, thanks.
They should have taken him. And if they would have taken him, him and Scatterboo, you talk about
I like Scatterboo.
Steelers fans nirvana. They would have canceled the season and had a parade at 8 games in.
Oh, yeah. I had a tweet out there about Scatterboo about a month before the draft. This guy's the perfect Steeler.
Listen, Dart, there's still questions, obviously, particularly with his playing style. But he proved that he was a worthwhile risk. He was a worthwhile risk to take, and the Steelers should have taken him. Anywho, let's get to our friend and yours. I was honestly just about to say Cam Scatterboo. Nick Farabaugh.
You're a pathetic person. You know that?
Has the same rhythm to the name right there. Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live. We'll ask him how he would solve this dilemma. I got asked a couple things in the mailbag. The first guy you think the Steelers will extend or re-sign, give a new deal to. Who's that going to be this offseason? Are we headed for another contract dispute with Cam Hayward that we can spend 3 weeks on? We'll talk about all of that coming up on Very Rarely Pomp and Joe. Partly cloudy with a high of Alex Highsmith, 56, a low of Hannes Wagner. 33 fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in a Florida beach house like Ron did? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Czechia and Denmark currently playing. About 5 minutes left in the first period. It's the qualifying playoff round for the Olympic Games. Sweden and Latvia will play later on today. Switzerland beat Italy 3-0. Germany beat France 5-1. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet and the Fan Hotline. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Winter is the perfect time to knock out some of those home projects, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling easy. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you can get free installation on your next project and get started with no money down. That includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/van, you can take advantage of special financing that makes it easier to get started now. Your project will be completed by one of our team of highly trained employee installers. Schedule a free no-obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do, in this area, in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMal Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates pitchers and catchers reported on Wednesday last week. The first full squad workout was yesterday. A.J. Burnett is in Pirates camp to help mentor some of the young pitchers as well. Gene Lamont was spotted helping out as well at spring training. First time there in 25 years for Gene Lamont, who helped out on Don Kelly's staff a year ago. Is not formally on the staff this year. Pirates' first spring training game is this Saturday against Baltimore, 105. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and Nick Faribault joins next.
Good Talk Radio.
All right, thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
Yes, it's time for Nick Faribault. Is he not on? There he is. He replaced Ron Cook. Did you see that, Limits?
Oh, yeah.
Ron's fat had disappeared. It's gone.
Ron
no more Ron.
Dissolved into the abyss for Nick to appear here.
Nick has replaced Ron Cook in the third chair. Bob's mannequin, as usual, is in chair number 2. How are you, Nick?
I'm doing very well, Joe. How are you doing?
Good. Did you happen to listen to any of the first hour or no? You don't listen to the show?
I did not. I'm sorry, Joe. I have to admit.
That hurts Limit's feelings, but that's okay.
Deeply.
Listen, it was basically this. Mel Kiper and Field Yates on Ty Simpson and about how he's a legit first-round pick, probably going to go in the first round. Might go 16 to the Jets, might go to Sean McVay, as people are saying. And if Sean McVay's interested, then so am I. I'm not advocating necessarily for the pick. I'm saying when you're in as dire straits as the Steelers are with their quarterback situation, I'm not writing anything off. I'm not dismissing Ty Simpson. It's called contempt prior to investigation, and I think a lot of Steeler fans are guilty of this because of PTSD, Pickett Traumatic Stress Disorder. They think it would be reaching for a quarterback who stinks, and they might be right. But I have my ears and eyes open, and I want to play for you what Mel Kiper said to Field Yates in their video today about, hey, what if there were a better supporting cast around Ty Simpson? There were injuries on the offensive line, injuries, the running game disintegrated. What if he had been with Cignetti? Listen to this.
Ty Simpson at Indiana, what would you be looking at? If he played at Indiana for Cignetti with Elijah Surratt, Omar Cooper Jr., Kaline Black, and Roman Hemby, the offensive line got better. A great offensive line coach out there. Well, we'll be talking about Ty Simpson then, Field. Okay, because we were talking about Fernando. We were talking about Fernando Mendoza the same way we were talking about Ty Simpson, right? Yeah. Before Mendoza did it, we were saying, the people are still saying now, well, he doesn't have the elite traits, right? Okay, but he's going to be the number 1 pick guaranteed. Ty Simpson was up there in that top 3 to 5, and I credit everybody that had it there. He deserved to be talked about way up there. Yeah. If you go back to games, Missouri game, layering throws, 4th down, 3rd down, critical completions that were needed on the road in a hostile environment when he wasn't getting any help. Okay, from the running game, he made those throws. Yeah. So yeah, you have plenty of evidence, plenty of evidence about this kid being worthy of being a top 10 to 15 pick, and certainly being there at 21 would make a lot of sense for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Do I love the idea? Not necessarily. Do I love Malik Willis? No, but that would be my plan. Do I love the idea of going with Will Howard? No, but I can see the rationale. Mason Rudolph, Aaron Rodgers. The list goes on. Waiting for the 27 draft. Like, every plan can be crushed, Nick. What's yours? That's what I keep asking people. If you're going to crush mine, then what's yours? I'm going to let you on this show right now. Take your time, and you can be Art Rooney and Omar Khan and Mike McCarthy combined. You can be Omar McCarthy. You can be Art Khan, and you can be Mike Rooney. The floor is yours. What's your plan?
Yeah, I mean, I'd pursue Malik Willis. That's what I would do because I think his traits are loud. I think his play has continuously gotten better, but it's a small sample size. But we are seeing a guy that I think has taken a lot of steps since his Liberty tape, since his Tennessee Titans tape. We're seeing a guy that was more comfortable, that was in an ideal environment. And that can be used against him, but it also is good for growth. So there's a lot of things there with Malik Willis. Does he have bust potential? No doubt about it. But this is a really, really poor offseason for quarterbacks. If you need a quarterback, good luck. I mean, I'd rather have Willis than Kyler Murray and Tua and Kirk Cousins and Aaron Rodgers. And Daniel Jones is probably going to go back to the Colts. He's coming off a torn Achilles. All of these things, I'd like to go for Malik Willis. That's what I would do. In terms of the quarterback position in the draft, I'm not a huge Ty Simpson guy. I like him in the second or third round. But the last 6 games of his year, last 6 to 7 games, were truly day 3 quarterback tape. It is not good tape. The processing fell off a cliff. The durability concerns that are there are significant. He had a back issue, a cracked rib, a leg issue. That's significant. And while I do think that there is some credence to what Mel Kiper said, that offensive line in Alabama this year was bad. Let's just keep it that way. I'm not a Caden Proctor fan either. They'll have a first-round tackle this year. I'm not a huge Caden Proctor fan. So that is one thing working in his favor. What I will say about Ty Simpson is I don't think the tools are elite. I think they're just slightly above average in some instances, below average in others. I think he has some really sharp tools, anticipation, the ability and willingness to drive the ball into tight windows and throw over the middle of the field. He's a modern quarterback, but I think he's going to need some seasoning and development. So I can be talked into Ty Simpson in the second round for sure. First round, it's a little rich for me. What I would do at quarterback in terms of after that, I would look and see, is there a day 3 quarterback I like? Do you like Cole Payton? Do you like Drew Aller? Do you like Garrett Nussmeier? Do you like someone in Cade Klubnik? These names. Is there someone you see developmental potential in? In my opinion, I am very much on the tools bandwagon there, and I think guys like Aller and Payton have the loudest tools. So those are the 2 guys I at least look at. We'll see where Aller's leg is. And then I think you really have to continue to develop Will Howard, look at the infrastructure there. They're not going to necessarily fix this quarterback situation this offseason. Malik Willis, I think, gives them the best chance to find a long-term answer. That's why I'd go with Malik Willis. Then I'd take another dart throw at a day 3 quarterback and then see where that young quarterback is, plus Will Howard. And I'd certainly scout the 2027 class heavily, but we will see. The Steelers are in a tough spot. They're in the worst spot in terms of quarterbacks just because they're never bad enough to really be a top 10 team that picks in the top 10. And there's usually not elite talents that hit the free agency market at quarterback. So Malik Willis, I think, is their best chance. So that's what my plan would be right now, all things considered.
All right. So you're a Malik Willis guy. So am I, with all of our doubts. Limits figuratively pelted me with rocks and garbage when I said Malik Willis.
Rocks and garbage.
Limits, go after Nick Farabaugh with the same fervor that you went after me about Malik Willis, and let's see how he stands up to it.
Yeah, Nick, I think we even talked about this a little bit before, how I think that Malik Willis is more of a Matt Flynn 2.0 type, a quarterback who was very successful in a very short amount of time in Green Bay, who I heard Steve Palazzolo say on the PM team said could get $35 million in that range, which is completely ludicrous based off of 1 game sample against a Baltimore Ravens defense that didn't even make the playoffs and was severely down. They probably should have fired their defensive coordinator. Well, they ended up moving on from him anyway. Malik Willis, for me, is somebody who, yes, does tools and traits, but I feel like it's a lot more fool's gold working with Matt LaFleur, who could bring a lot out of backup quarterbacks and even Jordan Love. And I just don't think it's worth it to bring Willis in because I think he's more of a product of that system than anything else.
Okay, my question to you, Bechtold, would be, what is
I like
the other
this.
option?
This is off to a frosty start in the reply.
What's the other option? Would you rather trade for Kyler Murray? Would you rather sign Tua after he gets cut?
No.
Would you rather sign Daniel Jones off a torn Achilles?
I'd consider it. My option My options will Howard. And
would you rather? Here's the other question. I mean, the other guy that might be the most Sam Darnold-ish is Mac Jones. Would you rather trade a third-round pick for Mac Jones?
Out of all of those options, Tua, Willis, Daniel Jones, I would be most intrigued by Mac Jones.
He stinks.
Well, yeah, they all do.
How do you
There's
know?
not a lot of great options out there.
Daniel Jones
Kyler
didn't
Murray?
stink last year.
No, but he's coming off of an Achilles injury, and
here's how desperate everybody is. I just read today where the Colts might be willing and have to pay Daniel Jones up to $40 million to come back. But anyway, go ahead.
Yep,
I'm sorry, Lemon.
Wild. I don't even want to go back to the retread market, Nick. I don't. Haven't we gone there enough?
How is Malik Willis a retread? He's not even started. He's barely started.
I think in Austin, the way I look at it is, I think we all agree that none of these options are perfect.
Right.
None of them are a Sam Darnold, right? I think Sam Darnold was a gleaming option last year. Yes, there were questions, but I had less questions with him. He had just led a team to 14-3. They are moving off him for a first-round quarterback. Fine. There's not a guy this year that fits that mold. But Malik Willis, if you really hit on that guy, not only is he going to be a good quarterback, I mean, he has star potential. He really does. And my theory comes in here. There's about 8 legitimately good quarterbacks in the NFL. That position is a position of scarcity. To have a quarterback that is in the next tier from like 9 to 16 has never been more valuable. Sam Darnold's in that tier, in my opinion, and they got to the Super Bowl and won the Super Bowl. I just think that having a quarterback in that tier is so much more valuable than it ever has been. And when you look at some of these inflated contracts at the quarterback position, if you pay Malik Willis $30 million per year and he hits, it's going to be a discount. So I understand that there's a lot of risk to Malik Willis. He could be, as you said yesterday with me, he could be the next Matt Flynn. Totally understand where you're coming from with that. But he's the one guy that has legitimate potential to be a long-term answer on this market. And that, to me, is more valuable than just about anything. And it's not like, you sign him 2 years for $60 million. I mean, they have a ton of cap space the next few years. It's not like you're going to nuke your cap just by signing him. So the Steelers have the real kind of rare ability to have cap flexibility and probably give him a lot of opportunity. And if it ends up working out, the direction of the franchise changes significantly. So from a process standpoint, Malik Willis makes the most sense to me.
Well, and the other part about it for me is, too, like Seattle, when they dropped Sam Darnold into that roster, that was a made-to-win, well-put-together roster that continues to draft and develop significantly well. They do a great job in Seattle. That's why they won the Super Bowl. The Steelers is not the same case. Like, if you bring Malik Willis in here, I don't think he's, plug and play, now we're a true contender type. Was it thought of the same way with Darnold? No, but that's still a much better roster. That's why I would rather not align anything to prevent me from drafting a quarterback in the future, where if you sign Willis to a 3-year deal, you're not taking a quarterback in 26 or a quarterback in 27. And that's how I think on that rookie contract with this few amount of dollars being allocated to a quarterback, and you could spend more, like the blueprint that the Commanders did with Daniels, went to the NFC Championship game. The Drake May plan right now with New England. Same thing with Ben Johnson. That's just what makes the most sense for me.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea. I just don't think, unlike the Commanders, unlike the Patriots, the Steelers roster is never going to be bad enough to fall out that badly. They're not going to blow it up. It's not a realistic idea. So they're going to have to hit on a quarterback in a trade-up scenario, somehow hit on one either late in the first or on day 2. Listen, it could happen. But I just think expecting that to happen with the quarterback class you have right now is not a smart way to go about it. And certainly, I think on top of that, there is a scarcity in terms of just actual intriguing quarterback options, period, in this free agency period. So while I understand in an ideal world where you're coming from, Austin, I agree with the theory in general. I'm just not sure it's in practice right now because I think the lack of options puts the Steelers in a really hard spot.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Nick Farabaugh of Penn Live. He's on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. He's also on our YouTube channel, which is very easily accessible and is doing great numbers. So you can go to YouTube, obviously, or you can go through our website at 937thefan.com.
Or watch on Twitter, too.
And
Available
you can
there.
watch on Twitter. It's available there. Nick, I disagree with something you said. Maybe I misheard you. You said there are 8 legit good QBs in the NFL. You mean like great elite ones? Because I see way more legit good ones.
Yeah, no, I mean elite ones. I think there's a class of elite, and then you get to like good to above average. I think we would all consider like Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, that tier of quarterback. I think we would consider them good to above average, and that's what I mean.
Tell me
that to me, that kind of branch of quarterback play, when maybe you're not elite, you're not one of the superstars, you're not Lamar Jackson, you're not Josh Allen, you're not Patrick Mahomes, but that next tier has never been more valuable than now in the NFL, because quarterback play, I think, in the NFL nowadays, in terms of that top 16, has almost never had a higher floor. Those guys are really, honestly, the depth of quarterback play in terms of slightly above average quarterback play has almost never been deeper. And so having a guy in that tier is actually more valuable, because then it falls off the cliff really after that. I mean, you look at some of these quarterback situations, and you go from Sam Darnold to J.J. McCarthy and look what that does to a team in the Vikings that has all the legit pieces to be a good team outside of that quarterback spot. So that high floor quarterback market, that high floor to good quarterback play has never been more valuable. So that 9 to 16 tier, very important nowadays in the NFL. If you have one of those guys, you should be blessed.
Would you take a shot at Drew Aller in this draft? What do you think his NFL ceiling is?
Listen, he's got really intriguing traits because he has a strong arm. He was mobile before the injury. I'm assuming, as long as he gets that back, he will be semi-mobile. There is some intriguing stuff there. He just cannot process defenses post-snap. That's the issue with Drew Aller. And to me, it's a really, really big issue. Between that and his ability to manage the pocket, we see him turn down open receivers. You see him throw errant passes. Defenses are able to really confuse him and rattle him. That's the significant thing. I think the above the neck stuff is going to be the real key to see how good Drew Aller is. Because right now he just doesn't look like a comfortable player that wins from the pocket. And even though nowadays in the NFL, all the rage is what can you do mobility-wise? How can you win outside of structure? The really good quarterbacks still win from the pocket. If you can't win from the pocket, you're not a top echelon quarterback. Even guys like Caleb Williams do that. And so that to me is really the true tell of a great quarterback. And so if Aller can hit that, I mean, we and ceiling wise, Drew Aller has a starter level ceiling, but I think he has a lot of work to get there. I think he's got so many rough edges in terms of his play in the pocket, his feel for defenses, his feel for reading a defense. He doesn't really throw with a ton of anticipation, so he doesn't throw guys open. There's a lot that you have to work on with Drew Aller to get him to that ceiling, but he does have that ceiling. And I'm not sure there's a lot of quarterbacks that do. So even with the injury, I'm intrigued at least by the tools Drew Aller has.
Nick, great stuff. We'll dive deeper into the draft, who the Steelers are going to re-sign, let go, all of that coming up. We appreciate the time, man.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. Appreciate it as always.
All right, Nick. Take care. The more I think about it, Limit. I forgot the plural on your name. I just called you Limit.
Limit.
When Kuiper and Yates talk about Ty Simpson as a top 12 to 16 quarterback, and I was like, yeah, why would you draft that? And then Nick said there are only 8 legit good guys, and it turned out he meant elite. When I actually look at all the quarterbacks in the league who are doing pretty well right now, who I think I could win with, 12 to 16 is not a bad place to be these days. Are you ready for this list, Limit?
Curious.
Josh Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, Drake May, Justin Herbert, Lamar, Stafford, Prescott, Caleb Williams, Jared Goff, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, And then you get to Bo Nix. Jackson Dart, I think, is coming up. I won't put him there yet. Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy. Most of those guys, I feel like I have a good enough team I could win with. They just won with Sam Darnold.
I would agree with that.
So, yeah, give me 12-16. I might be jumping on the Ty Simpson bandwagon.
I think it's a little bit harder to win with those teams because you need more things to go right, or with those types of quarterbacks. You need more things to go right.
The Bo Nix and Purdy's?
Yeah,
and
because
Sam Darnold's?
You need to have good weapons around you. You need to have a really solid defense and really good coaching and stay fortunate with injuries, where if you have a Mahomes, if you have a Josh Allen, you can overcome a lot more just because of how great
and
that
yet they
guy
don't.
is.
And yet they don't. And none of those guys have won. Josh, Burrow, May, not yet. Herbert, Lamar, Prescott. I still think Daniels is going to be really good. The bottom line, the more I analyze this, half the league has a quarterback you can win with. We'll get back to this, Limits. You won't believe where we're going next. Although you might believe it because I told you where we're going next, because obviously you and I plan the show together. Well, at least sometimes. There is a professional fighters league that's bringing MMA, an MMA broadcast nationally to Pittsburgh for the first time in 8 years. This is March 28th at the UPMC Event Center. Limits, I've been lagging. I didn't even know if MMA was the same as, what's the other thing called?
Boxing? UFC?
UFC.
You're talking about UFC, okay.
MMA is part of UFC, or UFC is part? Well, how does that work? Do you know? Do you follow it?
So I do watch UFC fights whenever they're on at night.
Yeah,
because I have a Peacock or
well, so do millions of other people.
Paramount account, and they all stream there now.
I've been too lazy to get on this bandwagon at all, but lots and lots of people apparently care about this, right?
Big time.
So guess what we have?
What?
An MMA fighter coming on. Newcastle native Dalton Rosta. Do you know him, Limits?
I do not, but I feel like he could probably kill me with one hand.
You should know him. You're the MMA beat writer. He's a grad of Laurel High School and I think Youngstown State, maybe. YSU, that must be.
Yes, it is.
He's in town. We're going to talk to him, and we're going to talk to a man from the Post-Gazette whose first name is all that I know right now. His name is Saul. He contacted me about this, and I'm intrigued. And I want to learn about this. Don't you?
Is it Saul Barrios Thomas?
Yes, it is.
He works for the Post-Gazette.
I know you are
intrigued. And he tweeted it out. I'll be joining Joe Starkey on 93.7 The Fan to discuss the upcoming event coming to Pittsburgh.
There we go. We're going to talk to Saul. We're also going to talk to the actual MMA fighter. I'm so curious about this, Limits, because I'm so ignorant of it. Are you allowed to just kick somebody in the groin in this thing?
Will they be on the video feed?
We're cross-purposing here. Answer my question first, and then I'll answer yours.
Can you rephrase, because I wasn't listening?
Can you kick somebody in the nuts?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
I don't know if we're going to be on a video feed.
We could send them the link and ask.
Okay.
I'll send it to you.
We'll do that next.
Thank you. Joe, you have a message for the people.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Yes,
my feet hurt.
You're right. Your feet don't hurt, Limits.
No.
But mine certainly did.
Yes, they did.
And that's why the Good Feet store was invented. Good Feet foot arch supports in particular. Probably years of basketball. I don't know. They said it was gout at one point years ago. It wasn't gout, although I was certainly eating and drinking enough at the time to have gout 30 years ago. That's how long this discomfort went back to. It wasn't that. I just wanted the discomfort to lessen, and it did. Once I went to the Good Feet store. Good Feet foot arch supports designed to provide pain relief, balance, comfort. You don't need new shoes, all that stuff. It's so easy. And for me, it worked. It could work for you wherever your issue is coming from. Plantar fasciitis, needles in your heel. You might wake up in the morning, have trouble making it to the bathroom. You might just get discouraged on a new exercise regimen, even walking around the block. This can work for you. The Good Feet store. Go to goodfeet.com or visit one of the stores like I did. I went to the one at Robinson Town Center across from IKEA, or in Cranberry Township. There's one, Route 19 North next to Walgreens. One down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center and now open in the waterfront. There's one across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball gets a week off from their last game against North Carolina. They lost 79-65 on Saturday. Panthers will play this Saturday, hosting Notre Dame at 2 o'clock, fighting Irish in town. 1:30 is when pregame coverage will begin, and you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The number one team that needs to sign Tyreek Hill now that he's a free agent is the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo has to get Josh Allen some help on the outside and certainly some speed on the outside. And while there's questions about Tyreek at 32 coming off a torn ACL, he is definitely a worthy gamble for a Buffalo team that's all in on getting to the Super Bowl and absolutely needs speed. Buffalo should be the team to sign Tyreek Hill. I'm Nick Custis.
The most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
President's Day is here, and so are the savings at Joe Ball. Drive a new GMC Sierra 1500 with up to $11,000 off, or lease a V8 for just $369 a month for 24 months. See JoeBallGM.com for details.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Book us to manandajunkdrunk.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need anytime the motivation hits, so you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Cloudy with snow showers this afternoon, the high 30.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, the place called Mugshots in Crafton just came in unannounced and dropped off fish sandwiches and chicken wings for just me and Limits.
And oh
my God.
My word, is it good.
This place is incrinculant, Limits. I just ate the wings. I can't wait to eat the fish. So yes, Mugshots in Crafton. Meantime, look at what we got here. Saul Barrios Thomas from the Post-Gazette contacted me about the Professional Fighters League bringing an MMA broadcast nationally to Pittsburgh for the first time in 8 years. March 28th, UPMC Event Center. Newcastle native Dalton Rosta with an 11-2 record is the co-headliner, and he's a grad of Laurel High School and YSU. So my level of ignorance on this sport is embarrassing. I know absolutely nothing about it. Let's bring on Saul and Dalton right now to talk about this event and their sport. Saul, how are you today?
I'm doing good, man. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I don't know if the radio's on in the background. I think it might be. If you could turn it down, that'd be great. Because something's echoing in the background.
We're just in the hotel lobby, so you might hear just a teeny bit of background.
Oh, okay.
Is it better now?
It's fine now. Yeah, it's perfect. So tell me about this event and what's happening here and the level of popularity with this sport. My friend Limits is into it a little bit. I've only seen bits and pieces. I'm way behind the game when it comes to MMA.
So, yeah, the UFC is obviously, the number one brand of MMA fighting globally. But I think the gap right now between number one and number two, which is PFL, is smaller than it's been in a long, long time. PFL acquired Bellator in 2023, which was another competitor, and that allowed them to really balloon the roster and find the highest level talent that's out there.
Can you kick somebody in the nuts or no?
No, you are not allowed to do that, and also pokes to the eye are not allowed.
So that's it? Just kicks to the groin and pokes to the eye? That's it? Anything else goes?
Yep, pretty much.
And I guess that's the attraction, is pure unadulterated violence. That's become very popular. How many people watch things like this? Is this going to be a sellout at the event center?
Yeah, I think that's certainly what they're hoping for. And, once PFL was able to sign on with ESPN, it really started to open the windows for how they were able to get that reach. And then, of course, UFC moved on to Paramount, so now PFL is ESPN's number one MMA product. So it's definitely on the rise, and I think it's going to be a big year for PFL.
So if I go to this thing as a newbie, a novice, I'm going to sit there and just watch people pound each other into oblivion with bare knuckles, am I? Is that the thing?
They have very small padded gloves that help there. But, yeah, that's pretty much it, just the gloves and the cup. And they're out there putting it all on the line. And, you know, everyone has different styles. You see guys that are more wrestling-centric, and they'll get you to the ground. Guys that, have thunder in their hands, and they're looking to land the knockout. And then you see a lot of submissions, and it's sort of a blending of all these different disciplines to create the best kind of fight atmosphere. So
gloves and a cup. That's all I got.
Yeah.
And then I can scratch and claw. And are there rules as to how long my nails can be? I can kick, I can punch, I can elbow, I can knee, I can do anything I want. I can gouge your lips apart, I can pull your teeth out, I can punch you in the ear, anything I want, right?
Oh, just about. I don't know that scratching is very common in MMA, but yeah. I mean, you're going to use elbows, knees, everything like that is going to be flying at the highest level.
Limits, I think if you and I engaged in an MMA match, I might try to scratch you to death.
I think you'd probably go right for my eyes, yes.
That's illegal. No eye gouging and no kicking in the nuts.
Yeah, I don't think that would stop you from at least attempting.
Do you have a question for the combatant on hand, one Dalton Rosta? Dalton, how are you, sir?
Hold on a second. Here he is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up? How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
What did you play in high school, and how in the world did you get into this?
In high school, I played football and I wrestled. So, two contact sports, pretty violent. I think that answers it.
That does answer it. And where are you on the pecking order? Like, I'm having trouble quantifying what's AAA and what's the majors here. Where are you? Are you one of the best MMA fighters around? Are you working your way up? Like, what level are you at, and what are we going to see from you on that day?
I mean, I'm at the top of the sport, as high as you can get. Professional fighter, fight for the PFL. And I believe I'm the best in the weight class. So this year, I'm out to prove that.
What weight class you in?
185, middleweight.
Limits? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious just how your wrestling background has been able to translate to fighting, because I feel like we're seeing more and more wrestlers really get accustomed to it. What do you think are some of those things that translate so easily?
So not everybody's wrestling style translates. Mine does, I feel like, because I was more of like an explosive wrestler. I relied on power, explosiveness, athleticism whenever I wrestled, and I think it transfers over well in fighting. On top of that, too, I was a left leg lead in wrestling. I'm right-handed, so my left leg's forward whenever I box, whenever I strike. I don't have to switch stances whenever I shoot. That favors me as well. But, I mean, you've seen wrestlers in the sport of MMA for a long time. They've dominated for a long time, and it goes through little eras where you'll get some strikers that are dominating, and then you'll get jiu-jitsu guys, and it's back to wrestling. So I think the best base for MMA is wrestling, because you get to dictate where the fight goes. Do you want to keep it standing? Do you want to take it to the ground? If you're fighting a jiu-jitsu guy, it's a really good submission threat off his back. Maybe you don't want to take him down. Maybe you want to strike with him if you're a better striker. And then if you're fighting a really good striker, maybe you want to take him down to avoid any risk of knockout or any threats like that. So I think it's definitely the best base to have. And then also on top of that, what you learn from wrestling throughout your career, the grittiness, the mental toughness, the work ethic, everything else, you don't really get that in other combat sports or other martial arts or anything like that. So I think it's definitely probably the most beneficial background to have.
We're talking to Dalton Rosta, who's on the ticket here for the Professional Fighters League, bringing MMA nationally to Pittsburgh for the first time in 8 years, March 28th, UPMC Event Center, a grad of Laurel High School, NYSU. All right, Dalton. So my concern would be, you're allowed to kick, right? You can kick like a karate person, right?
Yes, you can. You can box, kick, wrestle.
Okay.
Net.
All right. My concern would be somebody kicking my teeth out. Do you wear a mouth guard? Are you concerned when you go up against a real karate person that they're going to kick you to death?
Yeah, that's a risk. So yeah, we wear mouthpieces, but everybody trains everything. This isn't a sport where, in the beginning with UFC, it was like a wrestler versus a striker, and you've seen like styles going against each other. Everybody does everything nowadays, so it's something you prepare for in the gym every single day.
That's just insane. I'm now really interested in watching this, actually. So, I mean, does it just turn into a street brawl at times, or is it very technical? Do you just want to elbow a guy in the jaw or punch his teeth out or kick him in the face, or what? Like what does it turn into? Is it more technical or street brawl, battle for survival?
I mean, I suppose it depends on who you're fighting, what their style is. A lot goes into that, but I would like to say it's more technical. It's technical more often than not, but you do see brawls decently often. If you look at the Justin Gaethje and Paddy Pimblett fight recently, they fought for a UFC title. And theirs happened to be a brawl. It wasn't too technical. They were swinging for the fences, trying to knock each other out. So you see that sometimes. But a lot of fans like to see it. A lot of fighters like to see a more aesthetically pleasing fight where you're more technical. The striking isn't as messy or sloppy, and you're not brawling. But you do get to see both sides of it.
Have you ever pulled somebody's hair out or had yours pulled out?
No.
Limits?
Yeah, I'm just curious your approach. Like, are you more of a aggressive attack, be the one that delivers the first punch type of fighter, or do you try to play more of a defensive approach and let the fight come to you?
So I can't lie, I've played both, but more often than not, I'm aggressive. I'm going out there to try and get the finish. I'm in their face from the start of the fight to the end, from bell to bell. So when you see me fight on March 28th, that's what you can expect.
How long are the rounds and how many rounds?
They are 5-minute rounds, and if it's a non-title fight, it's 3 of them. If it's a title fight, there's 5, but that's only if it ever goes that long.
That is insane. What's the worst injury you've inflicted and the worst you've suffered?
I couldn't tell you, honestly. There's injuries involved in any sport, and the injuries I've had throughout my MMA career, no different than what you see in football or soccer or basketball or any other sports, like knee injuries, shoulder injuries, stuff like that. So broken bones. As for injuries that I've inflicted, maybe some concussions, but besides that, I'm not too sure.
This doesn't sound like basketball. This sounds like street warfare here. So there's got to be. Have you ever broken anybody's jaw?
I'm sure I have. Haven't heard about it though.
I'm curious.
So wait, Lewis. I have one final question from my end. How did your family feel when you got into this line of work, and how do they feel today?
To be honest with you, I don't know if you would say it's immediate family, but some of my aunts, my nana, my grandparents, they weren't too fond of it. They thought that I should get a normal job. They thought that the chances of me making it and making something of myself, making money in the sport and making it far were slim to none. So there's some comments they made that, got under my skin a little bit, but I'm going to refrain from repeating them right now. But to say the least, they really didn't believe in me at first, but now they do. So it's a little bit different. Once you make it, everybody claims they believed in you, but when you're first starting out, nobody really does.
What's it pay on a good day?
No, I'm not telling you that.
What do you get if you win this whole thing at UPMC?
Again, I'm not divulging that information.
Saul, what's the purse here? It's a professional sporting event. What do you win? Can Saul jump in here?
I'm not necessarily sure, but I can tell you that Dalton does very well. He's ranked number 5 in PFL. He's been signed with them for several fights now, and so he's trending towards the very top of the middleweight division, and he's certainly compensated well for that.
Limits?
Yeah, Dalton, I was just curious, what is the adrenaline rush like when you knock somebody down and you hear the crowd going wild? What goes through your mind in those moments?
that's what I fight for. I want to put on a show for the fans. So at the end of the day, that's the goal.
Well, we're going to be watching. I'm actually going to be watching this. And now I'm looking at purses for fighters. And you guys earn a nice little paycheck sometimes. It said the UFC's minimum was $12,000 per fight in 22, with a win bonus another $12,000. So we're going to be.
I make a lot more than that. But
all right, now we're talking. Now it says fighter. Okay. The PFL's entire platform is a tournament format. Fighters compete for a $1 million prize if they make it to and win the finals at this, I guess it's the Bellator and Grand Prix tournaments. You know of those? Of course you do.
Bellator's no longer around. It was acquired by the PFL.
Okay.
And dissolved their one company now. And the PFL tournament format is no longer a thing. So a couple years ago, they used to fight for $1 million. Last year, there was more weight classes. It was a $500,000 on top of like what you get paid throughout the tournament for each fight.
Yeah.
And then this year it's just a regular fight format, just like the UFC. So there's a ranking system. Everybody fights each other, get their shot at the belt, and then the champion stays instead of renewing every single year.
And when you know your opponent, are you studying tape like Bill Belichick or John Gruden? Like, do you know these guys' moves by heart by the time you go in there, and you imagine you have a game plan like any other sport, right?
Yeah, 100%. So I watch film. My coaches watch film. We, draw up a game plan based on what we see. We look for tells. We look for what they like to do, what they don't like, weaknesses, strengths, habits, patterns, all of that. So I watch film pretty often, and it's not just watching at the beginning of camp and then going from that point forward off of the one or a few times that I watch at the beginning. I watch it throughout camp as well. When I get closer to the fight, I watch it to refresh my memory just to see his movements. So whenever I get in the cage, I'm not surprised by anything.
He said Saul did no eye gouging and no kicks or punches to the groin. So pretty much everything else goes then?
Yeah, I mean, you can't pull hair either. You can't eye poke. You said gouging. I guess that's it.
But when you're in a scrum, you could like twist a guy's leg until he gives up, things like that.
Yep.
All right, Limits. This is incredible. I mean, I want to see this now. I've missed out on this whole thing, Dalton. I'm a mainstream, I guess, sports guy, but I'm well aware. I'm well aware of how popular this is, and I actually want to see this. And I wish you all the luck in the world. You were great on here, man.
I appreciate it. You should come by and make sure you're at the event because it's going to be a good show.
I will. Come by.
No better time than to start watching than to come watch me.
You know what? I am going to come watch you. Is there anybody else from Pittsburgh involved in this thing or Pittsburgh area?
I know of one, but I don't think the fight's announced yet, so I don't think I can say.
Okay.
But, it's just put it like this. It's going to be a good show. I'm going to put on a show, and at the very least, you should come watch me.
Love it, and we appreciate it, and good luck, and thank you, Saul, for everything. This was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for having us on.
Of course. There you go. Wow. I guess I don't know how many people listening are as ignorant as I am about MMA. But
I think that was your way of saying, yeah, I'm kind of old. I don't really understand the sports.
Maybe. I mean, that is incredible.
Yeah, I like my buddies to watch UFC fighting. And I wonder if that ultimately is his future goal to end up as one of those guys, which I'm sure it probably is. But
I meant to ask him about trash talk. Darn it.
Yeah, Joe, these fights are they're intense.
Is there a lot of trash talk? I'm going to ask Saul that question.
There's also a lot of blood.
How do you know? There's blood?
Well, I mean,
of course there is blood.
I watch the frequent amount of these fights when they're on.
You want to go to this? I seriously do now.
Yeah, I'd like to go. I got to check my schedule and make sure it doesn't conflict with anything, but I'll go.
Well, I think you should call in sick if it does.
Oh.
That was great stuff, man. Coming up, what else do we have, Limits? That threw me for a loop, and I'm ready to eat a fish sandwich. What do we have here?
Yes, I would love to eat a fish sandwich as well with you. So, do we want to go back to the well? Because James Harrison brought it up.
Oh, God.
And he responded to Joey Porter.
Yeah, why don't
and
we go
I have
back to
three
that
different
one?
things
Yeah,
that James Harrison said.
Let's listen to that and then dive into a mailbag. And I was asked about all the preseason win total predictions, and I've got two of them, one from Fangraphs and one from Pacoda, which prides itself on getting things statistically accurate. Regarding the Pirates, you might be a little surprised. Saul tells me definitely there's trash talking, and Dalton is the king of trash talking. I can tell by that interview. I love that guy, don't you?
Yeah, that was entertaining.
Wait
you
a
can tell
second.
he's
Wait
a
a
fighter
second.
that's confident.
You're passing yourself off as this FF. What's it called? UFC guy, and you didn't even know who he was.
Well, I'm not a huge UFC guy. I watch the fights when they're on, like in the background. I'm not as familiar with PFL as I am as UFC, which is, like the NFL of fighting.
The insanity of this is just next level. Has anybody ever been killed in UFC?
That's a great question. I'm sure somebody's probably sustained a significant injury that has affected them, like similar with football. But, Joe, we have to go. We are way past time.
Thank you, Lemon. I still have to do weather.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
Hold on.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
That's a very important message, Joe.
Listen to Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Partly cloudy and a high of Alex Highsmith, 56, a low of 33. Hannes Wagner. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Joe, just an intense curling matchup that's taking place right now between the United States and China as the Olympic Games continue to roll along. China leads in the ninth end of curling, 5-2, after we had our friends from the Pittsburgh Curling Club explain curling to us yesterday. That was a really nice treat. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. Protecting America. Fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Talking about that curling matchup that's going on between USA and China right now. It's currently 5-5. So they tied it up. Very fascinating in curling right now. Pirates, they will play their first spring training game of the year on Saturday. They will also have a split squad game on Sunday. You can hear one of Sunday's games right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's Pirates and Orioles, a 1:05 first pitch this upcoming Saturday, as the Pirates will be playing on the road at Baltimore's spring training site. More headlines are at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. We're back to Pomp and Joe.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our lost puppy, Joe Starkey, has not been able to be found in the hallways. He is somewhere still within the building. He might be in the back talking to one of our bosses. He might be roaming around trying to find some food to eat after our wonderful fish sandwiches that we just indulged in. But one thing that I thought was really interesting that just continues to come up and just is a story that seemingly won't die, because every day there's a new level to it. There is a new person, a new Steeler alum, or a player that has just entered retirement that Zach Banner now is. That is calling out either James Harrison, defending Ben Roethlisberger, throwing shade at Joey Porter. It was Zach Banner who just came out, and he said in his first day as an official media member, went at James Harrison. There's Joe. Hi, Joe. We're on the air. So, Joe, I give you the option of James Harrison going back at Joey Porter or new comments from Zach Banner, who calls out James Harrison. Maybe this will be just a potpourri of Steelers going at each other
this
one
is
by
getting
one.
Ludicrous.
I'm
losing track. Whose side is Zach Banner
I don't
on
know.
again? I think he's on Ben's side in
Yes,
all of this.
He is on Ben's side, but he went at Porter and he went at James Harrison, and we have his response to James Harrison.
Wait, I thought James Harrison was on Ben's side as well. So why would Zach Banner go after James Harrison?
I don't know.
Let's hear that part.
All right. You want Harrison first or you want Banner first?
But let's keep this simple.
Let's go confused.
Let's go with Harrison, who last I checked is a Ben defender and one of the guys that Joey Porter ripped. Where did this occur?
This was on the Debo and Joe show. It's James Harrison's podcast with Joe Hayden.
For me, the way Joy and Ben, like we broke the brother, you broke the brotherhood, bro, more than we did. You didn't even play under Mike. You won a championship with Ben. You said it yourself. But like as me and Joey talked, and like I said, we talked that man. I hung up on my boy. Joey was like, well, what's real? I said, listen, Joey. I said, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, okay? And right there, Joey has a personal issue with Ben, and he was the rabbit with the gun. He took his shot because he doesn't see Ben as a brother, okay? And me personally, I do not think Ben is a bad teammate, okay? Because I have a good relationship with Ben, you know? And I can say this because I talked to Ben. Like, this is not gonna, it's not gonna be news to him, okay? But seven could be that's facts, okay?
Yes.
Okay, and when Ben came in, this man went 13-1 as a rookie, okay? Starter. The team was 15-1. His second season, he won a Super Bowl. The youngest quarterback to ever do it, 23.
Yes.
And that's when Seven was born, okay? He became the youngest quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. Hell yeah. That's go stroke my ego and give me delusions of grandeur.
Hold on, Limits.
I mean,
I
now your phone
apologize.
is
No,
ringing.
I'll be honest and let people behind the scenes here. My daughter's sick today, and now I'm getting a call from the doctor. I'll call you.
All right, I'll talk about
Yeah,
my
talk
thoughts
about
on
that
this.
for a second.
Yeah, like when I listen to this, I just feel like there is maybe bias isn't the right word, but the grandeur of the whole entire situation here, where now it's Harrison supporting Ben because Ben is friends with James Harrison and they have a good relationship, and he's looking to just stick up for his own guy. And I mean, Harrison even mentioned in another clip that we have, look, Ben wasn't saying anything ludicrous. James Harrison was a lot more critical of Mike Tomlin. Like, it went a lot deeper. The knife went a lot further in on the criticism from Harrison to Tomlin compared to what Ben said, which was, well, I think maybe it's time for a change and it would be better. So it just seems like all the friends are going to bat for each other, and everybody that it's like the separation of, two different cities. And a blockade has been put up in between, and it's like a war on two sides. You're either Team Harrison and Team Ben,
It's
or you're
horrifying.
Team Porter. And it sucks to see.
Not horrifying, embarrassing. And I apologize for being semi-unprofessional there, but she's home alone, and she woke up and is really sick.
No, that's the call you need to take.
So that's what happened. But she's fine. I mean, I'm taking her to the doctor at 2. I think it's strep throat. In case anybody's curious, strep throat's going around here, Limits. This whole thing is embarrassing. And as I said with the Porter thing, it was based on a flimsy charge that Ben had sent something, that was off limits, that was private information, that was way out of bounds on Mike Tomlin. And that's just false. He didn't. On his podcast, all he said was it might be time to clean house. I have a great respect for Coach Tomlin. And it might be good for him, too. And this whole idea, too, that ex-Steelers aren't allowed to criticize Mike Tomlin, where does that come from? I mean, if you move on to a different job, and essentially Ben's different job as a podcast, you're allowed to say anything you want. That's your new job. Just like if Tomlin takes a job in television, he'll be criticizing some of his former players. Is Joey Porter going to jump on that? That's life. This whole thing is stupid, which makes me reluctant to move on with it. But now I am curious what Zach Banner had to say, because Zach Banner came out hugely in defense of Ben and basically said Ben was there for me at the lowest points of my career. And Zach Banner was not pleased with Joey Porter. So now I'm curious why Zach Banner is mad at James Harrison, because James Harrison would appear to be on his side in defense of Ben. Are you following this?
No, but like barely. I'm trying, but my attention span is not as great as I guess it should be for this, because I'm just lost in the shuffle of everybody that's tried to comment on it. DeCastro was on the morning show yesterday and also supported Ben. And just basically said people just like to, throw stuff out there just to throw it out there, and all this noise that's been created.
Well, let's hear from Zach Banner.
This is Banner on his social media accounts. In his first full day, he said, in the media as a retired NFL player.
To James Harrison, a guy that I stole from, and I stole that gray sweatsuit look in the weight room because he used to wear it when he was playing. Someone who I used to literally look up to, not in real life because he's 6 foot, but on the camera. Let me bring the camera, just down to your level so you would understand this, okay? This right here is not only your perspective of me when you see me in person, my buff little friend, but what I think of your opinions at all when it comes to Mike Tomlin.
Hold on. Stop this.
You and your energy
Stop this.
belong.
We're going to go back to the beginning.
My buff little friend.
That is going to be clipped by you. And whenever you and I get into it, that's the one I want to go back toward you.
My buff little friend?
Yes. That is incredible. Start this whole thing over. What the hell is he talking about?
So when he moves the camera, because, you can't see the video.
Yeah.
He moves the camera from where he had it up by his face to closer to his chest to basically, emulate how James Harrison would be looking up at Zach Banner.
This is way better than I thought it would be. Start from the beginning.
To James Harrison, a guy that I stole from, and I stole that gray sweatsuit look in the weight room because he used to wear it when he was playing. Someone who I used to literally look up to, not in real life because he's 6 foot, but on the camera. Let me bring the camera, just down to your level so you would understand this, okay? This right here is not only your perspective of me when you see me in person, my buff little friend, but what I think of your opinions at all when it comes to Mike Tomlin. You and your energy belong in spaces like the WWE, celebrity boxing matches. I could even see you being a little clay action figure on Celebrity Deathmatch. Maybe even South Park. I don't know.
South Park.
But my point is this. Shut your mouth about Coach T.
Wow. I mean,
Let me give a hand to that one. If that's the last word in this whole thing, God bless that man. That's one of the greatest things I've ever heard. Although I completely disagree with him, it's one of the greatest things I've ever heard. What did Josh Harrison even say about Tomlin? I mean, he's done a couple things over the years, hasn't he? Limits? Didn't him and somebody else, destroy Tomlin right after Harrison left?
I thought so, yeah.
He said Tomlin is not a great coach or a Hall of Famer due to his lack of playoff success. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that opinion?
I'm sorry, I was distracted by going back and clipping this.
My buff little friend.
What?
My buff little friend.
What exactly is wrong with that opinion? This whole thing is just so dumb. I'm sorry I ever got into it. Although I think I want to hear that entire soliloquy again before this segment is over. Why can't James Harrison have that opinion? Can you tell me that? Answer me that, please.
I think he's completely allowed to. Banner is probably saying that just because of the way that things ended between Tomlin and Harrison is pointing to a reason of, you have a personal issue with Tomlin because of how your Steeler career ended, and that's why you're saying this. Maybe you don't actually believe it, but at least the inspiration for you saying these things is because you have a vendetta against Tomlin because you're angry by how your Steeler career ended. You were, sure, you might have been sleeping in meetings, but you were cut. You were let go, and you still thought that you had some left, and you weren't getting on the field as much as possible. At least that's how I'm taking it from Banner's perspective.
And actually, I find the more I look into what Harrison said to be very instructive, that there were some things about Mike Tomlin that he would say or that people bought into on the surface that weren't true, like elevator noise and I don't pay attention to the outside noise and we don't care. I love this stuff from James Harrison. He says Tomlin lied to me in 2010, lied to me in 2013. I think that was about, or maybe that was later on when T.J. Watt came along. Harrison claims Tomlin lied to him about his role on the team. But Harrison said, as much as Tomlin says he doesn't listen to the outside noise, I found that to be a lie in 2018. He was way into his feelings because I said that Belichick was a better coach than him. He responded with something like, Woodley was a smarter player than you. So Tomlin heard the noise. Absolutely he did. And all this tough talk about, I talked about it earlier today. We don't live in our fears. I don't live in our fears. Yeah, but you do punt in the middle of a playoff game or in the third quarter of a playoff game against Cleveland when you've cut a ridiculous deficit to 11 or 12 points, and it's like 4th and 2 at midfield. You're punting late in the third quarter. Things like that. He did live in his fears, actually, a lot. And I like this. And Harrison has every right to say it. Every right to say it. So as much as I enjoyed Zach Banner's soliloquy there, why shouldn't Harrison say this? People have been... I don't even know if this is like telling secrets from the locker room forever in sports. This is just an opinion. You're allowed to do that. People write books and people eat this up. You're telling me this isn't interesting to you out there? Because it is to me. When Harrison says this, do you have this part? Limits, I don't know if you do, because this was the Debo and Joe show maybe 3 or 4 episodes ago. James Harrison says of Tomlin, our relationship was business, just that. The number one thing I was taught by my parents is you never lie to me, because if you lie to me, I can't help you, and then I can't trust you. The first time I know he lied to me was 2010. The big thing was in 2013, I knew he lied to me, and as much as he says he doesn't listen to the outside noise, I found that to be a lie in 2018. He was into his feelings. I'm repeating this. I said Belichick was a better coach than him. He responded with something like, Woodley's a smarter player than you. And you knew Harrison was really ticked off, not that he handled it well, when he came back to the Steelers late in his career and he felt Tomlin lied to him about what his role on the team would be, and they wound up playing T.J. Watt. Very understandable, right? I think as a rookie that year. And Harrison felt lied to and acted out, and then Tomlin basically had to get rid of him because his behavior had become such that you couldn't keep him around. I mean, it was ridiculous. Falling asleep at meetings or pretending to and stuff like that. But Harrison and any player in sports has every right to say whatever the hell he wants, just like Zach Banner does on his podcast. And I find it ironic that these people like Joey Porter and Zach Banner, who are accusing James Harrison, for example, although in Porter's case, accusing Ben of, telling the family secrets, giving you locker room stuff that you shouldn't have access to. They're doing the exact same thing in their criticisms of these people. That's irony, my friend.
That's a good point, yeah.
Anyway, Limits has a Limitless Express coming up, I believe, and then we go to the Beeswacker. Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette is in Bradenton, and we'll talk to him at 1 o'clock. We may also dive into a mailbag at some point today. But as a little treat, let's finish this segment, Limits. Actually, let me do this first. Join Coach Dave Gregg for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry on Saturday, February 1st, 1 to 4 p.m. Support Youth Sports. 10% of sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, check this out. In addition to the fan hotline being presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, we have fan trading cards brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, memorabilia. Where else could you get an Adam Crowley card? Does he have his own card limits?
I think most people do have cards. There are a few people who do not.
My God, is his height and weight on the back of that thing? He's like
good question.
5'11", 110.
Did you know that Callis doesn't have a card?
I don't think the producers got cards, did they?
Donnie got a card.
Did he?
He did.
These cards have pics and stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. All right, so let's get to all of that next. But first, one more time, Mr. Zach Banner, even though I disagree with pretty much everything he says, I love the fact that he said it.
To James Harrison, a guy that I stole from, and I stole that gray sweatsuit look in the weight room because he used to wear it when he was playing. Someone who I used to literally look up to, not in real life because he's 6 foot, but on the camera. Let me bring the camera, just down to your level so you would understand this, okay? This right here is not only your perspective of me when you see me in person, my buff little friend, but what I think of your opinions at all when it comes to Mike Tomlin. You and your energy belong in spaces like the WWE, celebrity boxing matches. I could even see you being a little clay action figure on Celebrity Deathmatch. Maybe even South Park. I don't know. But my point is this. Shut your mouth about Coach T.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yeah, that was kind of intense. All right, so Team USA will play, men's hockey, will play against the winner of Sweden and Latvia. That game is taking place in just about 2.5 hours. Czechia and Denmark currently in action. And Switzerland defeated Italy earlier 3-2. Germany 5-1 over France. Czechia up 3-2 against Denmark. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And right now, Joe, you have a message for the people.
Well, I thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. You know, I know, everybody knows who's listened that I had problems with my feet. Joints in my big toes, tons of discomfort. Couldn't do the stuff I wanted to do. Then I got introduced to the Good Feet store, the Good Feet foot arch supports in particular. So simple, so easy, so comfortable, designed, in fact, to provide relief, balance, and comfort, available in a wide range of flexibilities, extra firm to soft, to promote maximum performance, versatility for every foot, every lifestyle. Worked for me, could work for you, whatever the issue might be. Plantar fasciitis, needles in the heel, burning in the balls of your feet, something that's just keeping you from doing even the simple things that you want to do, and in some cases that you need to do. Go to goodfeet.com to check it all out, or visit a store like I did. I went to Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry Township, Route 19 North, next to Walgreens. There's one down in Crowley Town, otherwise known as Morgantown, at the Suncrest Town Center. And there's one now open in the waterfront, a Good Feet store across from Yankee Candle next to Panera. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
My buff little friend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
New York Yankees star Aaron Judge was measured in some criticism of the Yankees' approach to this winter, not signing more big-name free agents. He walked it back a little bit at the end, saying he's happy with the team they have now. But Judge is saying what a lot of Yankee fans feel, which is that the Yankees are not the Yankees anymore. And the Yankees watched the Dodgers spend all this money. Yankee fans wish the Yankees were what they were when George Steinbrenner was still alive. I'm Nick Costos.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. Things are cranking up. Medal round for the hockey competition. USA and Canada appear to be on a collision course. Who will you bet on? How about early odds for Cy Young? Can Paul Skeens do it again? You can make a bet at DraftKings Casino. New Year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. You can blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits and daily rewards rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and a whole lot more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. And then enjoy all your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day, 4 rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings, Inc.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Barry and Steve Aaronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7, but getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petite's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petite. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather. new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends, Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on that policy. I am so grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health question.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
That's so much louder every time I hear it than I thought it was.
Again, we're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant.
So let Bob start it up for you.
All aboard!
Man, is that good? You've really outdone yourself with the intro.
You like the Bob part of it?
No, I love the Bob part of it. And here we go for a little ride on the Limitless Express.
All right, Joe, let's start here. According to Stephen Holder of ESPN, it's starting to seem inevitable, in quotes, that Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson will request a trade from Indianapolis as they plan to move forward with Daniel Jones as their starting quarterback.
Yeah, and I read a little bit about not the Richardson part, but the Jones part today. They may have to pay upwards of $40 million for Daniel Jones coming off an Achilles. Wow. Richardson is a disaster so far in his NFL career. And what was the one game? What was the incident with him, Limits, where he asked out of a game?
He quit. He was like, yeah, I called for a breather, like he was looking towards the bench in basketball and saying, sub.
That's a rarity in the NFL. I forget the exact circumstances, but it was not good, and neither has his play been so far. He's not a guy. I'm all for taking a flyer on Malik Willis. I'm all for not taking one on Anthony Richardson. Daniel Jones, if he were to be made available, would intrigue me a little bit based on the half year he had. But, man, I can't see paying that kind of money for Daniel Jones. That's crazy. But, yeah, Anthony Richardson, one of many in NFL history that you take a chance on based on, ability, and they don't pan out. Everybody from, you name it, Tim Tebow, he was drafted basically on his winning and his running ability from college. Johnny Football, millions of them. Not millions, but you get the idea. Limits, I said millions for effect. Put Anthony Richardson in that category as well.
Yeah, he's only going to be 24 years old coming up this season.
Would you take a chance on him?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, he was another guy that had a very small sample size in college, basically just a one-year starter at Florida. And, I mean, overall, he has a completion percentage in the NFL of under 51%, 11 touchdowns, 13 picks. And that's with working with a guy like Shane Steichen, who I think is a pretty good offensive mind. If Shane Steichen can't get, average quarterback play out of you, like he did with Daniel Jones, and I thought Phillip Rivers played okay in that Shane Steichen offense, Anthony Richardson has looked the worst of any Colts quarterback in it.
I actually like Shane Steichen a lot. I think he's a good offensive mind, and I think there's been some difficult circumstances there. But, man, if that guy ever became available as a coordinator, I'd go for it, maybe even a head coach.
Next.
Sticking with Indianapolis, because this could fall into the purview of the Steelers and what they could do.
Purview is a wonderful word, Limits.
Thank you. I pulled it out of my Malsey thesaurus. It's not as good as macabre, which is a word that Malsey taught me. Macabre. Do you know how to spell macabre?
Yes. M-A-C-A-B-R-E. Right?
I think you're close. I still don't know how to spell it.
No, I think I'm right.
M-C-C-A-B-E is macabre. Oh, no, wait, there's an R. Anyway.
What's your point?
I don't know. I was just trying to figure. I said Malsey taught me the word, and then I didn't understand what the word meant.
M-A-C-A-B-R-E. Like I said, Limits. It's something gruesome, terrifying, or ghastly.
And horrifying.
Like this segment so far. What do we
According
have?
to The Athletic, Michael Pittman could be a cap casualty for the Colts this offseason. He has a cap hit of $29 million. So, obviously, Alec Pierce is emerging. Jonathan Taylor, they still have there on his deal. Tyler Warren, first-round pick. They're not going to have to pay him yet. But if they move on from Michael Pittman, he would create $24 million in cap space. So, the question to the savvy old news hound is, should the Steelers pursue Michael Pittman?
Yes. 80 catches last year. He's 6'4", 220 pounds, 7 touchdowns and 80 catches. Yes, I would pursue Michael Pittman. And thank you for asking, Limits.
Yeah, I'm very glad that you would, because I would as well. Solid receiver who I think with how Pierce was able to shine over the last year plus, especially this past year, he was terrific, maybe made Pittman look more like a less valuable receiver to them. And I hope that is the case, because he is somebody who can be a true number 2 wide receiver right next to DK Metcalf, and the Steelers could definitely benefit from that.
Thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing. We can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon presented by MetaConnect. We're able to raise over $345,000 to benefit Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families, powered by Dynegy, brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Next Expressions. Maybe I'm thinking about my caffeine addiction.
Possibly.
And resuming it with espresso. Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And right now, Limits, it's 1252. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Was there a golf read for golf things that I missed, Limits?
We have a contest. We have some tickets to give away.
Please tell the fans about that.
I would love to do so. Joe, people can, or maybe we should tell them at the very end, because they would interrupt the Limitless Express, a segment that is already derailed.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Let's not derail it further. We were just getting hot. Go ahead.
All right, Joe. The odds are out, according to Bet Online, for Tyreek Hill's next team. Where do you think the Steelers rank? Where are they?
I read where Kansas City, I think, was 1.
Correct.
The Bills were up there.
2.
The 49ers, maybe, were up there. 5.
Or 6. They're 6th.
Rams?
They are not ahead of the Steelers.
Okay, I'll say the Steelers are 3 then.
Wrong.
4?
Wrong. The Steelers are 11th in the odds for Tyreek Hill.
Give me the top 5.
Yeah, I found that surprising. I thought they would be significantly higher. Top 5 are Chiefs, plus 400, followed by the Bills, Giants, Broncos, and Packers.
Giants, Broncos, and Packers.
A weapon for Jackson Dart, a weapon for Bo Nix to go along with Cortland Sutton.
See,
Do the Packers need another receiver? They have like 12 of them.
I want the Steelers to get Alec Pierce. I think he's the prize out there right now, even over Mike Evans, because I think Mike Evans has taken a lot of punishment, was banged up last year. What do you think, Limits? Little Alec Pierce?
I would like
your
Pierce.
Fancy?
Yeah, he impressed me last year. I've always been more of a Pittman is better than Pierce person.
I've never thought about those two in the same sentence, so congratulations on all your success.
Thank you. I would like to pontificate a little bit more about Alec Pierce, because the way that he helped that offense stretch the ball down the field, he was more of a big play receiver, where Pittman was more there underneath.
He's a touchdown maker, Pittman, though.
Yeah,
had 7 of those.
Yeah, big plays. Next. ESPN's Matt Bowen He believes in his best fits in the offseason, in a story that he wrote.
The Bowen constrictor, yes.
That the Steelers should pursue safety Jaquan Brisker.
Yeah, I saw that on ESPN. Well, I think I saw it is Matt Bowen an ESPN guy?
Yeah, that's the story.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, they need a safety. I like that. Do you?
Yeah, so he came from the Bears, solid year a year ago, right around 100 tackles. From Gateway, went to Penn State. Fiery physical safety, played really well in the playoffs, especially in that playoff game against Green Bay. I've always admired the way that Brisker plays the game, and him next to Deshaun Elliott would be a good fit.
Between Brisker and bringing in Drew Aller as quarterback, you can plan the parade limits.
Yes. Anybody else you want to add to go with Pat Freiermuth and Joey Porter as well?
Partly cloudy and a high of Alex Highsmith 56, a low of 33, Hannes Wagner. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Do you want to retire in Florida in a beach house like Ron Cook did? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track. What else you got, big boy?
Yeah, so regarding the idea that Tyreek Hill could come to the Steelers, I thought about this. So I was going over last night some of the off-the-field concerns that he has. The NFL's personal conduct policy review, according to Pro Football Talk, on Tyreek Hill remains open. There's an investigation that arose from allegations of domestic violence made by his estranged wife. Tyreek Hill, I wonder, too, with the injury and how gruesome it was, torn ACL, a lot that went on with his knee.
Yeah.
He might be, Nick Farabaugh said that he might be somebody who ends up coming back late in the year, like week 14, signing with a team. Remember when Odell Beckham did that and signed with the Rams so late in the season a couple of years ago? I think it might have been 5-6 years ago now, but that the most plausible option for Tyreek Hill will be signing that late, and I just don't think that the Steelers would even think about doing that at that point. He would probably be an addition like the Chiefs or Buffalo or something like that, a team that is like a true Super Bowl contender, where he can go there and just be a plug-and-play guy as a number 3 receiver. Doesn't make sense for the Steelers, I don't think, the more I think about it. That was a long way of saying.
I like the last part of that was great. No, that was good.
Way of saying, unless Tyreek Hill's taking $5 million.
I understand. I hear you. I don't want Tyreek Hill. His superpower is speed, and he just got his leg torn off last year. Is he going to be as fast? I think it's reasonable to assume that a guy who had a dislocated knee and torn ligaments up and down, including the ACL, might be a little slower, and he might not even be ready for the season. He might not even be ready for the opener limits.
No. Well, I think that's very much in play that he won't be.
What would be the purpose of this? Draft a receiver and develop him.
Well, I mean,
teach him all the ins and outs of being a good receiver. Don't punch people in blue wigs. That's lesson number 1.
I don't think that signing Tyreek Hill would preclude them from drafting a receiver.
Well, it might not, but you're putting money. You're putting money. Plus, you have him around. You want him as an example for the youth?
No. Could you imagine him and George Pickens on the same team? With DK Metcalf and blue wig? What do you think's going to happen with
Rule
blue wig?
number 1 when you become a receiver, you see somebody in a blue wig, don't punch him. What else do we have?
The Beeswacker said he's going to join us on video.
Oh, I thought you had another item in the Limitless Express.
Yeah, I do.
Say it as he looks it up.
I'm going to play a clip for you.
Okay.
That's what I was looking for here. So you were talking about Malik Willis earlier?
Yeah.
This was Steve Palazzolo on the PM team a couple of days ago of what Malik Willis's contract could look like.
Malik Willis is really interesting, but he's going to get paid. I think because he's the free agent of the group. That's the most expensive
Give us like a
option.
ballpark on him, you think?
Oh, I think he might be making $40 million a year.
What?
This offseason.
$40 million a year? That wasn't even me on the show. Come on. Get out of here with that.
That's, again,
that's ridiculous.
Nobody... stay away from Malik Willis,
although,
please.
you know.
One start this year, had one really good game, and now we're talking about $40 million. That is just preposterous.
Didn't it start out as, did he mean $40 million over 2 years? Because that's what.
Let's listen to the rest of it.
Like a game and a half?
Is he the new Matt
More than
Flynn?
like 3 games. But seriously.
There's Malsey calling the Matt Flynn comparison that I made the last couple of weeks.
Keep going.
He played so well. It was night and day. He couldn't complete a pass in Tennessee and looks unbelievable with the Packers. He's the only real free agent of that group there. Kirk Cousins will be free, but he's the only free agent with some level of future and upside. He's going to get paid. There's a lot, and because there's scarcity in the draft, because I don't think anybody is bending over backwards to get Ty Simpson.
Hey.
There's Ty Simpson.
What Well, that part of it actually makes sense. The scarcity of other quarterbacks may benefit him. $40 million? That's Matt Flynn. That's Rob Johnson from a long time ago. You remember that story, don't you, Limits? No, you don't.
Rob Johnson, no.
Because you were too little. Here's what happened. Doug Flutie didn't have a great year, but he had a lot of great comebacks and led the Bills to the playoffs. This was the year of the Music City Miracle. You know of that play, right? Of
course.
In Nashville. Doug Flutie was told, you can rest for the final regular season game against the Colts because we're already in the playoffs and you got us here. A man named Rob Johnson came into that game and played great in a meaningless game against the Colts. And guess who got the start in the playoff game in Tennessee? Wrong. Rob Johnson. They gave him the start. They backstabbed Flutie. That caused me to disown the Bills for a good 20 to 25 years practically.
So it just wore off now?
Yeah, Josh Allen wore it off.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. And Rob Johnson stunk, but they gave him a nice new contract. They chose him over Flutie, and he was a total flop. He's the original Matt Flynn. And I understand that. I would not pay, don't get me wrong with the Malik Willis thing. I ain't paying $30 or $40 million for Malik Willis. 20 is where I would draw the line because he is very intriguing. He really is. But that's crazy. Thank you, Limits.
Thanks.
Beeswacker next. Colin Beasley live in Bradenton. The Pirates, when's their first game?
Saturday against Baltimore, 105.
Do we have a pitching matchup or at least a starter for the Pirates? Who do you think it'll be? Wrong.
That's
Paul Skeens.
Great question.
Why don't we ask the Beeswacker?
Yeah, maybe he knows.
Next. First, fan weather, partly cloudy and a high of Alex Highsmith. I just did this, Limits.
You did.
Why didn't you say that in my ear?
Thank you.
Bye.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, who will Team USA play in the quarterfinal rounds of the tournament to determine who wins gold in men's hockey? Sweden, Latvia, coming up later on today. Team USA will play the winner, but we're all imagining it's going to come down to Team USA and Canada, the collision course, if both teams win out. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 65 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. And we met you at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Ready for an unforgettable shooting experience? Keystone Shooting Center welcomes walk-ins to their world-class indoor range. Enjoy hourly access to shoot pistols, rifles, and AR-15s. Choose from a vast selection of rental firearms or bring your own. Keystone Shooting Center provides all the necessary gear, plus a massive superstore with over 500 guns for sale. It's all right here. Plan your visit today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com. Keystone Shooting Center, where every shot counts.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold? Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Visit Taft Poorhouse in Greensburg for Valentine's Day cocktail and food specials.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates' first full squad workout was yesterday. The workouts continued today with Connor Griffin once again hitting buildings in batting practice, becoming a common trend for him in spring training. The Pirates DFA'd Jack Suwinski yesterday to make room on the 40-man roster for Marcell Ozuna, who was officially announced signing a one-year deal with a mutual option for 2027. Pirates' first spring training game is on Saturday at 1:05. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette joins us next from Bradenton.
Get a load of this.
I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, we've barely mentioned the Pirates today. I don't know that we have. And things are happening out of spring training.
Frantic show today, huh?
Frantic is a good word for it.
Frantic for fun.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So let's go down to Bradenton, shall we, where we find the Post-Gazette's Colin Beasley. The Beeswacker, live and presumably on site. How are you, Colin?
I'm good. How are you?
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry. You're on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What's the big story today? Is it Connor Griffin hitting buildings again in batting practice? Have you witnessed that, or what else is going on?
Yeah, can it be the same big story 2 days in a row? I mean, he hit buildings again, put on a show again. I don't think anyone will ever get tired of watching him hit homers in batting practice and watching the ball thump off the batting cages beyond the left field wall.
Man, I mean, is it to the point, and I know we're only like a day in, where you're starting to get the feeling he is coming north, that this is going to be, that he's just going to give them no choice almost? What happened to the Beeswacker?
I think we're losing the Beeswacker's video. He's just frozen in time right now. Oh, there we go. He's back.
The Beeswacker is frozen under a palm tree. Are you there, Beeswacker?
I heard that in slow motion, so I don't know if it's my fault. I don't know if it's I don't know if I should switch onto the different Wi-Fi. I think I got your question.
Man, am I jealous right now? You are literally standing under the sun and under a palm tree. But anyway, the question was, is Griffin just going to give them no choice but to bring him north?
I mean, if you judge off of batting practice, yeah, but obviously there's a lot that goes into baseball other than batting practice. I've heard what Jason said on the show, and I kind of feel the same way, that Connor Griffin will have to perform and will have to prove that he should be the opening day shortstop, that he should be the guy for the Pirates. Obviously, initial returns are great. Batting practice is one thing. He's looked good there. He's looked good with the reps. He's said all the right things to us. He seems the part of the phenom and a number one prospect. You never know what will happen, and you never know how he'll actually perform in games. I think that if he hits well and leaves no doubt, then he'd certainly be an asset to the
Man, I almost feel like I'm heading to Florida this weekend. I won't be too close to Bradenton, but I almost feel compelled to come watch him. That's how pumped I am to see him. Are you in the well, you're not in the locker room right now. You're outside, but where is that noise coming from?
So I'm in the lobby right outside the front entrance, and had a couple of minor league players walk past me, and a couple major league guys as well will probably amble through. But front lobby right outside Pirate.
Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette. Donnie Football was telling us yesterday that if iguanas freeze in Florida, they basically turn to ice and fall out of the trees and then come back to life when it warms up. Have you heard of this? And just in case, are you equipped with an iguana helmet if it gets cold there, Colin?
I want you to know that I am completely I am in trouble if an iguana falls from the sky. I'm not prepared whatsoever. I hadn't been thinking about it. I'm mentally prepared. If something happens, I am in trouble. So let me know on this slight video delay. If you see something coming, I'll duck.
Well, when you froze, I couldn't help but think of that conversation limits about the frozen iguanas in Florida.
They could weigh like up to 25 pounds.
25 pounds, Colin. Be like a falling brick. So
that is unbelievable.
It truly is.
I feel like I got to see an iguana before I leave Florida.
You haven't seen one yet?
You've added something to my bucket list. I have not.
Wow. All right.
I have not.
Back to baseball. Connor Griffin, the big story. What else is happening today? Like, what are people, are there battles that people are following? The catching battle, perhaps? How does that shake out?
The catching battle, I think everything's too early to know exactly what is a battle, what isn't a battle. I tried to ask Don Kelly today about the starting rotation and what he saw there, and he basically said it's too early to decide whether it'll be 5 guys, 6 guys, whatever, who exactly the names would be. With catchers, I'm not sure I see as much of a battle in it, in my opinion. I think that it's probably going to be a lot of Joey Bart, a lot of Henry Davis. I'm not expecting Endy Rodriguez or Rafael Flores to claim a starting job right away, just because I think that both of those guys need reps. Endy, obviously, we know what he can do in Pittsburgh, but he hasn't played much in the last 2 years. I want him to be playing regularly, and I think that the biggest opportunity for him would probably be in AAA. Same thing with Rafael Flores. He hasn't played much above AAA, or much above AA. So I think that there's some seasoning there still for him. Now, obviously, things could change if there's a Joey Bart trade, or if there's an injury, or if one of these guys hits 600. But in my opinion, I'm expecting it to look somewhat like last year. Maybe a little bit more Henry Davis, especially if he hits, but I'm expecting it to be a split.
Colin, you did a really good piece on Don Kelly's new right-hand man, the bench coach for the Pirates. Is it Christopher Negron? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yep.
Tell us about him. He's got an interesting backstory. We're going to be seeing a lot of him as we watch the games this year.
Yeah, fascinating guy. I didn't really know what I was going to get into when I started making calls and talking to him, but he's got a really cool background. He's a utility guy like Don Kelly, played in the majors, played a lot more games in the minors than the majors. I think it was over 1,400 minor league games throughout his career and 170 about in the majors. But in that time in the majors, he played all 7 positions. He played left field, center field, right field, first base, second base, shortstop, third base, done a little bit of everything. And then in his coaching career, it's been the same thing. He's been the first base coach. He's been the third base coach. He's in a bench coach role now. He's also gone through a lot. He's dealt with some major injuries. He's had short rehabs. He's had long rehabs. He's a junior college guy, so he was never a top prospect. He's basically, what I got time and time again from talking to people is that Christopher Negron is someone who has been in everyone's shoes. Like, he's seen a little bit of everything and will be prepared for any situation faced in Pittsburgh.
Colin, I'm fascinated about this fifth starter spot, and I know it's not a sexy topic or anything, but it seems like Jose Urquidy maybe has the leg up on being that final guy. Would you agree with that? And who else is truly competing for a spot? Like, can Hunter Barco actually make the team right out of spring?
Yeah, that's what I was asking Don Kelly about. He said it's way too early to see pretty much anything or decide who exactly is competing from it. Now, looking from an outside perspective, I think that Urquidy probably has the inside track there just because he's done it. He has the major league experience, but there's real question marks about like his health over the last couple of years. I think that Thomas Harrington is a name worth knowing there. I think that if he can recover from some of the things that ailed him in 2025 and some of the things he struggled with, I think he's certainly got a shot. I think Hunter Barco's got a shot. He looked really good in his brief major league time and performed admirably last year. I think maybe even Carmen Majinski has a shot if they decide that he's better suited in the rotation instead of the bullpen. I'd say I disagree with that. I'd rather see him in the bullpen, but I don't think we're at the point this early in spring where anything can be ruled out or any specific guy can be ruled out.
Tell us about Henry Davis, how he looks in the first 24 hours. I know multiple people have spoken with him. It just seems like such a big key to what they're doing here.
Yeah, I'd agree it's a key. I haven't focused on him too much. I know our Jason Mackey has written about him and has watched a lot of him. Basically, all I've heard is it's tough, or it's no one wants to bet against Henry Davis is the best way to say it. Obviously, he struggled. He wasn't able to hit last year. He didn't hit well the year before that. But considering what we've seen out of him, the improvements we've seen him make, especially defensively, we know that he has a role on the team, and it's tough to bet against him considering how hard he works and the progress he's been able to make in various aspects of his game. I agree with you that it's a huge key for the Pirates in 2026. I think that if anyone does end up winning an actual catcher battle and playing more than playing 70% of the games, I think it's more likely to be Henry Davis than Joey Bart, but obviously he can't play 70% of the games if he hits the way he has in the last couple of years.
Colin Beasley of the Post-Gazette in Bradenton. Do we know yet who's starting the first game? I believe it's Saturday. And along those lines, where is Jared Jones right now in his recovery process? How close is he to playing?
We do not know who's starting the first game on Saturday, but I think that just hasn't been asked yet. I'm sure that plans have been made and they have an idea of who's going to start. With Jared Jones, he's looked good. Obviously, was added to the 60-day IL, but that's not because he's any more injured or any less injured. That's simply that the Pirates want to be careful with him, considering the injury he came off of last year. We've seen him throw twice in the bullpen. Each time, the velocity has looked good. The command has looked good. He's looked like Jared Jones. I know he's not ramped up to 100%. He's not throwing quite as hard as he usually does, but that's all by design. I'd say Jared Jones has looked really good. He's on track for a May or June return, but it's more the Pirates being careful with him than anything else injury-wise.
Are you confident enough in this bullpen? Yeah, I know Jason Mackey has said he is, but Colin, I don't know if they have enough proven guys in the back end other than Dennis Santana that makes me feel comfortable going into the first game of the year against the Mets.
It's fair to say they don't have too many proven guys, but they have a lot of intriguing guys that gives me confidence that, yeah, you don't necessarily know who exactly your 8 guys are, but there's enough guys who have been options and have shown success. The Lawrences of the world, the Santanas, the Sotos, the Matsons, the Majinskis, that I'm confident that there's a good combination there. And the other thing, too, is that, yes, the Pirates have struggled with a lot of things over the years, and there's a lot that they haven't done well. One thing that they have had success with, especially in recent years, is finding guys to fill out a bullpen and finding success there, finding guys like Dennis Santana. So that's a situation where I'm inclined to give the Pirates the benefit of the doubt, even if there aren't too many super sexy names there at the moment.
Colin, we'll leave you with this one. There's always an unexpected story in spring training, somebody who comes out of nowhere, somebody who surprises us. I don't know that the password would necessarily be that guy, but in addition to him, who else has a chance to sort of open some eyes down there that we didn't expect?
That's a good question. Trying to think of what positional battles there are, and I'd say that the password probably is the most likely one, just because he's someone we haven't seen much of, and there's not a guaranteed spot. Obviously, left field is a little bit strange after the Ozuna signing. O'Hearn will play some right, Reynolds will play some left, but I do think that if the password plays well, he's someone that eyes will be on. I think that he'll probably end up in AAA just because he needs reps, kind of in the same way that Endy and Rafael Flores need reps. I think that you want him playing every day. I'd rather have him playing every day in AAA than just coming off the bench occasionally in the majors. However, he's also someone where you don't know exactly what you're going to get. I'm intrigued to see how he performs in the games. I'm excited to learn more about him and certainly think that he'll help the Pirates at some point in 2026.
Colin, we appreciate the time, man. Hopefully we can talk again soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Nice, man. Isn't he, Limits?
Very nice, yeah.
The beeswacker.
I like the coconut tree, or not the coconut, the palm tree that was right behind
that was, I thought that was effective.
A good touch.
Do you think the password makes the team? What he said makes sense, though, that you'd rather have him developing in AAA if he's just going to be a bit player, right?
Yeah, I imagine that's what will probably happen for him to start, and in the event of an injury, he would probably be called up and take someone's spot.
All right.
Only in a starting type of role.
Coming up next, let's put a bow on this thing. There's some important hockey going on where we're looking at matchups for the USA and Canada. The Czechs just went up 3-1 on Denmark, for example. No, Czechia. And Sweden plays later today.
Yes.
That could be...
Sweden and Latvia. Winner plays the U.S.
Right, the winner plays the U.S. That's going to be very interesting.
Yeah,
there it is.
Take a look at the bracket right now.
There it is right there.
Because they're going to reseed after the quarterfinals as well. So the bracket shows that it would be like Team USA Canada, but it won't because of the reseeding.
Right. Man, that's going to be... I hope that happens. I think everybody hopes that happens, unless, of course, you're in Sweden or one of these other countries. Right?
I mean, I think Team USA
NBC hopes that happens.
Well, yeah, there definitely are. I think Team USA might be underneath their breath rooting for somebody to upset Canada.
All right. Coming up next, I have a mailbag here with some very interesting questions about the Steelers roster, about the Pirates' leaders this season, who they might be, home runs, RBIs, etc. I'll ask my dear friend City Limits about this coming up next on Pump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, we do not know as of yet who will start that first game for the Pirates as they will play against the Baltimore Orioles. It's a 1:05 first pitch. But what we do know is that Pirate baseball will be heard for the first time this spring on 93.7 The Fan on Sunday at 1 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app, AUDACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And this CBS Sports Minute that's coming up, it's presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. ForThePeople.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The ratings are out for the NBA All-Star Game from Sunday afternoon. NBC announced the game had 8.8 million viewers across platforms. the largest NBA All-Star audience since 2011. I'm not a fan of the new format in the NBA, but I'll admit it. People checked it out and tuned in. Finally, a win for Adam Silver and the league. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Pittsburgh, the pick is in and the destination is downtown. This April 23rd through the 26th, don't just watch the future of pro football unfold, be in the center of it. Affordable hotel rooms from AAA Travel at the Hotel Monaco for the ultimate 3-night draft weekend. $1,529 per person, double occupancy, and you're in the center of the huddle and history. Visit your local AAA Travel office or call 1-800-354-8761 to book your draft package with AAA Travel today.
Want to know how much your home is currently worth in the Pittsburgh area? My friend Gina GM Petro of Remax Select Realty has a free and easy way to get your answer. To get started, just go to her website, GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
February in Western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing. Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Introducing new regenerative treatments for men and women with thinning hair from New Image Hair Clinic.
New Image is putting plant-based technology to work for men and women with thinning hair. Our hair and scalp analysis will get to the root of your thinning and damaged hair and create a healthy environment for hair growth. Using exclusive private label products, vitamins, and FDA-approved laser hair therapy. Only 30 minutes, easy and effective. The results speak for themselves. Fuller, thicker, and more hair can be yours.
Call New Image now and find out which new regenerative treatment works best for you. Call now for a free hair and scalp analysis and receive $250 off. Call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Our new regenerative treatments worked for me, and they can work for you too.
That's 800-514-HAIR 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Are you singing back there,
Yeah.
Limits, to yourself?
You know,
have I rubbed off on you to that degree?
Here's the thing, Joe. When the weather starts to get really nice, Austin starts to get, yes, I'm referring myself in the third person, very excited, very happy, and very jubilant. And one thing that I like to do, it's a tradition that went back to when I was in college at Robert Morris before I transferred to Waynesburg.
Yeah.
It would be like 11 o'clock at night or midnight, and we'd be doing a lot of work up at our like Century Media little area where it's like our own personal newsroom up there.
Yeah.
And sometimes I would just go into the TV studio and just start blaring music in the TV studio, and I would just listen to music.
Yeah, you seem like your mood is really lifted today.
Yes. When the weather, like when it's the summertime, I am the happiest man in the world.
Because it's close to wiffle ball season. When does that start?
Starts in the beginning of May.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Social
first week of May.
media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Who is it today?
Social media's biggest loser, I'm going to call the rain, because we are expected to get rain Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and a chance of snow on Sunday. The weather. You're the loser.
I'll be waking up Sunday to 18 holes in Fort Lauderdale, somewhere. I don't know where yet.
The envy and jealousy that I have right now.
What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. All right, some questions from the old Trib mailbag, Limits. Jay Crosslands, 895. ESPN has the Penguins ranked 8th on their power rankings. Would you feel comfortable with calling this team a contender? Limits? Yes or no?
So are we saying playoff contender or Stanley Cup champion
I think it's
contender?
implicated that it would be Stanley Cup contender in his question.
I'm going to say no, because I don't think that the parallel here is entirely the same, but I kind of see some Washington Capitals a year ago in them, where it was a team that overperformed. A lot of people didn't expect it. A lot of guys that kind of overexceeded their preseason expectations, and then once they got to the playoffs, ultimately ended up falling short. So I think they could win a series, but I don't think they're capable of winning 3 or 4.
I agree with every syllable and half syllable you just uttered, and I told the man as much. I basically said, listen, they strike me now as a team capable of a first-round upset, and then in the East, where Tampa's a prohibitive favorite, you hope for somebody to knock them off. But with an ad or two at the deadline limits, the word contender becomes a little bit more applicable. I'll say that much. All right, number 2. This is from our friend Jeffrey Lewis Music, who gave us our theme song to the show. Good day, Joe, he says. My real last name is Griffin, so I'm excited about Connor being a bucko. Between you, Austin, and Bob, who has the most famous namesake, which would be Bechtold, Pompiani, or Starkey? I think it's clearly me with Richard Starkey, and that's Ringo Starr's real name. Am I right, or is there a famous Bechtold
No, I didn't know that. No, I don't know any other famous Bechtold. It's not a very common last name. I don't think Pompiani is very common either.
Yeah, I can't think of any now. Cook, we could have a conversation, right?
Yes, we could.
Beano Cook, for example.
Billy Cook, for example.
Great for talk radio, my man.
Billy Cook, great example. What a legendary baseball player he is.
Dalvin Cook, James Cook.
James Cook.
Yes.
Yes, sir. 2 of them, actually.
Yeah.
All right. Ryan Chepkovich. Who will lead the Pirates in home runs, RBIs, and hits? I'm thinking Lau, O'Hearn, and Cruz. To which I said, if Cruz, because if he's doing that in order, if Cruz leads the team in hits, that would either be great or a really bad sign. So limits, I'm thinking Cruz leads the team in home runs, Ozuna for RBIs, and Connor Griffin for hits.
Wait, you think it would be a bad thing if O'Neal Cruz led the team in hits?
Yeah, because he's not a hit accumulator. I mean, I can see home runs, but I don't.
Well, it's a part of it. I would think part of hits.
Well, yeah, but a lot of guys have home runs. That doesn't mean you're racking up hits left and right.
If O'Neal Cruz leads the team in hits, you imagine just by pure strength and will, he's going to hit at least 20-plus home runs and probably hit like 290.
Yeah, but that might also, he probably doesn't get a ton of hits. So what I mean there is if he's leading your team in hits, then some other guys who should have more hits than him don't. Do you know what I mean?
I think that would say more about O'Neal Cruz and the improvements that he's made at the plate, because I just naturally expect guys like Ryan O'Hearn to have a high hit total. Connor Griffin as well. I agree with you. I think Connor Griffin's going to end up leading this team in hits. Home runs, it'll be Ozuna. RBIs will be Lau.
Okay. And then someone else says Dr. Starkey, who will lead the Pirates in homers. We just answered that, didn't we? How many home runs do you think will lead the team?
I think Ozuna will hit 30.
I think Cruz will hit 31. So there. Somebody else, Pete Rybar. Hi, Joe. Who are your favorite all-time national play-by-play announcers in each sport? Would you like to go through them?
Oh, that's a great question.
Mine are going to be older than yours for obvious reasons.
Are you going with Howard Cosell as one of your answers for the National Football League?
No, he's grown on me over the years in, what do you call it? Not memoriam. In, I don't know what.
In remembrance.
Remembrance, yeah. Now, there's a word for it. I can't think of it. All-time favorite baseball announcer, Vin Scully. National. You?
Scully's a great pick. I like Joe Davis a lot, what he's doing with Fox right now. I know that's a recent
I don't even know who Joe Davis is.
But I thought Joe Buck was just kind of, he's the play-by-play guy for Fox right now. He's called like the last 5 World Series.
I didn't even know.
Really?
I just listen, and I don't really care who's doing it. I guess that says he doesn't really stand out to me.
I think he's incredible. Like Scully, he's the play-by-play guy
Why
for
is
the
he
Dodgers.
And I ask this honestly because you're a play-by-play guy yourself. What makes him incredible, Vince Davis?
Joe Davis?
Joe Davis.
Yeah. Well, he has a feel for the moment. He does a really good job of letting it breathe. His calls are precise on big swings. Like, I think of when Freddie Freeman in Game 1 of the World Series 2 years ago hit that walk-off home run, and he basically did a play off of Kirk Gibson's walk-off home run. He said Gibby meets Freddie, and it was like it just was great. And as a play-by-play guy myself, I just thought it was awesome.
That is cool.
So, like,
now I'll remember his name.
See, not living through much of Vin Scully, I did the last 10 years of his career and stuff like that.
Football.
He was great.
For me, Pat Summerall. You probably don't even know who he is.
No, I know who he is, but for me, it's Al Michaels.
Why?
Al Michaels, in the heart of his career with NBC, I thought was just terrific. Both Super Bowls with the Steelers. Did a good job in both. And I think there's also a flair with the NBC Sunday Night Football coverage. Like, there's just more aura, what the young kids are saying, aura around Al Michaels.
Yeah.
And he also is somebody, miracle on ice, too. It kind of translates just to the NFL with the way that his legacy is.
Summerall was a master of less is more. Let the game speak for itself. Great voice. The perfect word at the perfect time. And sometimes it only was a word. And I like that. I can't stand listening to some of these broadcasts these days where they don't let it breathe ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Tony Romo never stops talking. Just let us watch a replay for 1 second and try to form our own opinion for a second. That's all. And then you can join in.
Nance is very good.
Yeah. College football. Keith Jackson. Remember him, Limits?
Yes.
Whoa, Nelly. You remember that saying?
No.
Okay. Well, it wasn't very memorable if it said like that. I do agree. He was great.
For me, it's Brett Musburger. Watching the SEC on CBS growing up, him and Gary Danielson calling all those games, the Iron Bowl victory, Davis taking it all the way back to the house on the kick six.
Right.
Man, those were memorable to watch.
Partly cloudy with a high of Alex Highsmith, 56, a low of 33. Hannes Wagner. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. You want to retire in a Florida beach house like Ron Cook? Let Secure Money Advisors help you get your retirement on track. Of course, it also helps if you find a place that gives you free food and beer, doesn't it?
Great for talk radio, my man.
I love you.
Basketball. Your favorite all-time national announcer. Mine's Marv Albert.
I agree. I love Marv Albert. And maybe part of it is...
Why can't I think of his signature call now? What is it?
Yes!
Yes. You're right.
That's all it is. I love the old clips where he's just talking about Michael Jordan.
Yeah, he
does it again.
He was great. Hockey, clearly Doc Emmerich. Is there another national voice that we even think of play-by-play?
Kenny Albert's doing the Olympics right now, but I don't think of him immediately. It's immediately Doc. The soundtrack of so many Stanley Cup runs for the Penguins, and I don't think anyone comes close to Doc Emmerich.
That was my next one. Dick Enberg for college basketball. You like him? Who's your college basketball guy? Gus Johnson, maybe?
No, not Gus Johnson. Not a big Gus Johnson fan. We were also kind of taught in broadcast school
Dan Schulman?
Not to be a big fan of Gus Johnson. I like Schulman.
What's wrong with Gus Johnson? I love his enthusiasm for the game. He's unique. He's fun. He's passionate.
It's just not my cup of tea, the way that he calls games and the way that the world-famous Ohio State Buckeyes is kind of annoying.
I like it.
And I don't know. There are just some things that, like when he had that huge voice crack in the Indiana game, I didn't like that call at all. I thought that call was awful.
Well, who's your favorite?
College basketball?
Dan Schulman?
Dan Schulman, yeah.
My all-time was Dick Enberg, who, if my mind is not tricking me, called games with Al McGuire. You ever hear any clips of those?
But I tell you what, I love listening to Bill Hillgrove call a game on the radio.
Yeah, I was just listening to that the other day. He's great.
Texter,
we're so lucky with all these people that we have and have had. Yes?
Texter, Limits, you're a rising young star in the Pittsburgh sports media landscape, ... But please don't you ever again do a Howard Cosell impression.
Howard Cosell, like I said, has grown on me over the decades, but I didn't like it at all. He was an easy guy to not like on the air at the time.
Yeah, why was that? He was
just
very unique.
Pompous. He had a Mulsey-like vocabulary that he liked to throw around. And lastly, from JP, Dearest Joe, should the Pirates invite Will Craig back to spring training to work with the infielders?
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Suwinski.
There would definitely be a couple lessons to be learned.
Yeah.
Taught.
I said only if they want to work on the old first-to-home rundown play. That he might come in handy there, yes?
I still can't believe that actually happened.
I think it's the second biggest blunder, most mindless blunder in sports history behind Jim Marshall running the wrong way.
What about the ball going through Buckner?
That's a mistake.
Right.
That's a physical mistake. This was something that had never happened before that we know of in baseball history and will never happen again because nobody would ever think to start a rundown going back toward home with a runner running to first.
I guess give credit to the Cubs for thinking outside the box.
I guess. Thank you, Limits. I had a wonderful time, and I won't be here tomorrow because I'm getting honored for our show with a free lunch, and you're not.
That's correct. You and Bob are going, and I am not invited. I don't get a trading card at Baseball Card Castle. I don't get to go to lunch. You know,
I'll take you to lunch as a sub for this. How's that?
I'm just here. I'm just here.
Wait a second. I already bought you 2 Egg McMuffins in the last 2 weeks.
You did, and I thanked you for them. I appreciate it. Would you like me to pay you back?
No.
I will, if you want me to.
No. Pay me back. They were treats.
Texter says Gary Thorne, also incredible hockey announcer.
Yeah, he's good.
I thought Thorne was great. Bill Raftery, we weren't talking about play-by-play guys, but Raftery really good as an analyst.
Limits. We talk before the show every day, and twice in the last 2 weeks I said, would you like me to pick you up something? And both times you said an Egg McMuffin.
Yeah, and they're really good.
See ya.
Thank you. See you on Thursday.
Maybe.
Now,
Maybe.
fan headlines
Enjoy
powered
golfing.
by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right. Team USA will play against either Sweden or Latvia. The winner of that game will play in the quarterfinals against the number 2 seed, the United States of America, with that game being played today at 3:10. Could see Artur Shilovs for Team Latvia playing up against Team USA. We'll see the result of that one as the rest of the preliminary games to be able to clinch a spot in the quarters have been completed. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 65 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the most sports. The battle for North Carolina goes down tonight in Raleigh, and I don't think the shorthanded Tar Heels have what it takes to go on the road and get it done. UNC's already down star freshman Caleb Wilson. They might be playing tonight without their other stud forward, Henry Visar. The Tar Heels are terrible at defending the 3. That's NC State's strength, and Will Wade's squad doesn't have to worry about getting crushed on the boards. I'll lay the points with the Wolfpack. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for my guys at Comer & Cross. With warmer weather, right now is the right time to call Comer & Cross at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Before that schedule fills up, your new Comer & Cross garage floor will transform your garage in just one day. And take it from me, you will love it. Comer & Cross makes it so simple. They take all the stuff out of the garage for you. They can even make it secure on site. They'll fix your cracks and pits in your garage perfectly. In one day, you're driving on your gleaming new Comer & Cross garage floor. It is an incredible experience. So take advantage of Comer & Cross's great offer right now, the gold standard, a garage floor that's never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And these are pros, not subcontractors. So call Comer & Cross for your free, quick, and easy estimate before that schedule fills up. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or just say, hey, Siri, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR to speak to them. Or go to COMERcross.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
You're ready to ask her to marry you and you want it to be perfect. So don't let a chain store salesperson rush you into something that may not be right. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, asking, why not make it easy and visit a family-owned independent jeweler? At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our experts will guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement ring the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design, all at an affordable price. Visit us today at Peters Township or online at PittsburghDiamonds.com.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills and North Huntington, February just got sweeter with irresistible savings all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. Mitsubishi all-wheel control delivers enhanced traction in any condition. And with 10-year warranty and 2 years of free maintenance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi. Call 412-453-8035 for offer details.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. 1 week only, 3 rooms for $109 and a free 4th room. Must book by the 20th to get the deal. Online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special.
Got junk? JunkTruck.com.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun.
The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online at SchultzFord.com.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It'll be Latvia, in Sweden, Shilovs, Carlson, Raquel, Penguins everywhere at 3:10 at the Milan Cortina Olympics for the right to take on Team USA. Donnie, do you have any degenerate bets on the Latvians and the Swedes?
No, not today. I have taken a couple of the easy ones over the weekend, but I have not taken any today.
Do you have your eye on Sweden for this game? Or are you keeping a close watch on Sweden at 3:10?
Well, again, yesterday, our hockey guy here, our buddy Charlie Borges, he is persistent that the U.S. will not medal. He said they will play Sweden and they will lose.
And this is the guy that said Latvia would give him problems. He might just have an axe to grind with Team US of A. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet can be found at 937thefan.com.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For me, the way Joy and Ben, like we broke the brother, you broke the brotherhood, bro, more than we did. You didn't even play under Mike. You won a championship with Ben. You said it yourself. But like as me and Joy talked, and like I said, we talked at the end. I hung up on my boy. Joy was like, "Well, what's real?" I said, "Listen, Joy." I said, "It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, okay?" And right there, Joy has a personal issue with Ben, and he was the rabbit with the gun. He took his shot because he doesn't see Ben as a brother, okay? And me personally, I do not think Ben is a bad teammate, okay? Because I have a good relationship with Ben, you know? And
all right, you know what? I'm done. That was 45 seconds of it. I've had enough, Don. I've had enough. Had enough. That was James Harrison on his podcast, the name of which I've already forgotten, which is kind of the whole point here, I think. What is it? Do you know what that podcast is called? Harrison and Hayden, something like that? I don't know. I don't make it a habit to listen to these. I know not just football with Cam Hayward, and I know footballin' with Ben Roethlisberger. I'm waiting on Joey Porter Sr.'s eventual podcast, too. Debo and Joe? Debo and Joe sounds like it would be a good name for a podcast.
Definitely Debo something in the title.
Okay. kind of the point here is I don't make it a habit to traverse in these sections of the internet, athlete podcasts. I don't. I was going to play the whole clip there, but you can pretty much guess where it went. Harrison defends Ben, says he was an a-hole early in his career because of all the early success, matured later, and then goes on to give a very calm James Harrison take on the events of, on current events. I have a simple question and then a lot to say. The simple question is this. Glad to be back, by the way, after I honored all the presidents yesterday. I heard there was presidential trivia on this show in this time slot. I heard it did not go well. I heard that the collective brain power on display when it came to U.S. presidents was not impressive. I have a question at 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I have a very simple question and plenty to say. Bottom line, you are a Steelers fan if you are listening to this show, unless you're somebody that hate listens to other cities' radio stations, or you're an expat fan of another team who happens to live here in Pittsburgh and you otherwise root for Baltimore, or you root for Cleveland, but you listen to this show, whatever. You root for the Patriots, whatever it might be. Does it matter to you that these guys get along, either while they're playing or in the case of championship-winning players after their playing days are done? I do want that out there. Very simply, does this matter to you that these guys get along? At 412-928-9370. That's part one. Because all this hullabaloo, all the he said, then he said, then he said, now he's saying, is getting tiring to me. And it has shown no signs of abating. And if Ben Roethlisberger decides eventually to say something about it, it'll get yet another news cycle. I wonder if it matters to you. Because here's the thing that I'm starting to think about when it comes to these stories. And we do this. This is what our job is. We talk about sports. When these guys say stuff, by definition, it tends to be somewhat newsworthy, and it makes news and it makes headlines. I find it all to be very much high school drama. I do. This reminds me of people who play on a high school team together but sit at different lunch tables in high school, sniping at each other. And I also have become very cynical about the entire concept of what is going on here. It starts with, after he has a very perfunctory little set of pleasantries with Ben Roethlisberger at the Hall of Honor ceremony. It starts with Joey Porter Sr. going off and saying what he thinks about Ben and saying what he thinks about James Harrison. It trickles into, what was the timeline here? Let's go ... Ryan Clark gets a hold of it and starts tweeting about it, and you just know he's setting something up for his Pivot podcast about this, his little personal side project. We've got our friend, I like Zach Banner a lot. I'm bummed that Zach announced formally his retirement from the NFL. The knee injury was too much to come back from. It sucks. I like Zach, and I hate that for him. But he's now transitioning to the media phase of his career. He was in town yesterday, apparently eating steak on a stone at Mike's Beer Bar, things of that nature. Zach is sounding off. He is closing ranks around Ben. David DeCastro, who I assume is running a dispensary somewhere. I don't even think that's a joke. I think it's legal where he is. He comes out of the woodwork to give his side of it. James Harrison now on his podcast doesn't do what everybody thinks he'll do, and just gives a calm, assertive take as to why he likes Ben and why he takes issue with what Joey Porter said. Are you starting to sense the pattern here, folks? Do you know what this really actually is? It's podcast fodder. Who is the big winner in all of this? All of those guys' podcasts. Not just football, Debo and Joe, or Debo and Hayden, or whatever it is. If Ben and Spence decide to get together and reconvene in the big luxurious basement, they'll have something to say about it, potentially. Or Ben will make very oblique references to it without ever actually referencing it. Who am I missing? Ryan Clark will eventually get something out there about it. Zach Banner, his podcast, is going to get fodder here. I don't doubt that the feelings here are very real, and I don't doubt that the animosity is real. But is anybody else noticing that at the expense of, I guess you could argue, dragging the Steelers' overall brand through the mud, what mainly is happening here is these guys are just keeping this news cycle going? What's going to happen next? Donnie, you know what it is? Mike Tomlin, after a little time off, he decides who would be his. He'd do it with Glazer. Mike Tomlin and Jay Glazer debut a podcast telling you about the intersection of sports and pop culture. What could they call it? Tomlin and JG? Tomlin and the Glaze Man? Glazing with Jay and Mike? You see what I mean here, of course. It's just exhaustively stupid. And I know I am supposed to, in this posture, in this seat, I am supposed to give you this detailed breakdown of everything James Harrison had to say. And I am supposed to sort of take sides here. I think is kind of how this is expected to go. I can't do it. I also do not care whether these guys like each other now or not. Clearly, Harrison and Porter are on good enough terms that they at least picked up the phone and talked, even though Harrison hung up on him. But, like, it's weirdly unbecoming for a bunch of guys who were all members of badass teams. Ben was a tough guy on the field who played through pain. Harrison was the scariest guy in the league. Porter was one of the scariest guys in the league. Who, correct me if I'm wrong, Donnie, didn't Harrison get his first big chance in the NFL because Porter got ejected for fighting William Green before the coin toss?
Yeah, against the Browns. Yeah.
All tough guys, all intense, scary guys, especially the latter two. Ben, maybe not so much. He would just get, like, punched by Haloti Ngata. And this is what it's been reduced to. Cam Hayward's also one of the best defensive linemen in team history. It all happens, it all sets off, it all jumps off on his podcast. I would like to point out the irony of we always get told that, oh, you guys just love to spread drama. These guys just want to go out there and play ball. Look at what the hell they're doing. Look at this. They're the ones doing it. They're the ones who want to get headlines. They all talk. The funniest part about all of this, and for my money, unless somebody else says something, and of course it becomes necessary to respond to it, this will be like, today is going to be my last day on this. Everyone talks about keeping Steelers business behind closed doors publicly. No one's calling each other going, hey, man, what are you doing here? Let's keep this business behind closed doors. Hey, let me run to the loudest microphone I have, whatever my biggest pulpit is, wherever my biggest following is, and get it out there publicly that we have got to keep Steelers business under wraps. It's one of the most amusingly ironic things I can remember seeing. Guys, stop leaking stuff publicly to the media, he said on a public platform where he has 1 million followers. They're all airing dirty laundry. They're all revealing that there were clear fissures and cracks. What none of this actually changes is the fact that Porter and Roethlisberger and Harrison won the first title together, and Roethlisberger and Harrison won the second title together. And that between the three of those guys, they were part of either both or at least one Super Bowl. And all very good to great to all-time Steelers. And I do think that there is a mindset among fans where because you enjoy a team, because you like watching a team, because you form an emotional attachment to a team, that you want those guys to feel the way about each other as teammates that you do about them as players, as people you idolize or you want to project good feelings onto. And I'm wondering if this kind of stuff actually does erode like not so much your support, but legitimately bums you out as a fan. Like, does it actually bother you that these guys don't get along, that these guys air this laundry out in public? Does it in any way diminish what they actually did on the field? I find the whole thing funny. I find the whole thing somewhat ironic. I find the whole thing silly in a weird way. What I don't find it is to be like something serious where I would ever be caught dead saying, I just wish these guys all got along. It's really a bummer that they don't. Did they win Super Bowls together? That's what matters. 412-928-9370. Also hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Does it matter to you that these Steelers players, former players, actually get along? Now you've got James Harrison responding to Joey Porter. What will happen next, Donnie? What is your prediction? Ryan Clark brings everyone together for like a Knights of the Round Table thing on the pivot?
Yeah, because I think Ben is going to avoid it. We know that he doesn't really do episodes.
He's not an
during the
off-season guy. He doesn't put in the work in the offseason like these guys do, Don. See? He's not out there throwing, he and Spence.
I could see the Clark thing happening. I feel like this is right up Ryan Clark's alley, and it's because he would also know, Clark that is, and his team, of we're going to get how much of the worldwide Steelers fan base to tune in if we actually can get Peasy and Debo
on the show together,
sitting on recliners right next to each other with another former Steeler doing the interview. And who else does he do that with, Clark?
Isn't it Channing Crowder, one of the guys that he does that with? Yeah. So I would find the whole thing to be very funny. Joe is in Bridgeville on 93.7 The Fan. Hello, Joe.
What's going on, gentlemen? How are we doing today?
I'm actually good. I hope it doesn't come off like I'm annoyed about this, because I saw the Harrison clip yesterday. Frankly, Pony, who is doing big things again today on TV, posted something about it. It was one of the most absurd tweets I can remember him sending, and it did make me laugh thinking about the idea that people are actually out there bummed out about this.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't care less if former players get along with other former players or current players. The only time I really would like a friendship is the quarterback with his linemen, the quarterback with his receivers or his running back. I don't care if an offensive guy doesn't get along with a defensive guy. As long as there's camaraderie with the players you're next to on the field, that's really all that matters, in my opinion.
The other thing is, too, it also, thanks, Joe, it also is being this reaction among former players and teammates. The squabbling is kind of along the lines that you would expect it to be on, right? Pretty much most or all of the linemen, the offensive linemen who've chimed in, have said that Ben's a good teammate, that if he wasn't a good teammate early in his career, that it changed. And pretty much every guy, I think, who's chimed in and said, I wasn't crazy about him. Now Harrison defended him. It's Ben Porter, right? Actually, you know what? Did you see who else jumped into this, Donnie? Eric Ebron in the Instagram comments. Eric Ebron got in on it. And somebody said, it was like a nice lady from, the profile picture was somebody who might be if not grandmother aged, starting to head in that direction. And the lady said, it doesn't matter what you think. We don't want to hear it. Keep your mouth shut. Ebron said, don't worry. I'll have more on my podcast coming soon. So we've got Ebron. I think it was on Zach Banner's post. Ebron said, come on, man. You know he wasn't a good teammate. I don't know. I find this entire thing funny, and the only serious thought I have is because it's easy when you get into this job, and I don't mean to say this in a dismissive or derogatory way, but it just is easy, the more you do this for a living, to dull the edge of your feelings about your favorite teams growing up. I know Donnie still, we laugh and give him a hard time that he's the doe-eyed optimist. It is easier to look at these situations more dispassionately. I'm wondering, though, if you're on the outside and this is all entertainment and you want, do you want to believe and do you almost need to believe that these guys all get along? Does this actually bum you out when you see this protracted week-plus long squabble session between former great Steelers? 412-928-9370. I want to get your last raps on that one coming up next. We got a lot more to do. Some Pirates later, a trip to sports court, but do these Steelers high school drama sessions actually bum you out as a fan? And is it important to you that your favorite teams actually all get along, at least in public? 412-928-9370. Here's Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates' first spring training game is Saturday against the Baltimore Orioles, a 1:05 first pitch, and the game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Don. Hey, guess what? Now would be the right time if you are looking for anything in the Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram family to shop the President's Day sales event. Even though President's Day was yesterday, they take extra time to shop to give you the President's Day sales event deals at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. My guy, Mike Engel, thrilled to be working with him again, and he and his team, they have it going on. They got the last chance right now for Ram Truck Month, so you got 2026 Ram Bighorns now up to $10,000 off MSRP. They've also got 2026 Wrangler Sports right now available for just $399 a month, and still remaining 2025 Grand Cherokees. I have driven the Grand Cherokee many a time, loaded up only $529 a month loaded up for a 2025 Grand Cherokee. And they all come with up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. The smart buyers make the drive to Washington. Why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. So shop the President's Day savings at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington and online. Crown Jeep.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. Alana Myers-Taylor won gold yesterday in the monobob in the Winter Olympics at the Milan Cortina Games. She became the oldest American woman to win gold at the Winter Games. Stories like this are what make the Olympics great. 2 weeks every 2 years, winter and summer, you get to see stories unfold like this. I'm Chris Fleck.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
We're on the countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit WaylandExteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Hey guys, it's Chris Muller, and one of the more recent goals I've set for myself has been to make my 40s the most fit decade of my life. That means a lot of trips to the gym, a lot of lifting weights, and much to my chagrin, a lot of cardio. Do you know what's made the whole process so much easier? Losing weight and keeping it off with Awaken 180 weight loss. The benefits haven't just been limited to the number on the scale either. Since losing the weight, my metabolic health has been way better. I sleep better. I recover better. My joints hurt less. And when I'm in the gym, I can perform at my best. No random aches and pains caused by lugging around all those extra pounds that I left in the past. I have more energy, and I also know how to eat healthy and give my body what it needs to support my workouts. And guess what? If I have any questions about nutrition, I can always lean on free support for life with Awaken 180. Check out the long-term solution for weight loss online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, back on the PM team. Pony big timing us today. He's on FS1. He was on there yesterday. I got so many comments about how much makeup people said he was wearing. It's TV, folks. It's big time TV. Of course he's got makeup on. Does Sarah put makeup on you when you're doing a final word or anything like that?
No.
No?
No.
She's not. Alex used to do,
natural.
back when Alex and I were not, busy with, 2 kids running around, she would check for do you have a little blemish or something like that, like a zit, and she would put concealer on it. She would also pluck my, this is not a joke. She would pluck my eyebrows, especially in between them where you couldn't see anything, but she could. And she'd be like, that's going to show up on TV. So I had to get the tweezer treatment. And then I would get self-conscious and be like, well, if she doesn't tweeze them this week, I'm going to look ridiculous. I'm going to look like Joe Flacco on there.
Sarah normally jumps at the opportunity that I have a zit that she could
go
pop.
Pimple popper.
So, she's always checking for that stuff. But, yeah, I haven't had to worry about it when it comes to TV. I just stroll right in there.
Saunter in. I'm watching, I guess this is freestyle skiing. Okay, so this is live. It's at night. It's snowing, which, it's good that the Winter Olympics actually have real snow falling. I have a new scary job for an Olympic helper, like somebody that's involved but isn't competing. Check these people at the very top. Donnie, you got these dudes in snowsuits who are helping the skiers get going down the hill. Watch how close they get. They sometimes get to right at the top. I saw the last two, they sent the guy down backwards and they were right at the edge where that thing goes down. What if you slip? You're going all the way down that hill. You're not going to die, but
that guy just wiped out.
Well, yeah, these guys are wiping out on the skis. I'm saying the people who aren't on skis, you're not going to die if you fall down that hill, but you're going to roll for a good 30 seconds. You're just going to go straight down because I would imagine it's pretty slippery. I saw a woman last night. Alex had it on. I saw a woman last night take a shoulder and neck hit that looked like she had gotten the burning hammer done to her in wrestling. Or somebody had hit a brain buster on her. I couldn't believe she got up and skied away. It was terrifying. Anyway, this is my last raps on this, the drama that will ensue, or that has ensued between former Steelers. I'm wondering how much it matters to fans, and whether it matters to fans, that these guys all play nice and get along publicly. Tyler is on the Fan. Hey, Tyler.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
I think personally, as a fan, it does not matter to me whatsoever if these guys are friends or not. Sure, it's good for team chemistry and whatever you want, but at the end of the day, their paychecks don't say be friends when they're making millions of dollars in their direct deposits. Also, I think, too, that anything that Joey Porter says after the way he acted during the Miami U playoff run just gets thrown out the window. The dude was acting like a literal child on the sidelines of college football playoff games, like veins popping out, and then he's going to go on a podcast and be like, oh, well, I had a bad teammate. Like, dude, you're acting like a child as a grown man. Like, what are you doing?
I don't know. I guess, like, when these guys are acting however they might act outside of football or, like, post-football career, I don't think about that. I think about in these three cases, all three of these guys have plenty of skeletons. Like, the whole genesis of it is, like, Porter's saying we hid so much stuff and, you know, we kept so much stuff under the rug for Ben. Joey Porter Sr., James Harrison, and Ben Roethlisberger, all to varying degrees and in varying ways, did not bathe themselves or cover themselves in glory and good behavior while they were active players, which is why I find the whole thing, I guess, funny to begin with. There's nobody in that trio that can walk up, plant the flag, and stake out a moral high ground. There just isn't. And the entire thrust of the conversation has been one guy trying to put himself over, get himself over as a teammate compared to the other guy. It's like, I think you all probably should just sit this one out, but nobody will. I saw the YouTube comments, by the way. Somebody had a good one as to the next step of what was going to happen. Trying to think of where it was. It wasn't that it would end up on Ryan Clark's podcast. He said somebody else has one too. And now I can't find it, man. It's going to drive me nuts. Maybe Hines will get a podcast going. Donnie, I like your idea. PZ Harrison boxing match, but Ben is a shady referee like it's WWE.
He's like Scott Armstrong, or who did WCW use in the 90s?
Nick Patrick, I thought, was always their shady ref. Who was the shady WWE ref? They didn't really actually go with that. Like, their refs usually called it down the middle.
Scott Armstrong eventually became the shady one.
I don't remember, though, in the Attitude Era. They didn't need shady refs. Yeah, everybody had heat on their own.
Yeah, and they all, like, got mad at Earl Hebner.
Well, yeah, but Earl was the senior ref. It was different. Nick Patrick, very shady. Brandon is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Brandon.
What's going on, guys? Yeah, so a couple of things. I hate that it's out in the public eye like it is.
Why? Right off the bat, I would ask why. Why do you hate that it's in the public eye?
Well, multiple reasons. I don't think it needed to be said. Like, what purpose did Joey Porter get out of, saying what he said? And especially at a weird time when Ben's getting ready to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. Didn't like the timing of it. Didn't feel like it needed to be said. Especially 2 months earlier, he's buddy-buddy with him at the Hall of Fame Ring of Honor ceremony. But I could care less if they get along. What I want to get back to is back-to-back weeks of 6 touchdown passes. I want to get back to being normalized going to AFC championship games. I don't want to go 10-7 or 9-8 and get the 21st pick every year. I don't care if these guys get along. I want to win championship games and win playoff games.
I think that's what most people want, but I do think there's a component where, yes, it's easier to deal with all this stuff if the teams are winning, and then these are all like retired players, obviously, guys in their 40s going back and forth with one another. I think, though, I do think there are fans who want the team to get along. I think it's because you just have like an emotional attachment to that team, and you want to feel like those guys are all friends, basically. Like, I would imagine people didn't like it knowing that Barry Bonds didn't get along with a bunch of his teammates. I think everyone just wants to imagine that, like, not only is the rope all being pulled in the same direction by everybody, but that they're smiling while they do it. Oddly enough, in our business, Donnie, I think people want to imagine that we all have rivalries with one another. I feel like in our business, everyone wants to pretend like every show is at every show's throat. I feel like it's the opposite, man. I think people are trying to sow drama in this place.
Working people into shoots.
Yeah, I think people want to work us into shoots. Make sure, by the way, that you listen to the PM Team a variety of ways. You can do it on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can go into YouTube, where people complain of being shadow banned in the comments, even though I'm seeing their comments, so they clearly aren't being shadow banned. You can do it on X, the app formerly known as Twitter, where you can watch us without commenting, but you can still just watch the show that way. You can do it streaming through the Odyssey app. There are a lot of ways to consume this show, so damn it, if you're not doing it, you have no excuses. But then again, if you're not consuming the show, you're not even hearing me say this, so
Really, what's the point? Anyway, coming up next, an edition of Sports Court, an NFL ruling that I think might have unintended consequences for the people who won the ruling. We'll explain and we'll talk about it with Nick Cacco and Rob Fisher of Edgar Snyder and Associates in Sports Court coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins are back to practice today. Their first game back out of the Olympic break, still a little bit away. Next Thursday, February 26th, they host the Devils at 7 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, Pony, back to tell you guys about Comer and Cross. It's another beautiful day in the 50s, and that gets me thinking about spring and summer ahead, and a lot of time I'm going to be spending in my garage as I get things done this summer, like, I don't know, landscaping my house, watching TV in there, drinking beers in there, all made possible by Comer and Cross and the amazing new Comer and Cross garage floor I got last fall. You can be next. Schedule today. They can transform your garage, and it's only going to take one day. The date they give you is the date they come and get it done. No procrastinating, no making you wait around. These are not subcontractors. They didn't hire a bunch of high school kids to do the garage. These are experts that have done thousands. So call Comer and Cross now for your quick and free estimate before, like I said, that schedule fills up. It's 1-800-NEW-4, or you can tell Siri, call 1-800-NEW-4 to speak to them, or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross.
That's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time to let Spitzer Auto World do the work during our Trade Up Pay Down sales event. At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, trade up to lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab rear wheel drive from a low $249 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 39684, VIN 3TMK B5FN6TM055265. 39 months, $49.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration. $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/2/2026.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
I kind of like this one. I always like to figure out Content Craig's new songs, what they're trying to rip off band-wise here. But it is time to go out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's, almost said Pittsburgh's there, trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It's Sports Court with our friends Nick Cacco and Rob Fisher from Edgar Snyder and Associates. Gentlemen, how are we today?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Doing very well here, and I don't have something that's legal here, but I do have something that is very much relevant at all times in sports, and that is, of course, back and forth between management and labor in the collective bargaining world. Players Association going after the people who own the teams and vice versa. And so the thing I wanted to get your guys' take on was this. The NFL, they won their arbitration case about report cards that the NFLPA was putting out, Nick, that were essentially grading every facet of a team, including the owner, including the facilities. Teams like the Steelers were getting very bad grades for things like facilities. I think daycare was one of them. Art Rooney was getting beaten up a little bit in these, although not as bad as some owners. And now what happens here is the owners win the arbitration ruling. The NFLPA can keep conducting this, but they can't make it public. Just what's your reaction to like that being something that goes before an arbitrator, and how does that arbitration process work exactly?
So arbitration is, we'll call it a court-adjacent process. It's basically the same idea, but you, depending on how the CBA is written, you have a neutral arbitrator or panel of arbitrators that decide it. The benefits of arbitration, depending which side you're on, is out of the public eye, which a lot of these large companies, particularly these sports behemoth leagues, they don't want anything litigated in court, of course. And so I guess they got what they wanted. And it's a lot faster.
It's quicker. The rules of evidence are a lot looser. You exchange documents quicker. It's just a better, quicker process to deal with contractual disputes.
And so it's one person, right? Because in this ruling, it's an arbitrator. So it's just one person kind of imbued with all the power to make a ruling.
It depends on what the agreement. It can be 1 to 3 people. Like everything we do with arbitration or used to do was with 3 people. It just depends on what the agreement. Could be 1, could be 3. Usually an odd number.
The thing that gets me about this and where I kind of want to spin this off a little bit is, so the owners clearly in this particular case with the NFLPA, they're still allowed to do the report cards. They're not allowed to make the results public because the owners were frankly getting raked over the coals publicly. Hey, how do you not, you run $1 billion business. How do you not have this, this, or this? There have also been owners who have criticized players publicly for just like their play. Like it doesn't happen often. It never happens here. Art Rooney would never, be stepping out in public saying, by the way, Aaron Rodgers was terrible last game, but it'll happen. Woody Johnson for the Jets. Jerry Jones has his own radio show. Since this is a ruling that was made on this subject, am I crazy to say that the players could fire back and say, well, guess what? If you're an owner and you really want to say something about one of us in public about our job performance, tough luck. Based on this arbitration ruling, you shouldn't be allowed to. Like, how would they, if they wanted to fight back that way, go about it?
Well, I know that in the text of the CBA, at least from what I've looked at, there's a mutual clause in there that should, in theory, prevent owners and union members, aka the players, from disparaging each other in the public eye. Some owners adhere to that, some don't. Certainly, I don't think there's anything really stopping them. I mean, if a player is upset about an issue on a report card that they otherwise would have put in that in the survey or the report card itself, there's nothing really stopping them. They might get a fine or whatever, but I don't think they're going to be any adverse consequences.
I think it goes one of 2 ways. I think they wait till the owners now do exactly what you said, which is start to disparage players and they pull out the arbitration ruling. Or in the alternative, they allow them to do that. Then instead of them publishing written results, they'll just go verbally and say, yeah, we said that, the Steelers have the worst facilities in the NFL because if you're going to, they're just going to turn it into a verbal battle as opposed to a written document. If that's the way the owners operate. But I mean, look, you know what's going on here, right? A bunch of owners who don't run the greatest business maybe
correct
are getting laid out in public and they had to stop it.
Well, the thing that gets me is the owners win this, and you can point to, I think the Saints are a team I read about that they improved their facilities partly because it got out that their facilities were so bad. The players might still be able to do this, but it does seem like it kneecaps any ability to maybe force changes just by shame almost as a motivator. That seems to be the entire genesis.
No, I think a lot of the improvements you saw were because of the public pressure and the reaction that, are you kidding me? You run a multi-billion-dollar empire. You can't give them, adequate travel or living, whatever it is.
Here's the other, I have 2. So both of these are labor management things here. This is the other one. You guys, Rob, I know you're thinking about baseball at all times, even when you're not thinking about baseball. It's like a computer. The background process is always baseball for you somewhere in there.
Sure.
Tony Clark, it's projected to be probably one of the most significant labor negotiations in really 30 years in a sport that was crippled by a strike about 30 years ago. And he just up and resigns right before things are going to get to the nitty-gritty in these negotiations. Just your reaction to that, and like, when it's that abrupt, does it automatically favor the other side on that? Does it automatically favor the owners that a guy who's been leading the players for over a decade just says, yeah, I'm out, see ya?
I only had one thought, which was maybe he saw the writing on the wall that we were going to get a cap and a floor, and he just didn't want to have the fight he knew he was going to lose. I'm sure that's not it. That's what all Pirate fans probably hope is the reason he quit. I don't know. I think it's going to be a war. I think they're going to be out for an extended period of time, and maybe he just didn't have the energy to have that fight.
So
I mean
this is maybe a question I'm asking to an audience, since both of you gentlemen are lawyers and this is sports court, that you're going to potentially say, well, yes, Mulsey, obviously this is what you'd want. There are a lot of people I've seen say Tony Clark was a player. He was advised by lawyers, but he was not by trade a labor lawyer like, say, Marvin Miller way back in the day, a legend in Players Association circles, really, period, but specifically the MLBPA. If they replace Tony Clark with a labor lawyer, isn't the very likely possibility that they're going to be in much better hands as a Players Association for this coming up, since he technically wasn't one? He was a player.
I think it depends on how tough the owners are going to be. I mean, we've all heard or read all these crazy speculations about how they're really going to push the cap and floor and how things are going to change in baseball. I think it just depends on, or if the owners are just going to play normal ball, then I don't think the lawyer will matter. Versus, yes, they're going to be in the fight of their lives, so maybe he resigned because they're going to go out and get, a very intelligent and great lawyer to battle for them.
Yeah, and I think Tony Clark was well regarded amongst the players anyway. In some respects, he learned on the job for a decade. I think he probably would have been fine handling the negotiations rather than a traditional labor lawyer that hasn't been involved. But who knows?
The other thing I wonder about, I mean, Rob, I always tee you up for baseball stuff because you're a fan. It's got to be weird, though, because I would imagine you want united sides in a situation like this. You're going into you're hitting the bargaining table. Everybody's got to be like on the same page. I do sense now I'm sure it is among the players too, the top end guys don't want a cap and a floor. They just keep making money. The owners do not seem like a united front here going into this.
I think you're right.
It seems obvious that there is a real fissure there between the owners, like one that might not just get closed up because they decide to close ranks as billionaires collectively.
I think no honor amongst billionaires, I guess. I think you're nailing it. I think the problem is there's, a third of the owners that would love a cap and a floor, and a third that aren't sure, and a third that don't want it at all. And I think that's why they end up losing. I mean, I don't want to say losing. I think that's why they keep caving to the Players Association, who seems more unified. You don't ever hear players saying we want a cap and a floor. I don't think that's something they'd ever want to. Why would anybody want to cap their income?
Gentlemen, I appreciate you guys without any legalese to go over diving into the world of labor disputes today. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. See you next week.
Nick Hacko and Rob Fisher of Edgar Snyder and Associates for another edition of Sports Court. I feel like I get smarter about those things. I always try to read up on them, and then I always feel like vaguely just a little bit dumb until I hear from somebody who actually studies that stuff as an expert. Coming up, there is a forgotten man, Don, in spring training down in Bradenton. I maintain there is a forgotten man on the Pittsburgh Pirates. I'm going to tell you who that is coming up next. A forgotten man who might still be the most important person on the entire roster. Quick break, long commercial-free segment on the other side. It's the PM team. Oh, yeah, thank you, Don. And it's me for Awaken 180 weight loss. Why? I'm telling you about Awaken 180, and I think the story now, you've heard it a lot from me, and it is no less true, but I lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks. All right, so what's like the next frontier here? For me, I'm 40. I'm almost 41 years old, and as somebody that never, like Donnie, was swole playing high school football, was never much of a bench press artist, was never more of a gym pipsqueak, I am trying to get in the best shape of my life in my 40s. I want my 40s to be the most fit decade of my life. Awaken 180 helping me with all of that in a bunch of different ways, too. The Awaken 180 app can help you track your macros, track your food. The scale that you get with Awaken 180 gives you all sorts of data on your body and how you're handling every little change you might make to your diet. So I'm way better at kind of giving my body the nutrition I need while I'm going to the gym now a lot more than I ever used to. And here's the other thing. When you lose the weight, you sleep better. Your joints feel better. You can perform a lot better than you could in the gym prior to losing that weight. All of these big-time benefits that I'm experiencing thanks to the long-term solution for weight loss. Go find out more for yourself online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I am going to start that book soon. 50 bad rounds of golf in 50 states. I know I can do it. It's a question of getting to those places.
You're going to go to all 50 states and golf?
Yeah.
Wow.
One round in each state.
When was this idea?
A couple months ago.
And how are you financing this?
Well, I don't think it's going to be that expensive. I'm playing all public courses.
Randomly going to like Maine or North Dakota.
Yes, I am
Idaho,
randomly going to Maine. It's not like I've never been to Arizona. Yeah, over time. It's not like I'm going next week.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Most people think about break-ins. Some think about fires, but water damage, that's the one nobody sees coming. Guardian Protection now includes a free water and freeze sensor with every home security package, so your home is protected from intrusion, fire, and water. It's full home protection done right. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN to get started today. Terms and conditions apply.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
February in Western PA. It's still cold, still snowy, but the deals at Bowser Hyundai are heating up. And at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 Hyundai volume dealer in Pittsburgh, it also means the perfect time to get behind the wheel of a brand new adventure-ready Hyundai Santa Fe and Hyundai Tucson. Right now, get 0% APR or $4,000 in rebates on all 2026 Hyundai Santa Fe's and Tucsons. Don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 26. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
It may be winter outside, but inside the Monroeville Convention Center, it's golf season! The Pittsburgh Golf Show, presented by the Tri-State Section PGA, is 3 days only, February 20th through the 22nd. Save up to 70% on a huge selection of golf equipment, accessories and apparel, even vacation packages. Test the newest clubs, compete in skills competitions for great prizes. Get a free lesson from a local PGA pro. Come tee it up this weekend in Monroeville, February 20th through the 22nd. Visit PittsburghGolfShow.com.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Latvia and Sweden about to drop the puck in about 15 minutes in Milan Cortina. I know those are two different places. Don't get me started. And the winner of that game, which features three Penguins, Shilov's in goal for the Latvians, and then Erik Karlsson and Ricard Raquel for Sweden, will take on Team USA in the quarterfinals tomorrow, I believe. Right, Don? I believe quarterfinal matchups start tomorrow at the Winter Olympics. Meanwhile, we've been watching people just absolutely eat crap on Big Air. No one lands anything in this. It's great. They all try to do 82 different flips, and we can't seem to hit them, Don. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Speaking of sailing, way back, and O'Neill Cruz has added to his resume. A home run into the fountains in Kansas City. The farthest reaches of the fountains, almost to the walkway beyond it. A distant home run for Cruz, number 16. We're tied at 1.
You hit one deep into the fountains at Kansas City, you've hit a moonshot. Fan weather, by the way, brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. Clouds and sun the rest of the day, high in the upper 50s, few clouds, low 43 tonight. That's O'Neill Cruz from last July. O'Neill Cruz's 2025 was a tale of, I would say, false hope. You will recall O'Neill Cruz started the season, and I remember saying this myself. You will recall, though, that he started the season, and it looked like, just for a brief moment in time, that he had started to figure some things out. It looked for about a month plus like maybe we were going to get a different version of him. He had a 902 OPS in March and April. He tailed off in May, but he still had a 740 OPS. That would still be above average for the duration of a season if you spread it out for every month. This is O'Neill Cruz the rest of the way, starting in June. He hit 176 with a 580 OPS in June. He went all the way up to 234 and a 685 OPS in July. He hit 133 in August with a 502 OPS. I've seen pitchers do better than that. Back when they were allowed to hit, not Shohei Ohtani. And in September and October, 167 batting average, 509 OPS. From June onward, O'Neill Cruz, who is 6'7", 225, and has some of the loudest tools of any player in the entirety of Major League Baseball, from the start of June till the end of the season, hit exactly, and it feels like it should be a misprint, 8 home runs. 8 in 4 months. 2 home runs a month. I think he's the forgotten man on the 2026 Pittsburgh Pirates. And I'm going to explain it thusly. O'Neill Cruz, if you've followed this team's offseason closely, if it was a typical Pirates offseason, there might have been a bunch of stories already written about O'Neill Cruz. Can O'Neill Cruz rebound from his worst season as a pro, where by any measure he was a below-average offensive player? He was way below his career marks in pretty much every category. The 20 home runs, a hollow 20 home runs. The 38 steals that led the league, so what? Can he rebound? Instead, what have the stories been about with the Pirates this offseason? They've been about, hey, the Pirates just traded for Brandon Lau. That's interesting. Hey, the Pirates signed Ryan O'Hearn. They don't usually do anything like that. Hey, the Pirates actually went out and signed Marcelo Zuna. That one just happened. That's 3 bats that should have some significant impacts in the middle of the Pirates lineup. They also happen to have, in the form of Connor Griffin, maybe the best prospect since Mike Trout. I forget who it was that I just saw described him as Willie Mays, but at shortstop. That might have been Keith Law. Keith Law does not shower praise on people. He's also not always correct. I do remember him saying Kevin Newman had the best hit tool in his entire draft class. We'll let him have a strike one there. But the way Connor Griffin is getting talked about is the way very few players ever get talked about when they are still prospects. People are starting to project very big, very sizable dreams onto a 19-year-old who so far appears like he's perfectly capable of handling them. So that's a fourth player you've been thinking a lot about. Paul Skeens is still Paul Skeens and has a ton of gravity. Everything that happens around the Pirates, even a guy like Griffin's ascension through the minor leagues, it all orbits around Paul Skeens, who's the best pitcher in baseball, the reigning NL Cy Young winner, and the kind of guy for however long you have him, you're supposed to build around. And so really those 6 players, or those 5 players, I guess it would be in my opinion, have, I would say, since they were either acquired or just since they exist within the Pirates ecosystem, have dominated the conversation. And when I sit and think, and when I have sat and thought about the Pirates as far as storylines go this year, and I'm talking about like in the last several weeks, this is something we actually do in this business. You sit around and think about like how things are going to shake out. You formulate opinions. When I've been sitting here thinking about the Pirates, when I've been thinking about win totals, when I've been thinking about projections, when we've been laughing about what the nerds at Pacoda and what the Zips projections are for this team, I am being very honest here. I tweeted something to this effect yesterday, and I feel like it might have resonated with some people. I feel like I have legitimately forgotten about O'Neal Cruz. Like I was doing this exercise. I was just writing down what their everyday starting lineup would be once they got Ozuna. I'm not kidding about this. So I penciled him in at DH. I had either Davis or Bart. I had Skeens. Davis, obviously, if it's Skeens on the mound. Opening day, it'll be Davis and Skeens, right? I had Horwitz at first base. Then I had, you're trying to play like musical chairs with who's going to play where in the outfield. I think I had Lau just still hanging out at second. I had Gonzalez at third. If Griffin doesn't make the team, I had Triolo, the big tree, at short. I had Reynolds out there in the outfield. I had O'Hearn out there, and then I swear to you, I went, wait, who's in? Oh, O'Neal Cruz. I'm not kidding. He was like the last guy I thought of. The dude is still 27. He's going to play this entire season as a 27-year-old. Talk to most people, and I know primes are getting earlier in Major League Baseball now. It used to be like probably 27, 28 till like 32 was the prime. In the steroid era, it was probably your prime could extend into your 30s, late 30s, early 40s if you were Barry Bonds. He should be entering his prime now. He should, if he's not entering it, he should be smack dab in the middle of it right now. He is still only 27. He still should have 4 or 5 really highly productive athletic years left. And it feels to me like O'Neal Cruz is an afterthought. And yet, when you actually remember that he's there, when you remember that he's on the team, you realize that he makes the difference between, I think, this team probably winning 78, 80 games and possibly 88. And I know WAR doesn't work that way. I'm not saying he'll be an 8-win player. If he is, he's going to be in the MVP conversation. And if anything else hits for the Pirates, you can pretty much pencil them in for like more like 92 to 95 wins. But he does feel like a dividing line between this team figures it out collectively and gets it together, or this team fizzles again despite having some of the biggest individual star wattage in Major League Baseball. And the worst part, maybe the problematic part about O'Neal Cruz is that I can't get a reasonable handle on what I should expect. Last year was the worst year he played in Major League Baseball. It's as bad as he has ever been. It was the nadir of his very brief so far Major League career. He goes from a 2.5-win player who has his best offensive season by pretty much any metric to having his worst, and looks, by the way, completely lost in the process. If you go with the eye test and not just some of the numbers that anybody can read on Baseball Reference, he was flailing. It was, oh, look at these quality early season at-bats versus lefties too. He's an automatic out. And now there are going to be narratives. I've already seen stories written. Marcell Ozuna will help him out. So-and-so will help him out. He'll have more protection in the lineup. And with O'Neal Cruz, I think all of that skips over maybe the fundamental question. I think the guy generally plays hard. I think he has said as much that he feels like the idea that he doesn't take baseball seriously or that he doesn't give it his all is unfounded. I think reasonable people could disagree on how accurate that is. What I can't really give you a read on is if he is going to, because he's surrounded by better players, because some of the pressure is going to be off him, because he's going to be like the 4th or 5th most scrutinized Pirate instead of number 1 position player-wise with a bullet? Because you know everyone's going to scrutinize the first 3 guys they brought in. Jake Mangum, when he gets out there, is going to get like heavy scrutiny because he was part of a trade. They never acquire players from the outside. He'll be 3rd or 4th, maybe 5th on the list when Griffin's up. If Griffin's up on opening day, he instantly becomes the most watched Pirates position player. I have no sense as to whether or not O'Neal Cruz will take all of these things that should be working in his favor and actually blossom. And I will hand up say that a guy that when you watch him and he's going well, he looks like he could be an MVP and carry a team for 3 months at a time. I have no concept of whether or not I should be able to count on him this year. I will be able to count on him this year as a Pirates observer to deliver the goods. A forgotten man who probably is still the biggest pivot point for what this team could or couldn't be this year, or will or won't be this year. I'm wondering if people feel the same way about him. Not just like I have no idea what I'm going to get out of this guy. I wonder if I'm completely on an island here about the idea that he has almost been a forgotten man, for lack of a better term. Because that's how I feel about it, Don. What about you? Because that's legitimately what happened to me yesterday. I was sitting around, not working, getting ready to take in the Donnie football show. My TV tuned to FS1 to watch Pony jousting with Willie Colon and Danny Parkins. And I just realized I hadn't thought seriously about O'Neal Cruz in that sense in months.
Well, I went through a whole slew of some Pirates questions that I have going into the season since spring training is upon us. The team had its first full workout yesterday. The first game is on Saturday. And I kind of stole that one from you because I saw you put it out there and it kind of hit me that I was thinking the same way. And I feel like a lot of Pirates fans have been able to easily do that because they added nearly 70 home runs of outside power. Lau had 31, Ozuna had 21, O'Hearn had 17. They have the number 1 prospect in all of baseball. That has garnered a ton of Pirates headlines. And any time that Paul Skeens is on the roster, that's still going to be, or he is still going to be a talking point. So I think it's easy for Cruz to be forgotten about, and I think it just helps out, or it should help out, his mental part of the game, because he is no longer required to be that superstar player. And you wonder maybe that pressure was a little bit too high on him his first couple of seasons. I think it hurt Cruz. I think Brian Reynolds, in a way, can be thrown into that category too. He's coming off his worst season in the big leagues. Those guys have always been, since they've been here, they have been the 2 best bats the Pirates have had. Teams have been able to either pitch around them or frustrate them at the plate because they haven't really had anybody else. That's not the case anymore. So I think there is reason to be interested in what those 2 can do in 2026 because there's finally a little bit of protection in that lineup. They have a real 1 through 7 for the first time in both of their careers. I think there's reason to have some optimism around them, Cruz especially, because he's got to be going into the season feeling like, hey, I don't have to be this guy that carries the team. I don't have to press and hit 30 home runs and steal almost 40 bases.
I've found it funny that one of the first stories I saw about him, because so much of it with him, because he's not giving like interview, like I don't mean this in any kind of derogatory way. I mean this like sincerely. I think when there's a language gap or a player doesn't feel comfortable like speaking in English because they might be misconstrued, it always leaves fans wondering, well, how does he really feel? It was that way with Malkin in hockey. And, you know, then it became kind of fun when he felt he had enough command of the language to speak. I think with O'Neal Cruz, there's always going to be this question, maybe until he has like a truly humongous breakout season where there's fewer like mental mistakes or whatever, if he ever has one, about how much he wants it. I thought it was interesting that one of the first stories was he cut his hair, you know. Remember he had like the crazy, you know, like what was it, like a more of a fuchsia or like almost like pinkish red hair, like the highlights in his hair. And somebody said, hey, cut his hair going into spring training this year. He's a different guy. That's so much of the narrative around him, and I wonder how much of it might just end up being with better people around him in the lineup. O'Neal Cruz will see a lot more fastballs because teams can't just throw garbage at him and hope he chases. And I wonder how much of what does or doesn't happen for him this year is people throw a bunch of 95, 97 that isn't moving all over the place. Can you hit it? I think he would probably pass that test. Yeah, I think he would do fine. And like them being able to take him out of the lineup potentially against a left-handed pitcher if they decide that's what they need to do shouldn't be as penalizing as it felt like it was last year.
Yeah, you took him out against lefties last season, and then it got down to, okay, they have Brian Reynolds, who now has to hit from the right side of the plate, and that was really it. Like, so many teams have been able to game plan and do things to take Reynolds and Cruz out of the game. And I'm not saying that either of them ever really touched the superstar status. Reynolds at his best was just a really solid player, got into an all-star game. And Cruz has been largely a disappointment, but it's been just those two guys to be counted on for, what,
all the offense.
4 years now?
Yeah. 412-928-9370 is the phone number. Is O'Neal Cruz primed for a bounce back after his worst year as a pro? And do you agree with me that he almost feels... I'm wondering if this is also a common sentiment. Donnie admitted that he kind of lifted this one from my tweets. I'm glad I could inspire you yesterday, Don, with this. Does O'Neal Cruz also feel like, at once, arguably the most important Pirate, the pivot point for this entire season in some ways, and also like a completely forgotten man on the Pirates? Because that's how I'm feeling. Like, this guy could make or break, could turn them into a scary offense, believe it or not, or could just leave them improved, but only by a matter of degree. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Do you believe in O'Neal Cruz's ability to have a big bounce back in 2026? 412-928-9370. Here's Don with the fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Gold medal game is set in Olympic women's hockey, and that is the United States and Canada. Thursday, 1:10 p.m. start time in the gold medal game. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Don. Best President's Day deal on the Mitsu that fits you. A brand new Mitsubishi is at one place. Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, where Mike Engel and his team have it going on. They have, of course, the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. They've got 7-passenger Outlanders. That happens to be what I am driving right now. I am a massive fan of the Outlander. You can take up to $10,000 off on those 7-passenger capable Outlanders or finance at 0% for an incredible 72 months. They've also got Outlander Sports. Take up to $5,000 off of those or get 2.99% financing for 60 months, all backed by that unbeatable 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. And guess what? The bottom line is here, if you're looking for a Mitsu, the Mitsu that fits you is in Washington. Why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. So shop the President's Day savings at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington and online, crownmitsubishipa.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Miami Dolphins cleared up some cap space yesterday by releasing Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb. The Dolphins' direction is clear. Cut the fat and rebuild for the future with a new front office and coaching staff. Next up on the agenda for Miami is what to do with Tua Tagovailoa. Can the Dolphins find a trade partner for Tua? And I'm guessing Tua would look forward to a fresh start as well. I'm Chris Black.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Drew Brees here. Whether you're on the field or on the road, having the right team on your side makes all the difference. I learned that the hard way. On the field, you don't go anywhere without a solid O-line. And when your car breaks down, you want that same kind of protection. That's why I trust CarShield. Their protection plans help you tackle expensive repairs so that you're not blindsided.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit SouthHillsKia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see brake lights on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue as you head into the Fort Pitt Tunnel and leave the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Swinging a deep fly ball out to right, and O'Neill Cruz has tied this game with a 9th inning homer.
The fun times with O'Neill Cruz. That's the good part of O'Neill Cruz. That's the part like where I admit that I'm a jaded much more jaded fan than I used to be. I still get pumped up when cool stuff happens. I'm absolutely, Donnie, a cliched, like, 40-year-old dad now, in that, like, the thing I find most impressive in sports is when old guys are still kicking ass. So when, like, Justin Rose wins a PGA Tour tournament, I'm like, look at that guy. He's like 5 years older than me. This is awesome. When Crosby's great, like, just, you know, like a metronome. He's just always there, always great. I get way into that now. But I will concede that, like, when you see O'Neal Cruz, if he gets on one of those 2-week stretches where he's red hot, very fun, because he hits the ball harder than pretty much anybody this side of what? Not Judge, I would think. Stanton probably hits it even harder. And that's about it. Like, Judge was the one who said that basically he's got, like, the most natural raw ability in all of baseball.
I mean, just imagine the potential Pirates firepower if Cruz starts the way that he did in 2025 and he actually carries it over most of the season, not even the entire season. But you have two guys already that are regulars hitting 20-plus homers.
Mm-hmm.
That's Lau and Ozuna.
Mm-hmm.
Reynolds, who always ends up around like 20 to 25 home runs, really, no matter how his season looks.
The Adam LaRoche Forget-Me-Not Award.
Yeah, O'Hearn's going to be chilling at like.
Well, they added 69 home runs. They had 69 home runs to the roster. If Cruz is even like a good, not a great player, he doesn't even. I don't know if people realize, and we'll get.
He
to
doesn't have to be great.
Right,
yeah, that's the big thing.
I don't know if people realize this too, or because we're going to get to the phones in a second. He doesn't even have to be an all-star level offensive player. If he is a 2.5 win player like he was just by Baseball Reference's metrics in 2024, that will be like a significant upgrade over what he was last year. Significant. If he has an 800 OPS this year, again, pretty modest for a guy with that set of physical gifts and tools, they will almost certainly be a winning record team. Like, and I say that as somebody that still has some reservations, some skepticism about the nature of this thing this year. He doesn't have to be great. And what you have to hope for is that that's what really unlocks him, that he just did not deal well with the pressure of being the only guy in that lineup. 412-928-9370. Hit us up at 93.7 The Fan on Twitter. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Our buddy Emmanuel in Carnegie is on the line, so we'll always take a chance to chat with him. What's going on?
Hey, how's y'all doing?
Good.
Yeah, I don't think Cruz needs to be at an all-star level for us to perform. I think, like you were saying, around 800 OPS, I can deal with even a 750 OPS. He doesn't have to hit 250. He can hit 230, you know, as long as he gets on base pretty well. But because the thing is, what I like about him is his power. If he can give us 20, 25 home runs, I can deal with that because I think Brian Reynolds is going to come back. He's going to bounce back. He's going to be more consistent. And one of the players that I'm looking at, I really hope that he has a good bounce back career, I should say, is Henry Davis. If he can get back to at least 200 average, then our lineup will be respectable in the back end. That's what I'm worried about.
I mean,
Henry Davis at least hit 200.
Think about how damning that is. Can he hit 200? Think about what you're asking him to get to Rafael Belliard levels, batting average wise. I don't even, honestly, if Henry Davis gives me like 8 home runs this year, Emmanuel, thanks for the call, as Paul and keeps Paul Skeens happy to the point where Paul Skeens pitches like we expect him to pitch, at this point he'll have done his job. Like that's a sunk cost right there. That just is what it is. If Connor Griffin is the truth, the whole truth, etc., that sort of eases the sting of having picked Henry Davis 1-1. I'll tell you one thing that works in O'Neal Cruz's favor for this being a bit of a bounce back. He was a 262. I know I'm getting in the weeds with the numbers. He was 262 batting average on balls in play last year. League average is 292. He was way above that 347 in 2024. Part of that is, are you hitting the ball hard? Like, are you hitting a lot of line drives? His line drive percentage dipped. He was hitting more fly balls, which is usually a good thing. He was hitting the ball harder on a regular basis, actually, which is a good thing. He just was striking out a little bit more and not really seeing a jump in home runs commensurate with hitting the ball in the air more. It's kind of an interesting season to look at and break it out by the numbers because you could make an argument that he got a little bit unlucky. And if he's seeing more fastballs, if he's just seeing more pitches that are not lefty curveballs or lefty sliders basically designed in a lab to make him look bad, you can start to dream a little bit. Not that he's going to be an MVP, but you can start to dream a little bit that he's going to be more like the player they thought they were getting. One of the first ladies of the PM team is, of course, our friend, the lovely Carolyn Clinton. Hello, Carol.
Hello, Malsey. Emmanuel stole my thunder, but I didn't want to just hang up.
Well, that's why you're one of the queens of the PM team. Let me give you then a curveball question, Carol. We'll see if you can sit back on this 12-6 curveball and hit it. More likely that O'Neal Cruz reaches his potential and has like a 30-30 season. He led the league with 38 steals last year. We know he's got 30 home run power in the bat, even though he's only gotten 21 as a career high. More likely he does that, or more likely he has something like a repeat of last year where his OPS is under 700 and we're pulling our hair out watching him.
I hope it's the latter. I hope that, or that it's the former. Yeah, because if he could, that would just be something to watch, and we'd have something to be excited about.
The thing that I can't pin down with him, because it's just hard to get a sense, you can read as many stories as you want, Carol, as to how he's more businesslike, and thank you as always for chiming in even though your thunder was stolen. The thing I have a hard time pinning down with him is like the mental lapses, I'd say, because I don't think there's anything wrong with playing with a little bit of flair out there. I think some of the best players of all time have played with flair. Willie Mays made basket catches routinely. Andrew Jones was just gliding around in the outfield. But the whole point about that was, and Jim Edmonds, of course, Donnie, as you know what I'm about to say here, the master of the fake dive and fake hustle, Jim Edmonds. It's fine to play the game with flair, but what people won't excuse is if you try to play like that sort of gliding, cool look, and you're also making mental mistakes. And you're not making the easy plays. People actually think it's cool, I think, when you do that, if you're making all the routine plays and never screwing them up. I do wonder in his case, this whole idea that he's been a little bit more businesslike heading into this season, how much of that's real versus how much of that is just it's Bradenton flu, it's spring training, got to have something to write. We go to the fan hotline. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where Mike in Franklin is hanging out. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I thought when you said the forgotten man, not to steal thunder about Cruz, but I think maybe the most important guy might be Dennis Santana, the closer, with Bednar gone.
I'm not as worried about that, and that's not just because I'm not as old school about the closer position. I think Santana has the stuff, and I can understand why there is some worry about him, because when he gets hit hard, he gets hit very hard. But I love the stuff there. And I also, here's the real reason I'm not as worried. Generally speaking, you can go into a season thinking, okay, this is our closer. And if it doesn't work out, most teams have at least one or two guys who have closer type stuff that could be waiting in the wings. I don't look at that position anymore, Mike, like it used to be looked at, where if the closer was having a tough year, everyone would be thrown into a panic.
All right. Well, I was just thinking that might be your forgotten guy, but you guys have a good day.
Thank you, Mike. Sorry about that. That was a finger slip. I don't think Dennis Santana, I don't think, Donnie, is what I would call a high profile enough Pirate right now to be a forgotten man. Everyone kind of knows where he is. There's your closer. Wicked stuff. And can he do it? That's still where there is still a big gulf, by the way, I've noticed in that. Players still absolutely, to a man, and I think a lot of managers, look at those last 3 outs of a baseball game in wildly different fashion than I think the average person does. You know that? You talk to people who are in the game, they're it's not the same. Even going out there in the 8th inning, you'll even hear people still say this once in a while, that say you were facing the 3-4-5 hitters for a team, or 2-3-4 in the 8th inning, and then you maybe get on the other side of that and you got 7-8-9 or something like that in the 9th. You'll get people in the game who'll still say that 7-8-9 is harder than going through the best part of their lineup the previous inning, which I think is wild, man. I would think facing their 3 best hitters would be the part that sucks if you're trying to protect a 1-run lead in each of those innings.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's why it's become a science of the game, where it's not how it was years ago. I mean, the numbers, do they Do we dive a little bit too deep at times? Probably.
Oh, you know who hates it when we get into those number dives, right? Zangrilli he gets all fired up about the nerds.
But, I mean, it's a question that, I mean, I'll use like the I guess it would be the boomer generation, like whatever generation my dad comes from as somebody in his mid-60s. The amount of times the question gets asked of what happened to closers that could pitch multiple innings a night opposed to just a guy getting 3 outs. I've been asked the question 1,000 times, but it's just not the same game anymore.
I would agree with, I mean, I also think like it's just become like hyper optimized in bullpens now in general, where like every team just is basically teaching guys. They're like, you're going to tear your arm in half, but guess what? Throw 100 and develop one breaking pitch, and if we need you, we can use you. Like you'd look at a guy like Majinski back in the day, and he probably would get no shot at it maybe, like to be a closer. And then you look at the stuff though, it's like, no, he can miss bats. The game is wildly different at the back end now. It is like the lefty one out guys obviously got legislated out of existence. I think teams that are willing to look at it like Cleveland did several years ago. Remember when they had Andrew Miller and they were just like treating like his appearances as the biggest part of the game basically for them? Like in case of emergency, break glass and bring Andrew Miller in. I think the teams still that do that have that approach, and the managers, more importantly, that can convince their players that that's the way it should be, are the ones who are going to have more success. I've got a special Bucko Minute coming up. You might have called this a Bucko half hour because we've been talking about O'Neill Cruz. I have a special Bucko Minute, and how's this for a tease? I feel like there's a good chance everyone's going to get mad at me by the time this one's over. A familiar posture for old Mauro Mulsey. Has nothing to do with Mauro Mulsey, by the way. Listen to the Pomp and Joe show every Wednesday. That would be tomorrow. To hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from Baseball, Card Castle, and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. If Shilovs in Latvia win, what? Maybe a Shilovs? Perhaps an Erik Karlsson? Maybe a Ricard Raquel? Many choices. A Bucko Minute that I think might anger everybody coming up next. First, here's a headline with Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
First Pirates spring training game is Saturday. They take on the Baltimore Orioles, 1:05 first pitch. You can hear the game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Pony back here to talk about FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. And as you guys know, the winter games are going on, and we're moving into the knockout stage of the men's Olympic hockey tournament. There's also the women's hockey tournament, and Canada and USA have a big championship match for a gold medal coming up tomorrow. Right now, though, looking at the updated odds board on FanDuel, Canada still the favorite. Sit in the team looking like they are the clear-cut team to take home gold, -140. United States +180. Finland 16-1. They are in third position. They didn't even win their group, and yet here they are at 16-1. The best place to bet the winter games is on FanDuel. No better way to follow along than with bets on FanDuel. Curling, a very popular sport to bet on there. You can do that now. Speed skating as well, figure skating. It's all there on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com today to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 65 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules. Sir Grout, your local grout and natural stone cleaning experts. 412-960-6310.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, scratches, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit WhalenExteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
PM team, Solo Mulsey, Pony back on TV today. Now, is this he's got one long segment on the show, Don? Because I saw you catch that delightful picture of him in the 3-box setup on First Things First. What is his deal here?
I mean, I think he only was on one segment yesterday.
So he's a contributor to today's show and yesterday's show.
Yeah, I don't know what. Now, yesterday he was on at 3:25.
Okay, so today could be a different schedule. So he's like on call. The magic of TV. Anyway, Solo Mulsey, Mike's. God, let's try that. Let's try that again. Mike's Beer Bar's Fan Beer of the Month is Burgers Brewing's Puddler and Proceeds benefit Partners for Quality. I have played in Pomp's Outing that benefits Partners for Quality. That is a great organization. So great things there. Go down to Mike's and grab one of those. Also, thank you, Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing. We can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon presented by MediConnect. We were able to raise over $345,000 to benefit Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families. Powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Now, I promised a $1 a minute that would anger people. There were many guesses. You're going to say Connor Griffin should spend the whole season in AAA. No. Come on. I'm not an idiot. Okay, sometimes, but not always. And I would never suggest that. The best I could come up with on that one would be he might need like 20 games in the minors because Mike Trout basically did. His second year, he technically got a cup of coffee. Then he did 20 games in the minors, and then he never looked back. No, this is the take. I saw Bob Smizik tweet this out yesterday, and it got people very mad at me. Some people thought I was stupid enough to not realize Dave Parker's already in the Hall of Fame. Smizik's tweet was, and I will just read it directly so nobody accuses me of misrepresenting what he said. He tweeted out yesterday that, hold on here, I sent a lot of tweets yesterday because I was cooking, Don, and that was interesting. I was making bolognese, and then people were ripping me for it. Bob Smizik, is the Baseball Hall of Fame in Andrew McCutchen's future? It should be. And then he comped Dave Parker and Andrew McCutchen in WAR, at-bats, home runs, OPS, and OPS+. And McCutchen leads in WAR. What is it good for? Fewer at-bats by about 1,000, 7 fewer home runs, 12 points higher in the OPS, 4 points higher in OPS+. And Bob was just making the case, hey, if it's apples to apples, one guy's in, shouldn't one other guy be? Never mind the fact that I would say, even as a guy that never saw Dave Parker play, that his run atop the NL as maybe the best player in the league was probably even a little longer than McCutchen's. I would say McCutchen was the best player in the NL for definitively 2 years, for sure. In 12 and 13, I thought he was the best player in the league. His prime was what? Maybe a 4-year prime? Parker's was not a super long prime. Parker also looked cool as hell. McCutchen, pretty cool out there. He never wore a Jason mask on the field, though. He was also not. It's a little bit of like the Parker was like Mario Lemieux as far as natural ability to play the sport was just jaw-dropping. The throws, how hard he hit the ball. 6'5", built like a linebacker, etc. McCutchen was a smaller guy who was a great athlete, but did not maybe wow you even the way Mike Trout would, as a guy who was also built like a linebacker in his prime and playing baseball instead of football. The thing I'm going to say that is going to make people mad is this. It's a perfectly fair argument if Bob Smizik wants to make it that if Dave Parker's in, so too should Andrew McCutchen. I disagree with that. If I had one Hall of Fame vote and it was for one of those two guys, I actually would have voted Parker, despite a lot of the counting stats not being in his favor. Here's the problem. I don't think either one of those guys is actually a Hall of Famer, and I am very aware that Dave Parker is in the Hall of Fame, which makes him, by definition, a Hall of Famer. There is a the Hall of Fame is supposed to be in any sport, and it's lost its way across all of them to one degree or another. It's supposed to be the elites of the elite, the immortals, right? It's supposed to, if you're in the Hall of Fame, it's supposed to be a very exclusive club, and it's hard to break in. What has started to happen, and it's even happened to baseball, is the much more sizable, still very respectable, and technically unofficial Hall of Very Good, which is where a ton of players reside. Like Joey Porter, who's to me is a classic Hall of Very Good guy in the NFL? Two of them. Porter and Harrison, Hall of Very Good. Ben Roethlisberger, Hall of Fame material. See? That also contractually gets me my one nice comment about Ben per given show. Hall of Very Good versus Hall of Fame. I think Dave Parker, despite Dave Parker looking fearsome and being like this cool guy who also just had a lot of panache and flair for how he played the game, a guy who won a couple of batting titles, a guy who was part of 2 World Series winner, a guy just like McCutchen who was an MVP. I think Dave Parker, in balance, is a Hall of Very Good. His prime is probably 75 to 79. That's a 5-year run where he accumulates the overwhelming majority of his WAR, of his stats, of everything else. He hit home runs later on for the Reds. His 1985 was a great year in his mid-30s. But if you look at a guy who played for almost 20 years and you can really pinpoint what I would call 6 good to great years, is that a Hall of Fame career in baseball? Who's got more Hall of Fame? I'll do it another way. I'll bring it up this way. Whose career would be more Hall-worthy right now? Juan Soto's if it ended today, or Dave Parker's? Because Juan Soto's got him smoked in every OPS plus. He doesn't have the counting stats. He doesn't have even half the number of hits. He's about 100 shy in home runs. All that stuff. Batting average career is a little bit lower. On base way higher. Slugging way higher. You know what I'm saying here? If you're putting Dave Parker in the Hall of Fame for essentially 6 great years, 5 of them in a row, and then one that was kind of an outlier, what are you doing? We always make longevity and excellence arguments here. In baseball, it's kind of weird to think that a guy was truly great for about half a decade, by any objective measure, a truly great player, and got in. McCutchen, I would argue, the prime, even though he lasted a very long time in the major leagues, almost as long as Parker. What's McCutchen's prime? It's a run from really 2012 through 2015. It's a great run. The numbers are really, really good every one of those years. From 2012 through 2015, Andrew McCutchen, on average, was putting up a 926 OPS. In the years before that were very good, I would say. They weren't MVP caliber, but they were very good. After that, it's a mixed bag. After that, it is like a guy playing somewhat well, but you can make the argument his last really, really effective season as a major leaguer was 2017. Am I off base? Am I pissing you off, Don? You're a guy who reveres Pittsburgh athletes, present and former. I look at both of these guys, and I think the case Smizek's making is, well, if Parker's in, McCutchen should be in too. I think the much more compelling case when you stack their numbers up and then you look at other guys in the Hall of Fame whose names don't rhyme with barreled rains is that neither guy should be in, even though one of them is. That's what I came away thinking when Bob tweeted that out and I saw it.
I think in Parker's case, it is that he was able to spread out his game better than what Andrew McCutchen was able to do. He was able to come back and have an all-star season in 1990 when he was on the doorstep of 40 years old. He had multiple all-star seasons in his 30s. Yeah, 26 through 30 seasons from 77 to 81 were his peak years. But I think he spread it out way better than what Andrew McCutchen was able to do. I think that helped out the Hall of Fame resume a bit, while also continuing to just be a very solid player in between. I mean, the years in his 30s, he was arguably a better player than what he was in his mid to late 20s. For Kutch, it was 11 to 15. He continued to have some pretty good years after that, but once he got into 30, outside of what he did, like home run wise in 2021,
so you would say Parker's 30s.
Since.
You would say Parker's 30s arguably better than his late 20s.
I mean, I guess
he had one big. He has one huge year in '85 that I think, honest to God, man, I bet you if you take, I know people laugh, you can't take it out of the equation. If Dave Parker does not play baseball in 1985, he's not a Hall of Famer. The counting stats don't match up. It was an MVP level performance for him that year. He finished second in the voting. I know he was top 5 the next year, and I know that his offensive numbers don't just tell the whole story, obviously. But I look at that guy, and I see a 5-year prime. And I just have a hard time with what the Hall of Fame is supposed to be, saying, well, oh, yeah, you got to put that guy in. I'm hypocritical in the sense that when he got in, I was happy because I think everybody here, like, he had obviously repaired the relationship with Pittsburgh and everything done, and people have, fond memories of a guy that won a World Series here. But I'm sorry, man. I just have a very hard time looking at the body of work and then looking at it compared to other Hall of Famers and saying, well, yeah, that's 1-to-1 there. That makes sense.
I also wonder how much the defensive aspect of the game comes into play there.
I mean, I think it should, but like the Baseball Reference just...
McCutchen hasn't been a usable fielder in...
Well, don't tell him that. He thinks that he has been, and the Pirates just won't put him out there.
Maybe compared to what the Pirates put out there anyway. But
I think Parker's got a case as a fringe. Like, he's right on the edge, and I would say on the wrong side of it. As a whole, I know he's in. But this is what happens when you get like a Harold Baines type of guy who gets in. Then it does open it up, and it's like, well, if you let that guy in, then everyone has to go. I don't know. That was apparently my effort to alienate half of my listeners for the day. Coming up. By the way, I'll tell you right now that Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. Clouds and sun, it's high 50s. It's actually nice. That snow is melting quickly outside. Low of 43 overnight tonight. Coming up, another NFL insider has connected the Steelers to yet another player with pick 21 in the draft. Donnie, would you believe me if I told you that I'm mad about this? And I'm worried about it if it actually is true. I'll tell you who that is coming up next. First, quick break, and I believe a message from our pal Pony.
Hey, Pony, back to tell you guys about Comer and Cross. It's another beautiful day in the 50s, and that gets me thinking about spring and summer ahead, and a lot of time I'm going to be spending in my garage as I get things done this summer, like, I don't know, landscaping my house, watching TV in there, drinking beers in there, all made possible by Comer and Cross and the amazing new Comer and Cross garage floor I got last fall. You can be next. Schedule today. They can transform your garage, and it's only going to take one day. The date they give you is the date they come and get it done. No procrastinating, no making you wait around. These are not subcontractors. They didn't hire a bunch of high school kids to do the garage. These are experts that have done thousands. So call Comer and Cross now for your quick and free estimate before, like I said, that schedule fills up. It's 1-800-NEW-4, or you can tell Siri, call 1-800-NEW-4 to speak to them, or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross. That's Comer and Cross.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, increasing clouds with overnight lows in the low 40s with the chance for a few showers and some patchy fog through the morning. Wednesday, highs could touch 60 degrees with more rain around, a few rumbles of thunder. Wednesday night, lows into the low 40s, the chance for showers and more rain on Thursday with high temperatures near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Book us to redandajunktruck.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What's up, everybody? Nick Hustle's here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Huge game tonight in college basketball as Michigan, the #1 team in the country, about a 2.5-point road favorite at Purdue. And I like Purdue in this game to keep it really close. I even think Purdue can win. I would love to get +3 with Purdue as a home dog. Purdue's surging right now, but if we don't get it, I'll take 2.5 with Purdue. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In-stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Crowley. This winter has been brutal. Is your heat running more than it should be? It's probably because your window installation has failed, and the pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. They've got a great buy 4, get 4 windows free sale going on now. You can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years, and if you act now, get an extra 10% off. A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating. Hurry, sale ends soon. Schedule a fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
February in Western Pennsylvania. Icy mornings, snowy afternoons, and roads that keep you guessing.
Good thing the Hyundai Kona is ready for all of it. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, fall in love with the SUV that's big on capability, the 2026 Hyundai Kona SE, all-wheel drive. Lease it now for just $229 per month, only at Bowser Hyundai. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today before these savings melt like snow. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $29.99 due at signing. With credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 3rd, 2026. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
A KFC tale in the pursuit of flavor. The Colonel made his $10 Tuesday bucket so full with 8 pieces of juicy, crispy chicken or tenders that it might just last you till Wednesday. If you've got that kind of self-control. I mean, some people want leftovers. Others are more into right nowers. The Colonel lived so we could chicken. $10, 8 pieces, one big deal with KFC $10 Tuesdays.
Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are cleaning up an accident on 28 outbound in East Deer Township around exit 13, which is causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic in the area. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Cohen Markets. Fish sandwiches are back. Enjoy $1 off on Friday. Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, on a game that, by the way, it's 2-0. Sweden over Latvia. Winner takes on Team USA. Inexplicably not on TV. What are we doing? We had USA. That's where it was supposed to be. No. WPXI. No. Where'd they bury this game? I would love to know. Is it sitting somewhere in the deepest recesses of Peacock? Is it on CNBC? Perhaps it's on, MSNBC? What are we doing here? Yes, the people definitely don't want to watch a hockey game. No sirree, Bob, including one with the country that puts the third highest percentage of players in the NHL. Perfect. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet at 937thefan.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Number of buyers in the first round. So I do think that helps Ty Simpson's cause. I do also, so I think it's easiest to almost address the things that are limitations for Ty Simpson and then revisit and see how many pros there are that would make you consider taking him #1 overall. So the size, Mel, it's not great, right? He's like 210-ish pounds, maybe, for Ty Simpson. The size is just fine. Is he this wonderful athlete? No. Is he a good athlete? Is he a functional athlete? Yeah, he is. He actually is a reasonable athlete that can get some stuff done on the move here. But this is not Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen that totally changes your offense with his legs on top of what he can do with his arms. The experience, it's a question mark for sure. The accuracy, Mel, when it's good, when it's cooking, is really good. And by the way, early in the season, nobody was talking about some of these concerns. So to your point here, Mel, the first half of the year, teams are, as we get further and further removed from the college football season, going to spend more time taking a look at the total picture. That the good version of Ty Simpson, good processing, good accuracy, good enough overall athletic skills, enough horsepower on the arm, not going to blow you away, but definitely enough overall horsepower on the arm that this can be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Is it a top 10 or 12 starting quarterback in the NFL? I don't think so. But can it be a guy that drifts somewhere into the middle of the pack, which, by the way, teams can win a lot of ball games with middle of the pack starting quarterback play. This is the NFL now that's not just, hey, the quarterback that is the best takes his team to the title, right? I mean, nobody was talking about Sam Darnold coming into last season.
That was Field Yates of ESPN giving almost like a campaign trail speech on behalf of Ty Simpson, a guy who has been connected to the Steelers at pick 21 at various points throughout the very early mock season, SZN. It's the PM team, Donnie Football, Malsey. Pony, have I missed his spot yet on their show? He didn't get bumped like it's the Academy Awards, did he? Where he's just been sitting there backstage in the green room? Danny Parkins is doing his top 10 teams in the NBA at the All-Star break. I don't think Pony will be chiming in on that front. But that was Field Yates just talking up Ty Simpson. I have a lot of thoughts on that, and I'm not going to do some hyperbolic, like insane person, me screaming about Ty Simpson and telling you why this is the worst idea in history. What I am going to say is his ending point there, I think, is a little cavalier. The place where Field Yates finally ends up in that whole discussion, like he's making his supporting arguments and everything else. This idea that you can win a lot of games now with a middle-of-the-pack starting quarterback, I think is completely anathema to what the Steelers should be pursuing in their next quarterback. The Steelers, if anything, under Mike Tomlin, proved you can win a decent number of games, enough to get into the playoffs with an objectively bad quarterback, as, by the way, USA Network has finally decided to show us Sweden and Latvia on one of the TVs in here. The Steelers have proven you can win 9 or 10. You can get to the playoffs with, like, even I would say subpar quarterback play at times. Very spotty hit-or-miss quarterback play. And I'm not saying Rodgers last year. I mean, he was giving them probably the best they got over the course of an entire season from one guy since Ben Roethlisberger pre-injury, or even you could say post-injury. But in the Kenny Pickett, Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, three-headed Frankenstein kind of year, they still managed to drag themselves in. Shouldn't the point be to aim a little higher than that? And isn't the unspoken part of what Field Yates said there that you can win a lot of games, but that it's pretty hard to win playoff games with a mid-pack starting quarterback? I know Sam Darnold is going to get held up as the exemplar of he's mid-pack. He was obviously better than mid-pack. With the Vikings last year, he was better than that. He had a lot of scar tissue from early in his career, and that's why you weren't seeing people believe in Sam Darnold. Hand up, I was one of them. He showed everybody that they were wrong. He was also, though, surrounded by an exceptional roster top to bottom that in terms of quality is not really matched by many in the NFL. It turns out that Seattle defense was outlandishly good, that their offense, because of Darnold and Kubiak and everything they had going there, was actually just what it needed to be. I think when Jackson Smith-Njigba is healthy, he is at worst a top 3 receiver in the league. I think for a lot of this year, he was top 1. And Field Yates, I think that's just such a path of least resistance. Like, quarterbacks drive the narratives. Quarterbacks are the most scrutinized position. Quarterbacks get people talking. So let's just throw Ty Simpson into this blender and say, well, he can help somebody. Even if he's just good or middle of the pack, you can win with Ty Simpson. I'm not sure you can if you're most teams. Perhaps if a really good team, you know who could win with him? Probably the Philadelphia Eagles, I would say. I do not think Jalen Hurts is an upper echelon quarterback. I think he is closer to mid-pack than he is anything else. They won a Super Bowl. Okay, so the last 2 Super Bowl winners won it with a mid-pack Jalen Hurts and a guy who, for pedigree's sake, and Sam Darnold was the third pick in the draft, but had performed on a very spotty pro resume, really, until his Minnesota rehab year, where he finally got his career on track. I think you should be looking for a 3-word phrase if you are a team picking a quarterback in the first round of the NFL draft. You should be looking for a player who affords you 3 words: margin for error. It's the highest paid position in the sport. It's the most important position in the sport. It is the hardest position to play in the sport. It is, lately, the hardest position to evaluate in the sport. Even after a couple years of pro ball, guys are getting evaluations incorrect. And knowing all that about the position, wouldn't you rather take a season with a guy you have on the roster who probably isn't going to be the solution, Will Howard, and wait for somebody that has a greater skill set for the position that might exist in next year's draft, than do something that's a facsimile of Kenny Pickett all over again? Perhaps Kenny Pickett's career would have been a lot different if he had ended up in a Shanahan or McVay system. We'll never know. I guess we maybe would if one of those teams picked him up and he actually had to play. Then we would know. It certainly helped to be in that basic tree for Darnold, but Darnold had more natural ability than Pickett in a deep quarterback draft. He was the second one taken, I want to say, in the 2018 draft?
Yeah, it was Baker than
Darnold. Him. Yeah, I blanked on who would have been number 2 in between those two, but you probably know who that player was, and it wasn't a quarterback. You should be looking in a league right now where it is hard to evaluate that position with a player whose basic qualities afford you the most margin for error. I think Ty Simpson, if the Steelers were to pick him, would get better coaching than any Steelers quarterback prospect did under the Tomlin regime. That much should be obvious. I think Mike McCarthy's better at that. He is, no doubt. I don't even need to say I think. He just is. That's factual. I think he has coaches under him who will be better at that than Mike Tomlin's coaching staff, partly because there's more of them. And I think with more voices there, as long as you don't have confusion as to whose word gets or who gets the last word, that usually helps to have more brains on staff. That doesn't mean, though, that you can just casually, if you're a guy like Field Yates, toss out with accuracy the idea that, Ty Simpson's good enough at a lot of these areas. Get him in the right spot, he can win. Look at who the quarterbacks are most of the time. Most of the time. Preponderance of the evidence style. Who win in the NFL? Josh Allen wins a lot of games. Patrick Mahomes wins a lot of games. Wins Super Bowls. Lamar Jackson, flashpoint in this town, wins a lot of games. Has 2 MVP awards. Each one of those guys I've mentioned has won the MVP. Matt Stafford didn't get there this year, and he's in the twilight of his career, still has a rocket arm, is more of a pocket guy, but you would call him a very gifted player. You would not say, well, he's good enough. He went number 1 overall. Even Jared Goff, flawed player at times, number 1 overall pick. Like, nobody was saying Jared Goff is good enough. They were saying it's him or Carson Wentz. Who else do we have here? Caleb Williams, number 1 overall pick. Extremely gifted player, naturally. Just great ability. Jordan Love. Put on Jordan Love tapes, and you'll see some hilarious yacker interceptions there, but he'll throw, balls off his back foot that seem like they should have no business being completed. They'll get there. Justin Herbert. I could keep going. I'm naming all players here who are very much on the upper end of the spectrum when it comes to raw physical ability. You don't necessarily have to surround a guy like any of those players I mentioned with great talent to have success. They are the driver of great success. They are the reason. You try to augment them with parts that fit. The teams that are really good at it usually have huge levels of success. But the quarterback isn't along for the ride. He's at the steering wheel. So when I hear something like that, it automatically, and you heard Field Yates say, he wasn't just talking about the Steelers. He said there could be a lot of buyers in the first round. They are not right now yet at a roster composition point, or I think necessarily close to it, where you could just, where it's like the directions for like a chia pet. Just add Ty Simpson. Just add water and watch your pet grow. Just add Ty Simpson and watch your team thrive. No. There's one. I don't even know if Fernando Mendoza necessarily fits that bill. I like the way he plays enough that I can squint and see Fernando Mendoza, who's almost certainly going 1-1. if the Raiders can get out of their own way, lifting them out of the doldrums. There's nobody else in this draft, though. There is, and this is going to sound like a preposterous notion. This is also, I guess, in a subtle way, like a tacit, maybe more acknowledgement of Will Howard having some physical gifts. Donnie, you know who's a guy who has a better chance than Ty Simpson of being the reason that a team succeeds, who might get drafted in this draft? And just hearing me say that, you'll probably know it's a late-round potential guy. Talon Green. Remember him? Does that name ring a bell for you? Talon Green? He got mentioned as, I think Ryan Wilson mentioned, who's coming up next, by the way, mentioned him as a potential late-round pick. Talon Green was Arkansas's quarterback, okay? He was somebody who I think was pretty highly recruited initially. He is 6'6", 225. He is somebody who also played for Boise State for several seasons. And he's got, I would say, good to very good skills, but obviously there's a reason that he's probably going to go late in the draft. It's that he didn't put it all together. His numbers at Arkansas were average, I would say. There's a better chance you could take 6'6", 224 and turn it into something where if the guy checks every box, you actually find him like lifting the team to greater performance, then there is that Ty Simpson's going to come in and be that kind of guy. He's also only started, by the way, and I know Talon Green stunk as far as getting results the rest of this year. Like, he was not good. Arkansas was not good. They were losing shootouts left and right. Like, Ty Simpson has also only started 15 games. Do people realize that? That goes against the Parcells rule, that you're supposed to get these guys when they've started a ton of college games. I am seeing his tires get pumped, Donnie, and it's making me very nervous that the Steelers are going to get an itchy trigger finger because the draft is here this year. That's my bottom line. Getting a little itchy about it. I need Ryan Wilson to set me straight on this one here. Up next, it is the aforementioned Ryan Wilson. I'll ask him a little bit more. There's another thing that gets said, by the way. There's another thing that gets said about, especially quarterbacks, during the run-up to a draft. And I am going to ask Ryan Wilson to actually explain what this means in a tangible way. There is a common statement that gets made about every player, but especially about quarterbacks. And I'm going to actually put Ryan Wilson, a Carnegie Mellon grad, his feet to the fire and ask him to really explain this and why people like me who are natural-born skeptics should actually buy into it, if at all, coming up next. Fan text lines 412-928-9370. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The draft will be here before you know it. We have our draft expert, Ryan Wilson, from CBS Sports. He joins the show next. First, here's Don with a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Quarterfinal round of men's Olympic hockey is tomorrow. The United States will take on the winner of Sweden and Latvia. Sweden currently leads that game 2-0. Midway through the second period. Tomorrow's game would be at 3:10. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Thank you, Don. All right, you want a new Chrysler, a Dodge, a Jeep, or a Ram? There's one place to go. That would be Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington. My guy Mike Engel and his team have the President's Day sales event going on all throughout the rest of the month. It's your last chance right now for Ram Truck Month. So they got 2026 Ram Bighorns now up to $10,000 off MSRP. Two other phenomenal options for you to choose from as well. 2026 Wrangler Sports right now, just $399 a month. Remaining 2025 Grand Cherokees, all loaded up, all the bells and whistles, all the good stuff, only $529 a month. And all of these come, by the way, with up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. The smart buyers are doing one thing. They're making the drive to Washington. And why? Because the bow tie means a better buy. So shop the President's Day savings at crownjeep.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
Cloudy with flurries tonight, the low 20.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has hot deals and low prices on everything for your business, like up to $125 off your print order. Ends 4/18. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Looking at some heavy congestion through both sides of the Liberty Tunnel as you move inbound and outbound. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Make sure you follow us on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan. It is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Also, hey, a reminder, join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry on this Saturday, the 21st, from 1 to 4 p.m. Support youth sports. 10% of sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details can be found at 937thefan.com. Out to the hotline we go again. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That is where CBSSports.com's Ryan Wilson, Carnegie Mellon's own Ryan Wilson, waits to talk a little draft. Ryan, I'll jump right in here with you. I hear this phrase all the time about prospects in the draft. And it's said most often, I would say, about quarterbacks, but it genuinely applies to everybody at every position. We hear about guys rising through the draft process. Once they go through the draft process, their stock is going to change. One, how much does that really happen? And two, how often is that fool's gold? Because it isn't their tape. It's those guys in a very controlled setting doing very controlled setting things.
No, that's a great question. That was a question that I had early on, even as a fan. And then as you sort of get into it, talk to people, what happens is the area scouts are doing their work in the summer, and then they travel in the fall to the different schools, and they're in there meeting with the players and the coaches and the strength coaches and all that. And they have their reports done in, November. But what happens is the GM and other people in the org chart that are in the front office, they don't necessarily get involved until draft meetings start in January-ish around the All-Star games, college All-Star games, the Shrine and the Senior Bowls, for example. And that's when opinions can start to change because you're having people check your work as area scouts, and that's customary. And then most importantly, and this is what the old school GMs will tell you, for, as much as they publicize on television the Underwear Olympics, as we like to call the Combine, the important stuff are the medicals and the interviews, and that's where you get a chance to figure out who these young men are. And I think that's what can change. And look, realistically, J.J. McCarthy sold a lot of people based on his personality, and because his tape is what the point you're making. It wasn't great in 2023, but when you talk to him, you're like, okay, this guy can convince folks to run through a wall if that's what they need to do. And sometimes there's a disconnect there, and I'm sure that'll be a talking point when Fernando Mendoza has his interviews because, the takeaway will be, well, he's a little quirky or whatever. But the folks I've talked to in the league do not care about anything other than the fact that Fernando's a good dude and he can absolutely deal, as we saw last season for Indiana.
Well, he's going to be the only guy who, when he gets drafted by a team, hits up Tom Brady and says, I want to connect on LinkedIn. That's what Fernando Mendoza is going to do. And then he's going to write a post about it. But, you brought up McCarthy, and the reason I wanted to ask this as a question has to do with Ty Simpson, because we played a clip from Field Yates over at ESPN, sort of trying to talk up people into the idea that Simpson would go in the first round. You can win with a guy with good, not great tools and everything. And I hate to bring a lot of stuff back to Kenny Pickett, because it's obvious he has just struggled, and that was a misevaluation. But I would imagine what you said about McCarthy in 23 and that run-up to that draft applied to Kenny Pickett to some degree, where people talked themselves into him being, not maybe first-round ready, because I think only the Steelers saw him as that, but being the best guy in that draft because maybe he crushed the interviews because he was Mr. All About Football. And so it's amazing to me that very smart people who run organizations, it sounds like by the way you're describing the process and how it really works, I guess fall into that trap so often and so regularly, Ryan.
Yeah, and that, we see more and more of the reliance on analytics and, whether teams will say it out loud or not, AI is playing a big role in terms of evaluating these guys. Yeah, no, I had someone tell me that if you want to get into the league, if you know how to program and if you're sort of an AI dude, that's the best way to get in, because that's sort of the direction things are going. And I don't mean they're going to ChatGPT and saying, hey, who should I draft? But they're putting in all the data and the metrics, and it's giving them an evaluation that isn't based on feelings of how the interview went, for example, and the impression you got from talking to J.J. McCarthy face-to-face, which is also going to play a role. But the other thing you talk about, that 2022 draft class, I think, desperate times called for desperate measures, and the Steelers overplayed their hand, right? Because it was Matt Corral. Malik Willis is going to end up being the best probably quarterback in that draft class, Desmond Ridder, and then, of course, Kenny Pickett.
Well, Purdy was in there, too.
Yeah, and Purdy, that's right. Thank you for correcting that. Mr. Irrelevant. So everyone missed on that 7 times. If he come out the year before, maybe he gets drafted higher. In terms of Ty Simpson, I will say this. Ty Simpson has tools. The biggest strike against Ty Simpson in my mind is that he played hurt. And because I've talked to you guys about this before, on short and intermediate throws, he was one of the most accurate passers this season and in the previous 5 or 6 seasons. As a deep ball thrower beyond 30 yards, he absolutely stunk. And I mean stunk to a level of which you've never seen a first-round pick do that.
How does that get explained, by the way? How can he be – is it a mechanics thing that people think happens with him on deep throws? It would stand to reason to me that if you're accurate short to intermediate where the windows are tighter, you'd be even more accurate on the deep ones where maybe the windows get a little bigger just because of how much space is out there.
Exact question I had, and here's what I found out, and I didn't find out till later after I wrote the story. October 25th, he got hurt at South Carolina, so he was battling back in oblique injuries. So he wasn't 100%. And so now NFL teams are going to have to sort through that. Now that the football season's over, they're going to have to work him out and talk to him and whatever. That's something that AI can't solve necessarily. But you have to figure out, okay, was that a function of being injured? Because to your point, it doesn't follow physically. If you can accomplish these things, why can't you do that? Just throw the ball up and let your guys run underneath it. So I think if teams can overcome that concern, he's a first-round pick. Because, look, if we're being honest with ourselves, and I know there's so much time between football, the actual football, and the draft, we talk ourselves into why this guy isn't good. But you go back the first 6-7 weeks of the season, we were having conversations. Should he be QB1? Is he going to battle Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore? And then, the bottom fell out with the deep ball stuff. So I think there are going to be real conversations and a very good chance he goes in round 1.
Size not a concern for him, though? Being barely a touch over 6 feet and being, a touch over 200 pounds?
Yeah, we'll see. I want to see how tall he is. I want to see if he's closer to 6'2" than 6 feet. But the other thing is, and I actually wrote about this earlier in the fall with Cade Klubnik and Garrett Nussmeier, who are both 6 feet. I think Garrett's 6 feet and Cade's 6'1" officially. And I was talking to some teams, some scouts about it, and one scout said to me, look, the height doesn't matter. Neither one of those guys is very good right now, and I think that's the takeaway. As long as they're not getting balls batted down the line of scrimmage, as long as they're able to move in the pocket and see where they're throwing the ball and do it consistently and accurately, you have to assume that it translates. Justin Herbert gets balls knocked down all the time. He's 6'6". So there are ways to work around it. But obviously, you don't want him to be Bryce Young height either, because those are you're bringing in a whole other bucket of concerns that historically have not worked out.
CBS Sports draft expert Ryan Wilson joining us here on 93.7 The Fan. Couple more for you this week, Ryan. What is a position other than wide receiver in this draft that you think has, just at your, you're not completely through your process yet, has real quality depth, though, that you can find guys at this particular position in rounds 3, 4, 5 who can be good NFL players sooner rather than later?
Yeah, I'm pretty far along in the process. So with the combine upon us, cornerback is absolutely deep. And, one of the things I like to do in my spare time is run through these mock draft simulators for fun. And, the Steelers have 50 picks, it feels like, and they could stock up. And I mean 2 or 3 times go defensive back with a cornerback. And safety's going to have some guys, whether it's nickels or guys who play closer to the line of scrimmage in sort of the Nicky Manwari role. That's going to be a thing. There's defensive line depth. There's edge rush depth beyond day 2. You get into day 3, you're going to get some real value there. And even offensive line has some guys. Basically, if you're looking for anything outside of quarterback, you should be able to find it no matter the round. And in that sense, the Steelers might be in better shape than folks are giving them credit for because of the draft picks and the salary cap space. Maybe not in 2026, but going beyond that, once they get the quarterback situation settled, and it's not the end of the world to finally win 4 or 5 football games to put yourself in position.
Ryan, sorry. If Art Rooney II hears you say that, my friend, that line's gonna get cut. You're never gonna be able to do a hit with the station again. We don't want to hear that here. That is verboten to say. Last thing though, all kidding aside, very quickly, we always hear like there are classes that there's the very rare thing where you'll find somebody say, oh, it's not only is it a high-end talent class, it's also super deep. It's usually either a deeper class with less high-end players or a higher-end class that's shallower in terms of depth of talent overall. What would you say? How would you characterize this year's draft class in terms of that rubric?
It's deep. There's only going to be 1.5 quarterbacks going around 1, but I think beyond that, you can find guys at every position. I have 25-ish first-round grades as we sit here.
Okay.
So that's not 32. But again, like I said, you can find depth across the board, especially on defense, and that could be a place the Steelers are certainly looking because they're going to have some guys contracts up, and they need to add some depth there as well.
Our draft expert, Ryan Wilson, CBS Sports. Ryan, we appreciate it as always. I'm going to mark you down as a Ty Simpson believer for right now, but good for you, lucky for you, you can change your opinion on that if something comes back that you don't like.
I appreciate you writing it in pencil.
There, yeah. Oh, I wrote it in pen, but I'll just rip the paper up and throw it in the trash. You're all good. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, guys.
Man, Donnie, I like when an interview subject confirms my priors. That was frustrating. He likes Ty Simpson. I can't get there, man. I can't. He doesn't strike me as a force multiplier, but maybe I'm an idiot. Probably I'm an idiot. You know who's not an idiot? Donnie Football. That's why he has his own segment, the Donnie Football Debrief. His biggest story in the world of football is up next. First, he's got you covered with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates' first spring training game Saturday, 1:05. You can hear it on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey guys, Pony back to talk to you about Mike's Beer Bar right next to PNC Park, and baseball is almost here. Full squad workouts going on. Before you know it, we'll be back at Mike's for opening day. In the meantime, that's the place to go to watch all the winter games, hockey action tomorrow morning and afternoon. Huge games going on, Canada, USA, both in action. Get over to Mike's and watch the game there with friends. Get lunch there with friends and watch. 80 rotating taps, a great local craft beer. All the winter beers are out, made here in Pittsburgh. So get over to Mike's, get the buddies together, and go watch hockey at Mike's Beer Bar. Meet me at Mike's.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Home security isn't just about break-ins anymore. With Guardian Protection, every home security package now includes full protection from intrusion, fire, and water. For a limited time, get a free water and freeze sensor with any Guardian home security package. That means added protection from leaks, frozen pipes, and costly water damage at no extra charge. Don't wait for a problem to happen. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
And we're back with Taylor Fournier talking about the value you get working with Pittsburgh's one and only family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store.
Bob, at Three Rivers, our customers get the Pittsburgh traditional car buying experience, and we're proud of it. Since Dad opened the doors in 1984.
No holding customers' keys, forced test drives, or waiting for hours to hear from my manager to get a quote?
Not at Three Rivers. If it's new, certified pre-owned, car or truck, you have questions, we have answers. Get your quote and you're out the door.
In person, on the phone, online.
That choice is yours. With our exclusive 3R software, you get a final price, no surprises during signing, simple as that.
During our President's Day sales event, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee from $229 per month. And the choice is yours, multi-location conglomerate or traditional Pittsburgh Three Rivers. Get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Sick of gray, gloomy winter hibernation? At Kohl's, you can make spring come early with colorful accents that brighten up your home, like vibrant cookware and decor, cozy bedding and towels. Plus, Kohl's Rewards members save 15% on home purchases. So shop Kohl's Home Refresh and move on to spring. The weather will catch up eventually. Select styles. Offer ends March 1st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
It is time for the biggest story of the day in football through the eyes of Donald Q. Chedrick. That's why it's called the Donnie Football Debrief. Don?
The debrief, February 17, 2026. Mulsey, ESPN put out their top 50 free agents, including their potential destinations. The best team fit, Jeremy Fowler and the crew over there.
This is catnip for you, this stuff.
Have a former WPIAL legend coming back to Pittsburgh. Their 44th overall free agent, Jaquan Brisker.
Really?
Mulsey.
Really?
Where do you come down on that one?
I haven't thought about him all that much. I thought he was decent for the Bears this past year. The question for me when you're talking about a safety who's not a drafted player, who's a free agent, is always going... Did they have, like, contract projections for these guys?
They didn't go that far. They just did best team fit, then a little write-up.
And we know the Steelers value the position, right? We know that, like, Kyle Duggar for a while was viewed as the reason they turned their defense around. Initially you bring in a Jalen Ramsey. It's to be like a hybrid safety, jack-of-all-trades weapon. That was under the Tomlin regime. Patrick Graham, I would imagine, being the Raiders defensive coordinator, would just like good football players because he had so few of them. I think Merrick, though, was a safety. So that was his only other like quasi-name guy other than Max Crosby. This is a little bit of a cop-out answer because I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I've been like... doing detailed research on Pro Football Focus and on the film sites to try to find Brisker cut-ups. All that matters to me is the price tag. I still think that unless you've got like a Kyle Hamilton, is that position really one where you want to spend anything close to premium free agent dollars? And I'm not saying he would be a premium free agent if he's ranked 44th on their list.
Spotrac has his projection at 3 years, 33. Like 11.1.
Okay, don't you look at the platonic ideal of a safety that you'd bring in as being like Deshaun Elliott in terms of the price and the impact you got? Like an $11 million average annual value for a guy that I think is a solid player, but I would hardly call like a spectacular one. He doesn't have a Pro Bowl, no All-Pros, no nothing. He's been all right. I would not like that, to answer your question. That seems like it would be a little steep. You know what it also seems like? Bears have a big renaissance year and get on the national stage a lot more, and people are paying a lot more attention. And don't you feel like that helps Jaquan Brisker get if he plays well in a couple big games, suddenly people take more notice?
He made some plays in both of those playoff games.
I know. I mean, that's kind of why he was like not completely in the back recesses of my mind. I just would be concerned about, are you overpaying for a guy at that point?
So on their database, based on market value, they have him as the 4th best safety on the market. They have Kobe Bryant, who they think will get 14.2 a year.
Okay.
Brian Cook, who is nearly 14.2 per year. Cam Curl, who is a little bit more than Brisker, around the $11 million per year range. And Brisker right under him at 11.1 when it's all said and done. They actually have Curl and Brisker at almost $10 million flat, but when they think of the actual contract Brisker will get, they think it's going to be 3 for 33. And all of those guys are the same age.
I just think that's a lot of money to pay a position that generally has been de-emphasized compared to corner, compared to edge rusher. I would even say, like, if you knew, and I don't think you know this with Brisker, that he's going to be some sort of big-time player. If you knew that you were signing a hugely impactful off-ball linebacker, if somehow one came available to you, right, like a Fred Warner type of player, I'd rather see the money spent that way. And for the record, I don't think I think those safety and off-ball backer are probably the two most de-emphasized positions. I can't get there. I thought he had a good playoffs, like you said. He did make plays, but I cannot get there. He has 4 interceptions in 4 years. He has a total of 7 sacks. You get your occasional safety blitz, but I just don't think the stats are eye-popping enough to warrant that kind of money. Do you? I know he's a gateway guy. I know that when somebody's from here, there's always a little extra juice coming, as far as bring him home.
I'd be fine with it.
I want to hear your process here though.
Well, I mean, for starters, I pulled up what Brian Cook has done, who they think is going to make over $14 million.
Yes.
And, not all teams play defense the same way. I understand.
Also true.
I understand that. But Brisker, when it comes to splash plays,
he's got more than Cook.
Without question.
No, there's no doubt. He's got more than Cook.
And again, all of those guys are the same age. And what if there is concern with what Elliott looks like coming back from injury? Is Ramsey going to be back? I know that Brisker and Elliott play more of the same style. That they're the
physical
same position.
Yeah.
But nothing is stopping you from just putting good football players out on the field.
I understand that. I think
playing
that's
more sub-package football.
No, I understand that. I guess, and I understand too that the Steelers are in a position where they do have a decent amount of cap space finally for once. I just don't look at him and see $10 or $11 million player back there. I think Elliott. Now I know you just said it. You have to see how he comes back from injury. I think Elliott being a comparative bargain and really playing well for them, and Tomlin when he was still here, singing his praises as this incredible linchpin player, sort of flies in the face of saying, okay, this guy is not so good that his team is making sure to lock him up, right? He's hitting free agency. That's the whole point. It's very tough for me to get there and say $11 million for a player that his own team did not feel was worth keeping. I understand, too, in different scenarios, guys can thrive elsewhere. And in the case of somebody like Eve Curl or who was the Seahawks guy, whom I already blanked on? Kobe Bryant. They can't keep everybody off of the Seahawks. Neither of those teams can. But I think when good franchises are letting guys hit free agency, and I would say both of those teams are, Brian Cook is. I think the Bears are now a much better run franchise because Ben Johnson's there. I do think that should be a bit of a warning sign. So I guess that's how I'd answer it. Any other names that you noticed in that top 50?
None to the Steelers.
None to the Steelers?
That was the only one. I mean, my only other rebuttal to that is those conversations, it's not just a one-way street. I mean, what if the player does get approached by the team that he plays for and feels like he's going to make more outside of it? I think Kenneth Gainwell is a good example of that. How everybody wants to bring that guy back.
So you're saying it takes 2 to tango, and maybe Brisker might have gotten approached. Yeah. Sure, but I also think my rebuttal to that rebuttal would be when teams think that a player is very valuable, it usually doesn't need to get to the point where the player goes to them and says, "Thanks, I'm glad you're interested."
They'd want to lock him up ahead of time.
Yes, and I think the team would it would be a show them you love them situation. to give him the money he wants. Make sure he doesn't get to the point where here's another example, just quickly. The Steelers are going to pay Joey Porter Jr. They're going to pay him probably $20 million a year because they know if they let him go and he has another great year, they're not going to be able to afford him. So they're going to show, it's also a game of that player probably feels maybe if they've had 2 good seasons in a row after 4 years in the league. Oh, wait a minute. I had a good season after year 3. You didn't show me you love me then. I'm out of here, man. There's a little bit of hurt feelings too.
Brisker's one kind of down year because he missed a chunk of games was that 3rd year.
Okay, then that kind of feeds into it. If he has a better year and doesn't get hurt that year, this is a moot point. But he had a good year this year, and they're still letting him walk and test free agency. All right, I like a good free agency chat. Don, you're an optimistic guy, right? You say it's a fair.
I try to be
fair characterization of you. You're like the anti-Mulsey. Although I paint myself as the big cynic. Maybe it's just because I'm next to you and Pony, who are always, that glass you're drinking from, it never gets lower than half full, both of you. Pickett to Pickens is the new Montana to Rice, things of that nature. As an optimist, Donnie, would you say that spirits or expectations around the Pirates are as high as they have been in a long time?
I mean, probably the highest in 10 plus years.
I would agree with that. And coming up next, I want to know, we're a month plus out. And I think unlike some recent Pirates seasons, the month away from baseball actually mattering is like people are Xing off days on the calendar. People are actually champing at the bit to get to baseball that matters because there seems to be a growing belief that it could be a better season than expected for the Pirates. Real, actual optimism. What would constitute a successful season then for the Pirates? Let's talk about it coming up next at 412-928-9370. I'll also check fan weather for you right now. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Want to retire in a Florida beach house? Let Secure Money Advisors help get your retirement on track. A high of 57. It's actually quite nice outside right now. That snow continues to melt. Low of 43 overnight tonight. Speaking of snow melt, if it's on your roof and it's not melting the way it should be, if your snow melt is still resulting in some icicles lingering on the gutters, if you've got spots on the ceilings in your house, call my friends at MHI Roofing immediately. You might have some serious winter roof problems. Hopefully, they're just minor ones that can be fixed lickety-split. But you need to call my friends at MHI Roofing immediately. They're open 52 weeks a year. That's the entire year if you didn't notice. And they can be at your home within 24 hours. Then what they do is their free 21-point roof inspection. It's incredibly detailed. I've seen it firsthand myself, how the level of kind of minute detail they will go to. They'll go over the findings and then recommend a course of action. And if, by the way, it's not just a repair, you need a new roof. If it is time for a new roof, MHI offers an industry-best 50-year leak-free guarantee, and that means if anything goes wrong, they'll fix it for free. So don't wait. Make sure your roof is ready to take on the rest of winter and whatever summer has to throw at it as well. Schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today at 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Hey, it's Pony back here to talk about FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. And as you guys know, the winter games are going on, and we're moving into the knockout stage of the men's Olympic hockey tournament. There's also the women's hockey tournament, and Canada and USA have a big championship match for a gold medal coming up tomorrow. Right now, though, looking at the updated odds board on FanDuel, Canada still the favorite. Sit in the team looking like they are the clear-cut team to take home gold, minus 140. United States plus 180. Finland 16-1. They are in third position. They didn't even win their group, and yet here they are at 16-1. The best place to bet the winter games is on FanDuel. No better way to follow along than with bets on FanDuel. Curling, a very popular sport to bet on there. You can do that now. Speed skating as well, figure skating. It's all there on FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com today to get started. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew. FanDuel, play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
There will be no shortage of pass rushers available for those in need this offseason as the Dolphins cut Bradley Chubb yesterday. Chubb had 8.5 sacks and 20 quarterback hits last year after missing all of 2024 with a torn ACL. With Chubb, Trey Hendrickson, and presumably Max Crosby, teams with the need for a pass rusher will have their pick from a solid class. The question will be the cost. Chubb and Hendrickson will need new contracts, while Max Crosby will have to be traded for. I'm Adam O'Donnell.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. But I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Do you have a drain in your home that is slow to drain? Is it making strange gurgling noises or has a bad odor? These symptoms could mean there's a blockage in your main sewer line. Don't wait for a complete backup and causing more repairs and costly damage. Call the trusted team of experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric and get your home flowing smoothly again. If you need your sewer line repaired, McVay offers free second opinions on any main line repair or installation. Call McVay or visit callmcvay.com. Some restrictions may apply.
Start the new year in a brand new ride. South Hills Kia is kicking off February with incredible lease deals. Drive home a 2026 Kia Carnival LX, only $399 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or choose the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $215 a month for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
It's Sean Whalen, owner of family-owned Whalen Exteriors in Western PA. Is the recent winter storm still haunting your home? Ice dams forming at your roof's edge, trapping water and forcing it under your shingles? The real culprit is hiding in your attic. Poor insulation and stagnant airflow let heat escape, melting snow from the inside out and causing costly leaks. Don't wait for the drip. Be proactive. Whalen Exteriors specializes in proper ventilation and insulation to stop ice dams before they start. Need help? We're here for you. Visit WhalenExteriors.com today for a professional inspection.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
South Hills Kia is bringing you outstanding February lease deals. Upgrade to a 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive for just $369 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or take home a 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Hurry! These February lease offers end March 2nd, 2026. Visit southhillskia.net and start the new year behind the wheel of a brand new Kia.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Attention. Have you